All right, we're live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to YARP episode 46. Today, we're going to be we're going to be talking about Arcane, and we also have a special guest who's currently working on his own intro. Uh, but before we do that, Max, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. So today we decided that we watched Arcane during the time between the last stream with Shady and this stream, because
With
Shady had brought
Shady.
it up, huh?
With Shady. This is like the
Yeah,
first.
with last
This is the
stream with
first.
Shady, but this is also the first stream we're coming back to. But anyway, we decided to watch it, and unfortunately, it seems we all have extremely varying opinions about the show, and some of them don't exactly line up with what's currently in the
I was about to say the narrative.
not the narrative, that's the wrong word, but
Yeah, that might be a little bit much.
population, what everybody else is
The
saying.
meta.
Not the meta,
Yeah,
there's another word I'm looking for, but essentially we don't we haven't come to the same agreement that literally everybody else on the internet has. So today we wanted to be able to talk to Shady, and Slur's a little bit more on the positive side as well, to kind of get a little bit of a nuance going, a discussion going on both subjective and objective things about Arcane. Sound about right?
yeah,
I
that's
didn't get
that
any, I
sounds.
didn't get any feedback, so it's like
We just stay silent and just stare
yeah,
at
you're just
you.
like, and I'm like, sweat drop. It's the Raven with the fucking card. Say something funny.
Funny. No, it's something funny.
Uh, uh, so
That
yeah.
just
Yeah, so
that
the
just
general consensus is that this show is like a 10 out of 10.
Yes, most of if you haven't heard or literally been under a rock, a lot of people have been praising absolute shit of the show, and there are some aspects of the show that do or warrant praise. However, the amount of praise and the amounts of objective or the scoring of it objectively as a 10 out of 10 kind of grinds the gears a little bit, because it's like, hold up,
yeah, because
that's not true.
I was going to
Well,
say
and honestly, as like a greater whole, anytime you see that, regardless of what the subject matter or the content is, you should immediately be hesitant. Because if
yeah,
you think
it's
about
like
grading on a 1 to 10 scale, both a 1 and a 10 out of 10 should almost never happen.
yeah, it's like remember when I don't know if you guys watched him when Cat Icarus gave God of War 2018 the Data Boy. He gave it like a 8 or something. People lost their minds because it went against like the constant like 10 out of 10 uh, shit that was going on. And he was just like, no, this game is not perfect.
Yeah, a 10 out of 10 means that it could not have been improved upon in any way.
And if you honestly believe that, then you might be a little delusional.
I like how
Exactly.
first thing in our chat is Arcane. Never heard of it. Let me check Rule 34. It's like, no, no.
Oh no.
What do you mean? Check it. It's already been there. League of Legends is 20 years old. And it is filled with waifus. There's a music video for pop stars. It's basically they made skins of like certain characters, and one of them is a fox chick. And anytime her bridge comes up, I'm like, man, guess I'm a furry.
I'm trying to remember. There was a joke that like somebody was showing like the scale of like different levels of furry. It's like there's like, oh, you'd like there's still some semblance of just human shape. They just happen to have ears or whatever. Then it just went all the way to like feral. Somebody's gonna call the cops on you. And then the professor goes, I'm around a 3.
So yes, sorry for the ruffles. Give me a sec. Okay.
You just lay the entire floor down with plastic bags.
Play the
Like
plastic bags and just roll around for ASMR.
That's just the sound of bones rattling and plastic bags.
So while we're kind of waiting on Shady to return, Slur, would you say so far that you're kind of in agreement with what Max said?
He's getting food.
God damn it!
I know. Sorry, guys. We seem to be all over the place right now.
That's
bear with us
fine.
for a
When
moment.
Yarp being all over the place, Max, say it isn't so. I just don't believe you.
I will not go. Turn the lights off.
Let carry me home.
Me towards the direction of home. Copyright distinction.
Yeah, for those, we're going to be playing a tiny bit of League in the background versus, I would assume, like, the easiest AI on the planet.
I specifically called Team Liquid to come play with it. No.
Yeah, well, that's just the challenge. Try to stay objective while just getting your ass kicked in fucking League.
Well, literally getting destroyed. I guess I shouldn't have started. I don't know how long
Hello.
Shadydoorags is gonna be. Shit.
Hey.
Can we back out, or is that not possible?
Well, how about you guys pick somebody, and then I'll take the lever's penalty. We'll just have to wait the 60 seconds. So just ignore the screen. So yeah, Shady, did you hear anything that we were saying earlier?
No.
Okay. So yeah, fair. Let me just quickly run it back again. The whole point of this discussion in this stream is because a lot of people are throwing a lot of praise towards the show, whereas it deserves some of that praise. A lot of people are saying it's the perfect show. It's a 10 out of 10. It's unfathomable, or it's penetratable, or whatever. I don't believe that that's the case, personally.
All right. Well, I'm leaving. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Shady might be one of those people.
Yeah. So that's.
I'm pretty sure I was the first person to say.
Shady immediately blocks us, tells the entire internet to just leaves us alone.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's start at a reasonable position here.
Yes.
Do you agree that there's a difference between rating it objectively and subjectively? Like, I could understand somebody saying subjectively this show's a 10 out of 10, but do you think it is objectively a 10 out of 10?
Yes.
Ooh.
That's an easy, hard yes.
Ooh.
Objectively.
Ooh.
Objectively.
So you think
Not subjectively. Objectively.
You think that there's nothing that can be improved, whether the writing, world building.
I think every piece of media can possibly be improved somewhat.
Okay, so
Avatar: The Last Airbender is the most perfect cartoon, and I still think it can be improved. But I think this is as perfect as a cartoon can be.
I mean, doesn't that sort of introduce a bit of a logical fallacy that if it needs improvement, it ceases to be a 10? Because 10 is absolute perfect.
Tell me what the absolute perfect show is, then.
That's a good question every time, where it's like, because there's the hypothetical
well, hold on,
of the chair sitting in the room.
We're changing things, so let's address this. So if you don't necessarily view a 10 out of 10 as perfect and you can't be improved upon, how would you define like a 10 out of 10 based on your terms?
Based on my terms, I would say a 10 out of 10 is that it is done so well that changing it is most likely changing it is somewhat nitpicking. Like, you just find little things that come out of place, and also that changing it would cause other problems in other areas.
Okay.
Somebody said Band
Well,
of Brothers.
no, hold on. I don't
seen
like
it.
that. I don't like that because I give Avatar, The Last Airbender, like a 10 out of 10. And I think there are some things that objectively needed changing in that show.
Oh yeah, energy bending literally comes out of like possibly the last goddamn.
Yeah,
second.
it's a Deus Ex Machina. Energy bending is good. And not only that, I don't want to talk about Avatar right now. Well, I do. I always want to talk about Avatar, but if I start, I'll go on a tangent. If I start, I'll go on a tangent. Oh, I guess I didn't see the Q thing pop up. My bad. But my definition of a 10 out of 10 is always that it's as perfect as a cartoon can be or a show can be. But everything you're always going to find nitpicks in pretty much everything. But I guess that might not be a solid enough definition for other people.
I think I get where you're coming from. You're not saying it couldn't be improved, but you're just saying at that point it's the highest marks possible in every category, basically. And you had mentioned wanting to kind of go through and start by talking about the characters, and I probably have like amongst the Yarp crew the hottest take on this show. So I would say that where this show really struggled was with its characters, the world building, and particularly the writing.
I'm
That's where I
gonna
had the
fist
biggest
fight.
issues.
We're
here for it.
I was going to say, and I'm kind of in agreement with Ninja on this one. I really didn't like this show.
Yeah, sorry, I had to deal with this weird thing because Shady, when you joined our party in League, you were coming through League as well as Discord.
Oh,
sorry, I
did
was
you
like,
figure it out?
I was muted for a second. I was like freaking out because I didn't know how to fucking fix it. But yeah, I figured it out. But yeah, what I wanted to do was kind of like get our general opinions, get a general statement of how we feel about the show individually. So I wanted to start with Shady and go to Slur. But Slur, are you back yet?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, cool. So Shady, give a quick 2 to 3 sentence summary of how you feel about the show.
Arcane is based off of the game League of Legends. I think it does a perfect job of adapting that situation to a media form. And even if you don't play League of Legends, I think it's an easy show to jump into. And I think it well handles a diverse cast with 3-dimensional characters and interesting politics within it.
Okay, so Slur, do you want to follow that up?
Yeah, I have basically zero fucking background with the franchise, but just going into the show raw, I think it's flawed, but otherwise well above average show. Like, I do think it has some problems here and there, but it has some strengths that when you compare it to most of the shit that's coming out, just make it stand head and shoulders above them.
Okay. Wyatt, go up.
I did not like that much of this show. I felt pretty much no attachment to any of the characters, especially after a certain point. And as somebody who loves to break down fight choreography, I especially hated most of the fights.
Okay.
And yeah, well, then now I'll just break it. Let's break it down to the general discussion.
Well, hang on, Ninja. Go ahead and give yours.
I can see why a lot of people like this show subjectively. I think the animation is beautiful. While Imagine Dragons isn't really my particular jam, or some of the rap elements that were put in, it's not my particular cup of tea, but I could see where it would appeal to a lot of people. So subjectively, I can see where this would get some high marks, but my problems are with the writing, with the characters and the world building. As someone who does not have that history with the franchise and with the game, coming into this basically with zero, I felt like the show did a very piss poor job of bringing me into this world and making me care about these characters or care about what's happening.
And I kind of wanted to go last because I feel like I have the most middle of the ground thing. I kind of have a love-hate relationship with the show. I do like certain elements, like animation and some of the characters, but coming from a League fan who is kind of obsessed with the lore almost, I guess this is like a McComics argument, but I don't feel it's as good as it could be. And I find myself agreeing with both Slayer and Ninja on both of their opinions. So I'm kind of in the middle of the ground, and I kind of want to be persuaded one way or the other. So with that...
So you're the person we're trying to appeal to in this.
Maybe that, and of course the general audience, because obviously, like I said, a lot of people praise the show, and they're literally... I don't think anybody of any merit has said anything negative about the show. It's kind of wild to me, even though all the praise, but nobody's really brought up really any bad points against it. So that's kind of what we're here for.
I can bring up some bad points against it, but if
we
we want to do the character run,
I feel like we should start with some things we can all agree on. Can we all agree that the animation is really well done?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's stylized in the perfect places.
Mm-hmm.
There is one nitpick I have about the animation, and that's when Vi is eating at the restaurant. the juices that come out of her mouth. They're in a different style
Well,
than the rest, and I know sometimes a different style is there, but
yeah.
that's the one time it takes me out because it's like I immediately noticed it because they're zoomed in on it. That's a huge nitpick, but yeah.
All right, so Shady's review so far is like characters 10 out of 10, the world 10 out of 10, soup animation,
Jesus.
fucking trash.
Well, the thing is with the 2D, like there are splish splashes of 2D animation in there. I thought they were really well done, like with smoke and stuff like that.
Yeah, but when
Right
they
quick, are we
conflict with
doing
everything
Arcane
else,
characters? Oh, I guess not. Okay.
Okay, yeah, just whoever we got. Remember, we're gonna deal with like whatever characters we have as a general. So
I mean, they
And
gave
remember-
us the Arcane characters for free, basically, for playing
For-
like one match.
I mean, we can do Arcane characters. I'll pick my boy
Well,
since
as
fucking
I already
since
picked
somebody
Master
threw
Yi.
shade on him.
I guess I'm going jungle. Or are we doing top?
Just we could do a top.
I was going to say, despite this being like background stuff, we're probably like hopefully not paying that much attention to what happens in the match.
Yeah. So for real quick, Ninja, go top with Shady. Shady, you go top
Okay.
with him too. Try to keep an eye on him, Shady, because it's like his second, like our third game.
So before we
I'll go mid.
start getting into the characters, I feel like we should, as much as I don't necessarily want to, I feel like we should start with Jinx and Vi because that's kind of the whole thing that the show is built around. Would
Yeah, and
anybody
on
rather
that
start
note-
on a?
with the whole all things we can all agree on. Jinx's whole RAR XD aesthetic, I think, is something that doesn't really appeal to any of us. But I think we
Her
hold
what?
it against her to different degrees.
Her what?
Her Imagine Dragons thing, the RAR XD 2007 scene kid kind of vibe she's got going on.
Listen, youngster, you're gonna have to speak in terms that us old folks can.
I was gonna say, are we dealing?
get behind? You feeling my vibe, Sonny boy?
Oh, sorry.
All right, listen,
Real quick,
Daddy-o.
I thought Ninja was
Her
more kind
vibe is dated, is my point, I think. It's like
Yeah.
it appeals to a very specific kind of teenage demographic in the League of Legends period when she was released. It's like she was released to appeal to a certain audience, and that audience is now in their 30s when the show is coming out.
I mean,
So are you basically saying she's too edgy?
I'm saying that while I think she's a stronger character than modern Harley Quinn, she suffers from a lot of the same problems in terms of endearing herself to the audience.
which would be what?
She's cringe. Little cringe. Just a touch of cringe.
A major touch of cringe.
Can we say this with a different word?
Her fleek is on stretch.
No,
my
I
guy.
meant like a
Dude.
fucking like general actual dictionary words. You fucking. You
Fleek is in the dictionary.
Fleek is certainly in the dictionary, and I was about to be
No.
like
No, I don't believe you.
Okay,
immediately
so
pulls up
Okay,
dictionary.
so
To use an example to try and highlight what it is I'm trying to point at is take the scene where she goes to Silco's second in command and
Bottom. Fucking never mind.
League
Sorry.
terms. And
Sorry.
yeah, she's talking to Silco's second in command, and she's tied her up, and she's trying to intimidate her, and she's calling her toots and doing all of this stuff. There's a very big Harley Quinn vibe everybody gets from her, and I think it hits everybody different. And Harley Quinn is something that's been a little bit weird lately because she started off as a character everybody fucking loved, especially in the animated series. It's the only reason she's a named character at all is because people actually liked her to begin with.
Mhm.
But then recently we've had Birds of Prey and
Suicide
Suicide Squad and the Suicide Squad.
they got DC.
Like she's had multiple chances to endear herself to the audience, and every time she just comes across so disconnected, and her whole the way she talks and is just crazy for the sake of crazy now makes anything that resembles her seem cringe. It reminds us too much of a very bad iteration of an otherwise good character. And I think it's not necessarily fair to hold that against this show because it's not actually a writing flaw. But I do think it makes it harder for Jinx to hit as a character for a lot of people, myself included. Did anybody else have that same problem? Is that just me?
I think my biggest issue with Jinx is like the show kind of wants her to walk this line between being a protagonist and being an antagonist, and it doesn't seem to know which side it wants her to be on. And it kind of almost seems to flip-flop as much as her mental state does.
But isn't that her arc? It's like
Kind of, but the show should kind of know, like the characters should be confused, but the show shouldn't be, if that makes sense.
yeah.
Yeah,
Hello?
guess.
But
You
when
guys
we
hear me?
get to where
Yeah,
we
we can hear
get to, does it come as a surprise? Does it seem inconsistent?
Yeah, Shady,
Okay,
we can hear you,
just
by the way.
FYI, I disconnected from like everything. I think this was a bit ambitious for my computer.
no.
So I've turned
Maybe-
off League.
Okay,
Everything
fair
else
enough.
seems to be working fine.
Yeah, the main thing is don't like get your stream destroyed.
But I missed part of what was said with Jinx before, but from what I heard was that she's severely dated, according to your opinion. Like it is appealing to something that was once popular but no longer is.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
And
a
somebody
short
else was
version.
going on about how she's split between being a main character and an antagonist. Well, an antagonist is a main character.
Was that said?
Yeah, like that she's kind of flipping between being a protagonist and an antagonist, and the show, like I'm fine with the character being confused because obviously she doesn't know and she's not mentally stable, and that's very clear, but it feels like the show itself doesn't know what to do with her. Like I'm fine with her being confused about whether she's a protagonist or an antagonist, but the writing and the show seems to be confused, and that's what I'm not okay with.
How is the writing confused when the very last thing she does is confirm she's an antagonist? Like that was the whole point of the last scene with her. She
Sure, but
chose
that's
to be
literally
Jinx.
not until the very end.
Yeah, that's literally like what you just
But
said. It's the very last.
That's
thing.
her arc, though. Her arc is deciding whether or not to continue to be Powder or continue to be Jinx. The show knew where it wanted her to go. It had to take her through that journey. If it just says in episode 4, "Oh, she's definitely an antagonist," well, the show has no arc to take
actions
her
are
through.
consistently that of an antagonist. Like it's not. It presents it like there's this big conflict. It's like, oh, is she Powder or is she Jinx? It's like, no, she hasn't been fucking Powder since like episode 1. No one gives a shit.
Well, she hasn't been Powder since episode 3, but the reason for that is because Vi was missing. Vi left her life.
No,
When
she was
found
already
out-
fucked up before that.
No, she didn't become Jinx until Vi punched her in the face and said, "You are a Jinx."
Yeah, the thing is, like, the whole thing with the warehouse explosion, she still thought she was doing good.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
it was.
She didn't realize that she completely murdered everybody.
No, she was emotionally unstable before that because of all the trauma and being a fucking, a working thief at the age of fucking 11.
Yeah.
Like she wasn't okay before that event, but that event is what flipped her coin.
And for as far as the trauma goes, what was keeping her anchored was Vi. Vi being in her life. Once she thought Vi was going to die, that's when you see her screaming and tearing off her toy heads. Like Vi leaving her life. She thought Vi was going to leave her life permanently for death. Like she lost it. She's mentally unstable, but she was still Powder. Once Vi punched her in the face, that's when she became Jinx, because she in her mind, Vi willingly abandoned her.
And she also lost
full throttle.
That she lost
Go
like
ahead.
pretty much her entire family too at that point as well.
Yeah.
What's daddy's name? I keep forgetting his name.
Vander.
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 I don't know why I keep wanting to call him Gragas, but I mean there is a reason, but
I only remember because it
Vander.
kept being Vandal Savage in my head for some fucking
Vandal.
reason.
The fucking
it does kinda
DC
look like
villain.
Vandal Savage, actually. Like, he does kind of look like him in a way.
Yeah.
I can see
On
it.
the whole, the consistency of her character thing, by the way, this might be jumping ahead a little bit, but one of the flaws I picked up on just trying to follow Jinx's story is that the details of who does and doesn't think that Vi's dead seems to get lost in the sauce. So when Vi first comes back, Silco learns about it and is like, oh, she's back. And he turns around like fucking dramatic right into the camera. It's like, from the dead? And then that's the end of that episode. So he thought that she was dead. And then the next episode we find out it's because the cop that chloroformed her and took her to prison told him that she was dead. Why he chloroformed her and took her away to prison, but then tried to tell him that she was dead? Like, why only half cover her ass? It's like, if you're not gonna help her, why throw her into prison? Surely killing her wouldn't make that much of a difference to you, based on that, given that he doesn't even know Vi.
Because
and he's
he
already
was
been doing dirty work.
he was probably the one that was more struggling with being a good guy and an antagonist. He was he was completely compromised from both spectrums. He believes the people from the Undercity are just scum, but his mentor, who he looked up to and thought was a good guy, she was trying to work with them. So he has his own reservations about it. He thinks Silco is scum, so he's like, he's going to kill you. I'll take you away. You're also she's a girl, like a young girl.
Yeah, true. And he is always shown to be like, he wants to do the right thing, but his hands are tied. So
also, he's kind of spineless a little bit. He grows a spine when he marches into the bar, but after his mentor gets killed, he kind of loses some of that spine. He's afraid to shoot Caitlyn. He's afraid to pull the grenade when he's with Silco alone. And it takes him a while to even build up the courage to say, okay, I've crossed the line. I've had enough of this. I'm going to tell everybody the truth. And then, of course, as soon as Silco threatens his daughter, he backs out of that. So he's got a lot of fear
as fuck.
Yeah,
he has a lot of fear
really
with
good.
going through with his actions, because the one time he did go through with his actions, freaking Silco murdered his boss. But I want to jump back to what was being said about Jinx, because I feel that is just hopefully untrue, that the show is confused about whether or not it wanted her to be a protagonist or an antagonist.
Well, it wants you to feel... I guess I should amend my statement. The show wants you to be sympathetic to her, but does very little to give you reason to be sympathetic to her. Like, it just shows her being consistently a fuck up when she's Powder. So you're kind of more sympathetic to Vi and the other kids who are struggling, because they're all in a similar situation. Like, they're all struggling, orphans and all that, but they're not constantly fucking up. I forget his name, but one of the boys even has a line where he's like, when we were her age, we weren't, we had our shit together, basically. And so the kid with like the spiky hair, but
the skinny one, yeah.
Yeah, but basically it's like they want you to feel sympathy for Powder / Jinx, but when she's Powder, all she does is fuck up and make things worse, which most people would probably find a hard time sympathizing with. And then to make it worse, once she does become Jinx, like every fucking action she takes is like, oh yeah, she's an absolute piece of shit. So it makes it hard for me to understand why these other characters are so wrapped up in like this, well, we need to rescue her and make her be Powder again. It's like, why? Why do we give that much of a shit?
So just to go with your last statement, why did the characters care? Only one character cares. Vi.
No.
Well, there's two.
That is
there's
not true. Yeah.
There's two.
Who else?
Echo
Who
cares.
else?
Echo cares
Echo,
a lot.
No, Echo did not
Echo wouldn't.
care until
Echo wouldn't have
he did.
hesitated.
Yes,
stared
he
in
did.
her eyes and saw Powder. He
That means he
hesitated.
cares.
That means
He
still cares about Powder.
hesited. No, he hesitated.
Hesitation?
He thought,
Well,
because he
wait.
cares.
Let me
because he
finish my
cares.
thought. Let me
Okay,
finish
go
my thought. Echo was dead. He was telling Jinx dead to her face. Not Jinx, Vi. He was telling Vi dead to her face. Your sister is dead. There's only Jinx. She's killed more of us than enforcers. She needs to go down. He gave this whole speech to Vi how Powder is gone and Jinx needs to die.
Which
At
is
the
why his
end-
actions on the bridge are contradictory to that statement.
No,
Yeah.
at the end, he sees Powder and he realizes she's still alive in there somewhere. So he hesitates. It's not that he can't go through with it, is he had a moment of hesitation because he thought Powder was dead.
Okay,
He
well,
thought
hang
she was
on.
gone.
So hang on, real quick though. I kind of agree with you, but the problem is, wouldn't him still seeing Powder means he still cares about the fate of Jinx?
No, because he thought Jinx was a completely different person in the same body as Powder.
So
When
is
he
are we
saw
almost?
Powder laying there and making the same when he
Hold
saw
on.
Jinx laying there making the same face as Powder, he saw Powder. He didn't see Jinx.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
but they're
so
literally the same person.
hold on a
Same
minute.
person.
Hold on.
Yeah, treating
so
them as different characters, I think, is it's a seed the show itself plants, and I don't actually like it because it does this thing where we separate accountability.
I was actually about
Jinx's
to.
sins are suddenly not Powder's sins when they
So-
really are.
So hold on a second. Are we trying to almost? So we're doing what the show is trying to do, where Jinx and Powder are almost two separate people, like almost like the whole separation between Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how the show is kind of presenting them. And then the whole I would say episodes 4 through 6 is her struggling to choose one identity. 4 through 6, excuse me, 4 through 9. Forgot how many episodes there were.
I can
Were
agree
you-
that they're two different identities, but I will not agree that they're two different characters.
What is a character if not their identity?
Their actions.
They're the same being. They're the same person. It's the same body. It is literally the same person. So to me, that is a character. Like Jinx is a character. Some people know her as Powder rather than know her as Jinx, but they're the same person. They're not two separate entities.
Yeah. Also, count the fact that technically Powder existing is why Echo hesitated, meaning that he still sees Powder as Jinx. So he still sees them as that girl.
He doesn't. Okay, so let me start from the beginning.
Okay.
Start from the whole Jinx is Powder. Yes, technically speaking, Jinx and Powder, they are the same person. They made the same decisions. So the with that mentality, because there's a certain mentality there. Think of yourself, and then think of yourself 10 years ago. You're not going to make the exact same choices because you in the now is a different person than you were 10 years ago. That's what I mean when I say they're two different people. Powder would not run around killing all these people for Silco. She was a completely different person. She had completely different experiences than Jinx. Jinx's experiences are Powder's plus Jinx's, and it makes two different people. So technically, yes, they are the same person. That is true in a technical sense. But saying it like that, I think I don't like saying this. I hate it when people say this to me. But saying they are the same person, for lack of a better term, I will say, I think misses the point. And that's that Powder is gone. The character who was loving and caring and wanted to help other people, wanted to be useful to other people other than Silco, is gone. Jinx still wants to be useful, but specifically to Silco because she sees him as her father. Does that make sense? Like seeing you from 10 years ago is not the same person you are now. Does that make sense?
That
It
makes
does,
sense,
but it
but
also doesn't feel like
I'm
an
still
argument.
accountable to the decisions I made back then. It's like there's a continuity of accountability there, and that's more what I was alluding to.
Yes,
So
but
when we see that
sorry, go
Jinx
ahead.
became basically a war criminal in the underground, the idea that we would then see through the Firefly guy name
Echo.
Echo. The fact that Echo had a moment of hesitation, I don't really see that necessarily as an inconsistency. It's a dude having a moment of trouble beating a girl to death. It's like I'm fine with that. I think that's fine for his character. Reading into it that he saw Powder and that game, I think that might be reading past what was necessarily presented. It's like we're just shown that he has a moment of hesitation because for a split second he sees a girl terrified that she's about to die, and that reminds him of Powder. It just makes him pause long enough for her to get probably one of the most useless grenades off that I've ever seen. He got just a sprained ankle. When Humperdinck finds him on the bridge, he has a sprained ankle and is otherwise unscathed.
We were.
And she's just covered in soot. She gets brought into a lab, laid on a table. She's covered in soot, and we're told, it's like, oh, her injuries are severe. It's like, bro, what injuries? She's fine.
She should be dead.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is there's kind of an inconsistency with how powerful these grenades are.
Well, I think it's just the video game logic where sometimes people operate on health bars. Just a little. Just a touch.
Like,
go ahead.
Also, it's a bit difficult to tell how tough these creatures are because even the same species, like depending on the environment, can make you varied in toughness. Like, for example, Silco can easily breathe the toxic air because he stays in the slums, while the people who were raised in the slums but spent enough time in the surface couldn't breathe the toxic air.
That scene where it's like,
I think it's fair though to criticize that both of them survived that. Like Echo, they don't show what happens to Echo, so Echo could have jumped off the bridge at the last second and only got a sprained ankle. But the fact that Jinx survived, I think that is a fair criticism.
At most,
she is knocked out and she has a grenade literally inches away from her hand.
No,
she's literally powder. You're right. She does convert back to her original character.
It is.
Was that grenade just a dud? And there's another one when we first see her on the cargo ship, where she fucks up the shit she was meant to protect, and then Silco actually does reprimand her, which was nice to see. But she fucks up the cargo by pulling a Gatling gun out of her fucking hoop. She didn't have it in one frame, she had a Gatling gun in the next frame. Because it's her power move from the game.
That's an animation.
No, it's not a power move, it's like what she uses in the game. That's her default attack thing.
So when they were animating it, they're just like, well, yeah, of course she has a Gatling gun.
Well, yeah, because that's going to come into play with a certain other character.
I would have to rewatch that scene, but that sounds more like an animation error.
It was just when I was going through her storyline again ahead of this. It's like,
hang on.
Where the fuck did you get that?
Well, hang on. You admit? Well, I guess that's technically what you would consider a nitpick, right?
Oh, that absolutely.
What the animation error? Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, animation.
As well animation. As the explosion and her not surviving. If that happened constantly, or if it was so blatant, to give a counter example, the spoilers for the audience. Has everybody here seen Black Widow, the movie, right?
We've watched EFAP's breakdown of it.
Okay, I'm about to spoil it.
I've seen the scene you're about to bring up, so go ahead.
Yeah, where she falls from that building.
Oh, when she should have then survived the fucking Soulstone sacrifice?
No, where she...
Yeah.
God damn it! I never fucking think about that.
I knew that was gonna happen.
Oh my god!
Is she immune to fall damage or fucking not? We gotta get her facts straight.
She was playing Witcher.
Listen,
that time,
she rolled a nat 20 in Black Widow, and she nat 1 in freaking Infinity War.
Well, she wrote a lot of fucking nat 20s in goddamn Black Widow, fucking going upside down a block down a subway thing in a car.
But that scene where she hits 3 different things and she should be dead. They focus so much on that, it becomes blatantly obvious to the audience that she should be dead.
Yeah, we're watching
Jinx,
the plot armor
Jinx's explosion. Yeah, I can say it's very inconsistent. She probably should be dead, but they don't focus on the explosion as much as they do the characters. Now, you can make an argument saying, well, they focus on her not dying, so that's just as egregious.
Mm-hmm.
It's also that it's so plot relevant, I think, is the difference between a nitpick and a flaw. It's I still think a nitpick is a flaw. It's a small cut. One of them, fine, but if there's 1,000 nitpicks, your thing is shit. You could say it's all nitpicks, but those things add up.
I think it's a flaw that can be overlooked.
Yeah, on its own. On its own, a nitpick can be overlooked. It's when they add up or they're consistent throughout the thing is when I'm like, okay, it's gone from a nitpick to a fucking lice infection. You need to sort that shit out.
Yeah, like because a
problem, yeah.
nitpick is like
Yeah.
the car in Lord of the Rings. Like it's like that's just that's a set problem as opposed to like with the thing with Jinx. Yeah, it's an animation error, so it doesn't really affect anything. Whereas like her surviving a fucking like
Well, but
Echo
it depends, because
well, yeah,
I mean, with them deleting the knife in TLJ,
Yeah,
is
that's
that
true.
an animation error? Like,
no, yeah,
I mean,
that's just
Yeah.
an error, but and yet for some reason they didn't decide to fucking do it again because that literally saves Ray's life. It all yeah.
My audience is saying that Echo was bleeding out. He didn't just hurt his ankle.
Was he bleeding out?
I'll pull up the.
I don't
hold
remember
on.
it that way.
I
Because he
remember
seemed
being
fine when
hunched up.
Heimerdinger.
I was
Yeah,
hold
like
on.
you
Literally
said.
said he
I
had
will-
a busted ankle. So
Yeah, and like if he was bleeding out, he was bleeding out for a whole fucking day.
Yeah, there's a difference between bleeding out and versus just having a sprain, like a popped ankle, essentially. I can pull it up. Does League kick you if you don't play for a minute?
It does, but you can pop right back in.
Okay.
But while he's pulling that up, like we kind of trailed from Jinx a little bit. But the whole thing we were arguing about Jinx is that the show is confused about whether or not it wants to make her a protagonist or an antagonist. And like I said, I think that hinges on you being technical about whether she's the same person as Powder. But accountability, yes, the characters within the show should hold her accountable. Echo does. He just has a moment of hesitation because he's literally about to kill her, and then at that moment he sees his friend rather than the monster who's been hunting him for the past 6 years. Other than Echo, I still say this: Vi is the only person who wanted to save Jinx. Like Echo just had a moment of hesitation. Vi is the only person, and she didn't know Jinx.
Well,
She
so
was
though-
I
away
guess-
from the whole situation for 6 years and came out and it's like, where's my sister? She sees Jinx and she's like, that's Powder. She doesn't know anything about Jinx. As soon as she sees Jinx come out in that fight against the Firefly, she's like, holy crap, what is this thing? Like, she is terrified of what Powder has become. And of course, she
Yeah.
still wants to save her because that A, that's her sister, and B, she hasn't encountered all the horrible stuff that Jinx has done. She hasn't witnessed Jinx murdering her friends left and right. Echo has to constantly tell her she's choosing to work for the guy who killed all your friends and your family. She's choosing this. We need to be against her, and
I think
can't
that's part of
accept
my
that.
problem with Echo is like because of that fucking conversation, because he makes such a big deal about Powder's gone, Powder's dead. Like she's even literally the center of the fucking mural on that wall.
Yeah.
Could I?
Yeah.
could
But
I
it's
get
like,
a-
but then why
hold
does
on.
he hesitate? You know?
Hold on for a second. Could I get a reminder on what episode that was? Was that 6 or 7?
Where
I think
Echo
it was 7 because wasn't the bridge like the fucking second act finale?
I'm pretty sure it was 8, but what do you're talking about when
It's
he got
the-
hit or when he said my ankle is busted?
No. When
No,
Heimerdinger finds him under
Yeah,
the
when
bridge.
Heimerdinger finds
I'm
him.
pretty sure that's 8.
It would have to be pretty late in because it's after Heimerdinger loses his job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
Heimerdinger is with Echo's people in 9.
Mhm.
So I'm pretty sure it's in 8 where he actually finds Echo.
Yeah, that's
Um,
true. Hang on. Yeah, you might be right.
And just on
Did
the Echo
you-
thing, if he was fighting against any other like, young-ish girl opponent and he hesitated before pounding her fucking teeth in, I don't think that'd be against his character. He doesn't seem like he really enjoys violence or killing.
Mhm.
So I can believe just on what we see that no matter who it is, he would have a bit of a internal struggle just fucking ending a person.
Also, let's remember Echo's probably like 16, and he's been made the leader of this squad of people just trying to find a better place. You can tell from the subtleties of his character that he has hardened himself in ways because he tries to go full throttle against Vi and she hugs him and he's like he breaks down a little bit
Mhm.
because he doesn't
I
let
actually like that scene.
himself Yeah, he doesn't let himself be emotional like that because he's a leader. That's what leaders
So-
have to do. They have to be hard for the rest of the people.
So, okay, so I have the scene up for the stream with the copyright filter on, and I don't know if he's just trying to act tough because he immediately says all I did was sprain my ankle. I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. I just sprained my ankle.
I would say
Like,
I don't
know.
think
I don't know if
evidence
he's
to suggest he was bleeding out.
Yeah, that's not enough
if
to
we
suggest
saw that he said that, but later on we're shown like some severe injuries, or he just ain't right after that,
Mhm.
then we can say he was just trying to cover up. But the,
The
fact
fact
that
like
everything we see is consistent with the fact that he just sprained his ankle, that
Yeah,
like-
I would,
probably
he-
just
I
sprained his
would-
ankle.
to be,
unless
like,
he
as
used
good
Jinx as a
best-
human goddamn shield, then
Yeah, I'd say like be as best faith as possible. Like I would say he probably at most like maybe fucked up his ribs or some shit, but there is nothing showing that he's bleeding anywhere. Like
yeah.
this show does have like a good amount of blood, so
Yeah, it doesn't
they
show like
wouldn't-
open wounds.
yeah, they
but
don't show
it
open
will show
wounds
blood.
or anything. Yeah, like
even when he gets fixed, all they do is address his ankle. So that was the most pertinent problem
Yeah.
at the time. So I don't think we could give enough faith to say
yeah,
that he was
there's
bleeding
there's
out.
no yeah. I'm sorry, you can't. Your chat's gonna be wrong on that one. Like there's no way.
Mm.
Unless they
But,
just
I
saw
mean-
that he took a grenade to the
Hold
face
on.
and made some assumptions.
In
Maybe.
terms of like
yeah, that'd be a fair assumption.
hold on, in terms of like no one has ever had like an open wound or something. Didn't Caitlyn get like slashed across like the thigh?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't actually Caitlyn. It was it was Vi who got stabbed in the fucking stomach. So there is
How did-
precedence for open wounds.
How did
Yeah.
but how did Caitlyn get her leg injury then? I don't remember.
Oh,
was the
people have gotten scratches on them from like shrapnel.
She was
Oh,
on the
okay.
bridge when all those
Right.
actual fireflies blew up. And she
Yeah.
miraculously survived while everyone else there died.
Like you're starting to see how the nitpick is becoming a problem.
Yeah,
no,
that was
no, because you can do that with every show.
no,
you can do
no,
it in a
you
lot
can't.
of shows, and it's
Well,
a
hang on. Well,
flaw
hang on.
in a lot of
Hang on.
shows.
We gotta talk about the difference between a nitpick and an actual flaw. Like, if a character survives something like that,
Yeah,
like-
then it becomes more than a nitpick.
it's a bit of it's changing the story. It's worse than a nip. It's a little bigger than a nitpick is the point.
If it changes the course of the plot,
No,
I think is
here's
where
the
most
thing
of us
though.
draw the
You
line.
don't see any of those fireflies where they land. You don't see how the explosion happens. They pan away. So it is possible something could have happened that had Caitlyn survive. You just don't see it.
That's the
It is
off-screen
possible she could have
argument.
survived. Now that's a bit of headcanon, but it is
Yeah,
possible.
but-
So that's why I say it's a nitpick because it's not pertinent to the relevance of what's going on.
It absolutely is, though. If it allows a character to survive when they otherwise shouldn't, that's not a nitpick by
but
definition.
you don't see where you
That's
see
the-
those bugs
the
land
problem-
on the guards. You see them land on the guards. You don't see Caitlyn in that scene, so you don't
It's-
know how
It's
the
an explosion
happened.
though.
I feel like you're being overly charitable here, though.
I don't. But the thing is, I don't. He is technically right. So White, you'd have to actually pull up that scene. Is there any whatever those fire lights or whatever? Are
I
there
think it's
any of
one
them
right
near
on her
her?
hand. Hold on.
No,
They're kind of in
none
the
landed
air
on
around the whole
Caitlyn.
bridge.
I've watched that scene. I mean, prove me wrong. If you prove me wrong, prove me wrong. But
I was gonna say,
I
let me-
wondered how did Caitlyn survive this when no one
Yeah,
else
like-
did. And then I
Alright.
rewatched it. I'm like, well, we never see any land on her. We never see where she is relative to all of
Alright.
the fireflies. We know the fireflies were attacking the guards because that's what Jinx wanted them to attack. So
if
when
I'm gonna
all
be in
those things went
research-
off,
If I'm gonna be in
Uh,
research mode, I've just flat out left the match. I'm like, all right, let's
And
get
it's like
this
best
shit
charitable
going.
interpretation. As soon as she saw like some of those things were mechanical, she hit the deck and got lucky that no shrapnel hit her. Like
but
that's
it is
look at that.
possible that she could have survived. Like
As
Yeah,
soon as
it's
you
possible.
start
like
using
Jinx,
those terms,
where
I'm like,
it's not like Jinx where she's right next to a grenade and lives. Like that's not possible. That's just charitable that's just being like, okay, I'm just gonna ignore that. I'm gonna suspend my disbelief. Kate, it
Or we just
actually is
headcanon that
possible.
grenade was a dud, since they both survived. all
It
flash
was
from no
it
bang.
was the dud. You see the explosion. Just maybe
See,
it
that's
also
what
had
fucks me
healing
up. It's like,
properties.
was it just a flashback?
Echo could have gotten away before it went off because there's a cut, so we don't see what Echo actually does. Jinx is clearly still lying there, so I'm willing to leave the Jinx one alone. Caitlyn, I will say you kind of sort of need headcanon for it, but you can't definitively say she definitely should have died no matter what happened in that circumstance because you don't see the bug land on her, and Jinx was targeting the enforcers. So that's why the enforcers specifically are dead.
It's an explosion.
I was just say she doesn't really target anything. Like that's kind of what makes her Jinx. Like she's not known for her accuracy.
Yeah,
yes,
she's
she
basically
is. That's the 100% thing she's known for. Her accuracy.
Guns, yes.
Well, the gun. Well, hang on. She is pretty accurate. In
hey, Max. Max, could you stop screen sharing because you're fucking with the format? Because
I was doing that so we can have something visual as opposed to just like research.
The show is on screen right now because that's what I mean by research. I mean the audience can see the show. That's why I was like, all right, all right, go ahead. Don't tell me that just killed all the momentum.
My thing is, okay, she uses a Gatling. Okay, she uses a rocket launcher. She uses grenades and explosives to do.
And
that
a pistol.
And
a pistol.
She does use a pistol.
Okay, a few times at point blank range. My thing is, she's not a sniper. She has no issues causing collateral damage.
She doesn't have issues causing collateral damage, but she's known for her accuracy. Like the whole first scene with Powder in the arcade is that she can hit any target she chooses.
The problem is like you're talking about accuracy when you bring up an explosion, which is there's more than just
she explodes like the whole fucking bridge.
Yeah, there's the pressure wave, there's shrapnel, like an explosion, like it's possible to be accurate with an explosion to a degree, but not 100% accurate. No, so Marcus has a gun pointed right at Caitlyn's face. The butterfly thing is right at the end of the barrel. I'm sorry, she took that explosion point blank to the fucking face.
That explosion is what killed Marcus. So yeah, Caitlyn may have gotten a little bit of plot armory for that.
Yeah, like, because Ninja brought up a good example. How far does a nitpick go when, because the knife from Last Jedi, that knife literally disappears and it saves Rey's life. Like, there's a difference between...
Hang on, before we continue, Shady, are you familiar with what we're referencing there?
Yeah.
You're familiar? You know what about the knife disappearing in The Last Jedi?
I know about the knife. I don't know about it disappearing.
So there's a moment. Let me explain it. There's a moment in the Last Jedi fight where Rey and Kylo are back to back in the throne room. There's a moment where she's soloing one guy, and he has two knives, and they make a real big point of showing that he's got two knives. He's dual wielding. There's a moment where he wraps Rey's head around in a headlock. You see it in one frame where he has two knives, and when it comes around where the knife should be in Rey's mouth, it's removed post-edit.
No, it should be in her back, essentially.
Well, yeah, and like you can actually see her react to it, like as if something is like touching her back.
Mm-hmm. And
the whole point is that was removed to basically save her life, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense how she survived that.
Yeah, and it's a choreography error that they just went with for some fucking reason, because it damages the story.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of choreography issues in that, but that's the most egregious one. So whenever you hear people talk about the disappearing knife in Star Wars, that's what they're referencing.
And you're comparing that to Caitlyn surviving the bridge.
Well, she had an explosion to the face.
I wouldn't say comparing that to the thing, but that's just the reference that we're trying to do. But it's... in this form with Caitlyn, it's less about like a consistency thing, but it's more about plot armor. She survives something that kills another character.
That kills everyone else.
Everyone else
who is better armored.
There's a bunch of different fucking like fireflies flying around, so I could buy that some of them took more hits. However, she survives something that another character dies from in the exact same scenario.
Yeah,
better armored than her.
Yeah, that makes it even worse.
But that guy's not a playable character, so fuck him.
Well, yeah, he's not a playable character, so why is he here?
And see, that's one of the things I actually quite liked about the show going in, is that even to this point, I still not entirely sure who all of the characters we've seen are actually champions in the game.
And it's the
Because
funny thing is
most of them are just fucking characters in the story.
well, the
They're not
interesting
toughened up that way.
well, let's
Well-
say the interesting thing too is that the show is not going directly with the lore. So there is one character that I thought was a different character, but then it was teased at the very end that it was a different character completely, and that wouldn't make sense for the character's in-game lore. So there are certain characters that can be turned into game
Yeah,
characters, just
I
we don't
was-
know yet.
I was actually about to bring up how Silco is coming to League. Like,
Yeah, Silco is going to be a character in League.
Okay, so he
he's not one
wasn't a
yet.
playable character
Yeah, Silco
until
is
he
not
died
a
in the
character.
show, and
I
now
was
he's a
so little funny tangent. I was spending the whole show trying to figure out who Silco was because I at first when they said his name, I thought they said Shaco, and I was like, "Oh, that's Shaco. Oh, he stabs Vander in the back. Oh, it's such a cool detail."
So
and then
for
they say
clarity,
Silco. I'm like,
so for clarity for people who don't know, Shaco is a clown character, and one of his passive abilities is he does extra damage if he stabs somebody in the back.
yeah. So I thought it was really clever, and then I realized they were saying Silco, and I was like, "Oh, so maybe he becomes Shaco later?" Or I was spending the whole show trying to figure out who he was, and then I turn on League, and it's like Silco's coming to the game, and I'm like, "Oh." I felt
But I thought they were only going to
so
release him as a card
stupid.
character. I didn't realize they're actually making him a champion.
yeah, no, they
Now they have
threw up
3D
like a
models
big
for him.
yeah, they threw up a big like little intro card. They're just like, here he is. He's gonna be in the game, and it's
There
just
he
like, yeah, it's like there he is.
It'll take us 4 years to make them, but we started.
I don't know. Think of 4 years. League is still.
I'm
pretty
being
good about
hyperbolic.
releasing- Yeah, League is really good about releasing characters. This is the reason there's 157 of the motherfuckers.
Uh,
At this point, they're
but
fucking Pokemon.
being
Basically.
echo and rewinding. Going back to we were still on Jinx.
God damn it.
Okay, so for the whole plot thing, I will concede the argument, but I will say I'm personally not convinced. But I don't have a good way of arguing against your point.
That's
so,
fair.
But go because we're still at Jinx. Like I said, Vi was the only one. Echo had a moment of hesitation. I don't think the show is confused about whether or not it wants Jinx to be
Well, wouldn't
an
you say that
antagonist.
Silco cares? Because he cares.
So-
He's as invested in Jinx as Vi is in Powder.
Silco cares about
Just in the
Jinx
other,
being Jinx.
yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like just in the other direction.
Yeah. Well, the
That's kind
original
of what happens in
conversation was who
episode
cares
9.
about Powder? Like who still cares about Powder? Because that was a big thing about how the characters still care about her despite her doing all these horrible things. And I brought up a counterpoint that no, only Vi does. And then another counterpoint was brought to me,
I
no,
still
Echo
think
does. And I
Echo
said, no,
does.
Echo just had a moment of hesitation.
Which I find really hard to believe after he had a big speech about it. Like that's my
Same-
issue.
Same.
If he hadn't addressed it specifically, I'd have been fine with it. But the fact that he was like, "No, Vi, you need to commit to this. Like she's gone. Like she's like he was laying it on fucking thick.
yeah.
He-
To
okay,
Power's
so-
gone.
hold on,
The thing-
hold on for a second. So, to add to this, Echo has essentially been sort of running the rival gang against Silco, and has almost been in like direct conflict with Jinx like this entire time. And almost he like the first episode, like episode 3. No, I'm sorry, episode 4. They're like almost directly fighting each other again.
Yeah, they're trying to kill her.
Yeah, and after all of these years of these two trying to kill each other, that hesitation, I'm sorry, it just wouldn't happen.
Psychology. Let me explain it to you. Psychology. When you look into another person's eyes, it completely turns a different feeling in you. Echo was in heated moments, heated fights with Jinx. He's probably told himself he's ready to kill her, despite not even probably. He's definitely told himself he's willing to kill her, despite hesitating. When he's on that bridge, I can tell you. Think of anyone you know who you deeply care about, and then like they've done horrible things, and then you're in a moment where you have to kill them. If you have to look them in the eyes and do it, there's going to be a moment of hesitation because that's how humans connect with each other. Well, that's one of the strongest ways humans connect with each other. That's why a lot of antisocials don't like looking at people in the eye.
I was going to say you probably
they don't
shouldn't
wanna
have
make a
pointed that
connection.
you probably shouldn't have pointed that towards me because it's like, no, I'm no hesitation. I will do it.
Yeah, but why it's an outlier? The thing is, I do kind of agree with that, but like, I still say there's a stronger chance that like the reason why he didn't do that is because he still cares about not Jinx per se, but Powder. He cares about that person.
Yeah,
When-
he just thought she was dead.
But even in that moment, I still think he wants to kill Jinx. He just has a moment of hesitation because, while I think he's capable of killing people in a fight, looking someone in the face while you're beating them to death is a different beast. And he only hesitated for a moment. If she didn't pull a grenade out, I still think he would have followed through.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Based
I
on his
think
character.
I
Yeah.
feel like he ultimately would have hardened his heart and followed through. Like I said, it was just a moment of hesitation because he looked her in the eyes, remembered his friend, and was like, "Oh crap, I'm actually about to kill not only Jinx but Powder as well. Like really kill Powder. I'm about to end her life rather than just her identity." And then the everyone's favorite grenade went off. But again, going back, I don't think the show is hesitant about what it knows Jinx is. It just made it confusing for Jinx herself because Jinx, there's part of Powder that's still in her. Silco even said she needed to let Powder die to fully be Jinx, and she doesn't do that until at the very end where she shoots Silco and she sits in the Jinx chair and she's like, all right, Powder's her launching her ult into Piltover is the official act that means this character cannot be redeemed. She is choosing, knowing the consequences of this. She's choosing to go against
I don't like the
everything that
phrasing of
the
that
main characters stand for.
because I don't like the phrasing of that because at some put her through a fucking redemption arc. Like I don't think that there's
so.
ever a situation where a character can't be redeemed.
Well, I think that's true, but I don't think a show is afraid to say that a character can't be redeemed.
I was going.
I personal belief.
I also
First-
don't
personally-
like the assumption she's getting a redemption arc. That feels like
Personally,
you're flying for something that hasn't happened yet.
I don't know. Personally, I would, if a redemption arc is a possibility, I'd say don't do it. Like, for once, can we actually have a bad guy that can't be redeemed and needs to be fucking stopped?
Don't like the idea of a redemption arc. I think it could be done and still be done well within Arcane. I don't like the idea of it though. Jinx, because of that final moment. That final moment was Jinx is going to be the antagonist. She is going to go against the main characters. So her having a redemption arc, again, it could work. There are ways it could work, but I think it would go against that scene, which I thought was done really well.
She basically does the fantasy equivalent of a fucking 9/11 on the White House. A redemption arc is going to be
You mean Bad Building Day?
A little bit of
Bad Building Day.
Bad Building Day. But it's actually kind of funny. For like League players, the frame of the rocket going into the building is the exact same frame from her launch trailer. Like the exact angle and anything that you see all the missiles in the launch trailer coming is the exact same angle they did that. And like I said, there's little breadcrumbs for fans of the series in there.
Mm-hmm. So
there is one cringe one though where they just start playing the song randomly in the thing. It's
listen, I love that. Okay,
come on, dude.
Admittedly, it's pandering.
They play it for
admittedly,
half a
it's
bar,
pandering.
and then they
care.
fucking throw it away.
They should have played Vi's theme song when she was fighting in the.
How about
at the last?
How about
moment.
whatever fit
they
with the?
done it.
How about
like
whatever fits with the
remix of it or
scene
something.
and not just pandering to League
Well, yeah,
audiences?
that's what I'm saying. Like, well, yeah, but the thing is, like the Jinx shot, for instance, was just it was just firing. Like it wasn't actually a thing. Like it was just an angle. It wasn't actually like anything crazy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I don't know if there's much more convincing to be done, but I still just firmly believe the show knew it wanted what it wanted from Jinx. It just made her confused about it.
Okay,
but,
well let me rephrase then. I'll say that the show kept trying to garner sympathy from me for
You've got a
Jinx,
penalty now.
and it never worked. Like, not a single time for me personally.
Understandable. But there was something somebody said, and I want to go back to it. I can't force you to feel sympathy for a character, just like I can't force you to relate to a character. But when somebody said that Jinx is an outdated trend, I can't say whether that's true or false. Personally,
It's
to me, I
just
was
her
one of those.
aesthetic, by the way. Just the
Personally, to
aesthetic.
me, I was there when she first came out. I was in my 20s, in college. I liked her then. I'm now in my 30s. I still like her now.
I like her
but
game version better.
I don't. Well, her game version, for those who haven't played the game, her game version is more fun, crazy. She's
Yeah.
more obsessed with explosions
she's actually,
and trolling.
I would actually define her as chaotic neutral as opposed to chaotic evil from the show.
Yeah, if you go on YouTube, you look up any cinematic with Jinx, like she's being a fun character.
Yeah, she's like
not a tragic
grabbing and
one.
she's like grabbing and hugging on like actual heroic characters from the fucking game. And they're all cool with it. Like she grabs Yasuo in like one of the newest trailers, and like she's hugging him and stuff.
But to get back to what I was saying, even if Jinx was the most outdated character in the history of the universe, to me that's not as relevant as it is showing her perspective and making sure we understand it. You don't necessarily have to sympathize with her, but you or even relate to her or even not find her cringe. But you need to understand her as a character so you can decide yourself, I like her. Oh, I understand her. Or, oh, despite everything she's been through, I still don't care. I still think she deserves punishment. Like the fact that you don't like her despite all the stuff they were doing, I think no, I don't want to say that. No, I retract that last sentence. Because what I was about to say, you could say the same thing for like Ray. I was like, no,
I don't want to put those two on the same page.
Put that
Yeah.
on me, Ricky Bobby.
Yeah, I was about to be like,
just to clarify that one,
you'd receive
my
4
whole thing about her
stares.
aesthetic is just an aesthetic argument. I still like her as a character. I don't necessarily agree with Ninja where the show doesn't know what they want to do with her. To me, it was very much intended to be presented to us that it could go either way. And that was kind of the conflict. You can argue whether that was done particularly well or particularly poorly, but to me, that's what they were going for. It's like, it can go either way. It's not that we don't know what to do with her, it's that both of these have to be presented as viable possibilities. And that, I think, was pretty good.
That Vervicious, you mean? God damn it! I really fucking hated hearing that.
He said viable. So, for those who don't know, in the game, Vi constantly says Vi stands for, and then she'll say some kind of word like violence or vicious or something.
Oh, I only heard vicious. And when we were doing our bull practice sessions, I only heard vicious.
Vi stands for
I just thought her name was
and you
fucking
press
Six.
/dance and she pulls out a violin. Sorry.
And Jinx has a counter quote where she says Jinx stands for Jinx. Duh. But Vi, I think the show is the first to confirm that Vi actually stands for Violet.
Yeah, I think that wasn't actually established in the thing. I might be wrong because honestly, it's weird. I don't like Vi in the game. I like her in the show.
I think. Okay. So I have a video I'm making coming up with Vi. I like her. So I'm guessing we're shifting towards Vi now.
We can.
That's fine.
Yeah,
we can.
yeah, we're fine.
We can always go back and forth. Ain't no big deal. We
went
from
Vi,
Jinx to Echo. Like it's not doesn't have to be.
with Vi, she's not my favorite character in the show, but I think she's a good protagonist. And some comments I got from people was they don't want to watch Arcane because they think it's woke garbage. And I'm like, how could you say that? This show isn't woke garbage. I would hate it if it was woke garbage.
It's the haircut. Hold on, it's the haircut and plus the. Hold on, I know. I was going to.
It's the color.
It's the hair color. It's the haircut, and it's also the. It's also like the possibility of what might happen with Caitlyn.
I rewatched the trailer and I told myself, forget you're a League of Legends fan. And I rewatched the trailer. I was like, oh crap, she does look like this whole thing does look like woke garbage. Like if you don't know
from an outside thing, yeah.
That's the thing. That was one of like the big expectations I had going in because like I saw the colored hair, the side cut on the tough girl protagonist. I'm like, okay, here we fucking go.
It's strange, you know what?
Only version of that exact copy paste character that has actually been fucking good throughout the entire show.
Yeah, and like you know what's weird too is that she's actually thicker in the show than she is in the game.
God damn
In the
it.
game, she's like almost as skinny as fucking Jinx at certain points. It's like,
Yeah.
all right, like, but like I'm saying, she kind of has like you know a bit of thick mommy energy going in the show. Which is
All
fine.
right.
Well, yeah, she looks like she's got the mass.
No,
to
but
throw
no,
a
but like
punch in the
no,
show.
like it makes it's like she's like half Abby almost, but like it makes sense because she's a boxer and she's been surviving in prison. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she's fucking Diesel.
She's cock dieseled. And she still doesn't win all of her fights. Like she still gets her ass kicked, but like it makes sense for her to be that big in the show, and she's not even that big. Like I said, in the fucking game, she's really fucking skinny.
But I will vehemently, and like I said, I'm making a video about this right now. I will vehemently defend Vi because most importantly, she is vulnerable. Like throughout the show, she is a vulnerable character. The scene where she's on the bridge with Vander and he's saying, like, who are you willing to lose for your cause? Are you willing to lose Powder? And she gives in, like she realizes she has no idea what she's doing. She leans her head against him. And then she says, what are we going to do? And he says, I don't know. And she gets this terrified look because Vander is the person who, if she didn't know what to do, she went to. So the fact that he doesn't know what to do, it terrifies her. I'm like, that's a good character.
Yeah,
like, I don't like people lumping her in with other stuff like that. She's clearly has vulnerabilities, despite being physically strong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, she doesn't win most of her fights in the show. Like she gets her ass kicked a lot.
Yeah, I mean, she loses fights. She has a lot to learn. She fucking improves over the course of the show and actually has an arc. You know, pretty basic shit that every other side buzz cut female character seems to miss somehow.
I was going to say, so like what half the new Star Trek characters half the time.
Pretty much.
Also, a lot of characters like Vi will like demonize femininity. Vi specifically telling Powder, you don't have to be physically strong. What you're doing makes you special. The only reason Vi is physically strong is because she's at that age and still in that environment. She wants to get Powder out of that environment when she's young. Like she says she wants a better life for Powder, and she's trying to encourage Powder to keep being herself rather than being another version of what Vi is.
Yeah.
And on
I
the
like
woke
Vi
thing as well, just regard because she is clearly gay in the show. The fucking clear.
Is she clearly
gay?
She's not clearly gay. They're leaning towards it heavily because
it's
heavily implied.
They're leaning towards it because those two characters have been a ship in the game for eons. So that's why they heavily lean towards it, but they never fully push it. Like they're trying to give all the signs so everyone who ships these two will feel satisfied, but never actually make an official thing.
They're just partners,
I'd say in season 2 we're probably actually going to see them get together, because if they don't, it's just going to feel like this was build up to nothing. That would annoy me. But just on my original points, like with the woke thing, she's clearly gay. That doesn't make it woke garbage, and I can't stand it when you fucking see that shit.
I was gonna say the occasional thing from either Az or Nerdrotic where it's just like, oh, women, therefore bad.
Yeah, woke is when the blacks are gay, I guess. That's just what that means. Like, fucking shut up,
He's
man.
saying it shorthand, but he's totally fucking right.
No, yeah, that's
what it boils down to. And
it's
they start
why
flipping their fucking lid. They think that the show is ruined because it has a gay character. I was like, you've become the meme. Yeah, it's like the thing Twitter people are flipping out about. You've become that.
The problem is, though, it is a self-causing problem, because I've said for years, like, if woke stuff continues to be bad, people will associate woke talking points with bad media, and that's not the case. So this was more of a warning against people who defended woke media. I was like, you keep doing this, there eventually woke will equate to bad, and we've gotten to that point. Like I've said before, Avatar: Last Airbender had a lot of woke talking points. It had strong females, it was anti-war, it was pro foreigners, a lot of things that woke people today would love. But if it came out today, people would be like sighing and rolling their eyes because they've seen so much woke talking points and they associate it automatically with bad media. It would have a harder time getting a following. I think Arcane is like proof of that.
Yeah.
And it is a shame, because I do think it's turned a lot of people off of a show that, well, I do think it has flaws. Overall, I still very much think it's worth watching.
Also, it being on Netflix like hasn't helped. Like a lot of people are like, Netflix is clearly woke, or Netflix is doing this thing that's
Dude,
clearly bad.
Okay, so are you familiar with JoJo at all?
I know what it is.
Okay,
I haven't seen it.
So basically every season of JoJo is like a separate part, and every part is a new like titular character. Like the JoJo in part 1 is a different person than the JoJo in part 2. The JoJo in part 6 is a female. It's the first time it's a female lead. But the thing is, it was exclusively launched on Netflix. So as a JoJo fan, it's a show, or it's a manga from fucking 30 years, literally 40 years ago. It's like, no, it's not woke. It predates woke bullshit. But because of all the fucking like bad things with like Netflix and shit like that, like it's being attributed as woke culture. It's like,
But you see, it takes place in a prison and it's women, so people just get onto that like orange is the new black mindset. And I actually can't wait for those reviews to come out of JoJo's
Part
from
6,
people who've only seen like Orange is the New Black and no other JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, because they're going to be so confused.
Yeah.
I want to say this. I've said it before, but I want to say it, and everybody listening can quote me right now. Woke does not automatically mean bad media. All right. The reason most woke stuff is bad is because they use it being woke as a shield for criticism.
I was gonna say it's kind of like how we found out with the whole Ruby Rose stuff. The person in Warner Brothers that's just like, you're just monetizing the LGBT community.
If that's a big oof.
But I don't think we have
not Warner Brothers,
like
CW.
any harsh things to say about Vi. I think we all pretty much feel the same way. Like she's just a decent protagonist, decent character.
She's just middle of the road, like honestly. Which I like that better than the actual character, because I kind of hate her in the game.
I'm a little worried.
She's middle of the road on her own, but she does get like team ups with other characters, and in those team ups, she's fucking great. It's like her and Caitlyn. It's a good fucking team. I like seeing them going about doing things, and you know. The whole Caitlyn, the rich girl, seeing the real world and realizing that her ideals are a little bit unrealistic and having to get to grips with the realities of the situation. It's been done before, but it's good shit. And then you have the much more interesting team up, which is Vi and Hammerman.
Okay,
the fucking
hang on.
Chat of progress.
Well, hang on. Let's wait a second, because we talked about Vi, we talked about Jinx. There is technically another protagonist of this show. We need to talk about Jace.
Okay, so
Captain Flip Flop.
So I love Jace, but I actually do have legit criticism of Jace. He should have lost that fight when he was fighting with Vi.
Yeah. He has never fought before.
Oh yeah,
he's never fought before.
So I've brought this up.
It's from like working on a forge. He's not a fighter.
Yeah, I brought this up in our conversation before the thing. God, it's cringe thinking about Jesus Christ. So Vi, and like there's an earlier scene in the lab where Jace is working out. You know what I mean? He's looking ripped, and there's a surprising amount of like female fan service in this show. It's kind of wild. But there's a moment where before the assault on the warehouse begins, Vi comes to Jace and is like, blah, 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 we could do this, we could take him down. All they had to do in that one scene is Vi goes, hey, are you sure you're up for this? This is going to get hairy. And then Jace goes, how do you think I got all these runestones? This isn't my first battle. That's all they had to do. That's all they had to do. A single line to establish that he's had some combat experience.
He
goes from Politico man to I'm now the frontline defense. And it's like, that's a little hard.
They did not say anything like that, and that's why we're making that point, Slayer.
Yeah.
No, I mean like in the lore. It's like, is that something that should have been explicit?
Yes, because in the lore, he's basically Tony Stark. So he does shit.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
He does that shit. He does everything like firsthand. He doesn't ask questions. He always goes against like the will of the council. Like him and Heimerdinger butt heads, even though Heimerdinger respects him. But he's basically Tony Stark. He doesn't like anybody else. He knows he's better than everybody else, kind of deal. And Tony Stark is actually
a good comparison, because if you remember Iron Man, it's like Tony Stark didn't know how to fight, but his weapon was so superior that he didn't necessarily have to.
No.
Jace's hammer is not that good. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I get what they were trying to say, that Piltover is way ahead in technology because they got the hex tech, and they actually have them weaponized while Zahn is still working on weaponizing them. So Jace has this hammer that's a superior weapon. The problem is the stuff it does. I know it's based off of the League game. It wouldn't have realistically helped him that much in that situation because he still had to get close. He still had to hit them with it. And those things weren't slow. Those things were fast. Like, they showed how fast those things were moving. I can believe Vi could survive because Vi is naturally fast and she's been in fights, so she knows like how people are going to come at her.
I was gonna say in boxers reflexes
asking way too much
well.
for Jace. That I think is legit. Completely.
It's too much of a leap. And like I said, we were talking about like Jinx pulling out a Gatling gun earlier because like Sir didn't know, but that's her default weapon in the game. Yeah, the hammer is Jace's like default weapon in the game as well. So the only reason he busts out that particular hammer for that particular scene is because in the game that's what he uses.
See, I know that because as soon as he pointed the hammer, it opened up and started firing blue laser balls. I was like, oh, he's from the game and that's his thing in the game. Okay.
Yeah.
And that was like one of the first moments that really happened that seriously. Whereas like, oh, this is the game thing happening now. Okay.
That's the only League of Legends moment other than well, you could argue Jinx fighting Echo, but Echo doesn't have his powers
Echo doesn't have his powers, which we'll still try to keep it a little bit vague, but it's going to be weird for people. Yeah, that's going to be
Does it have
weird.
something to do with hourglasses and clocks, which is his entire aesthetic in the show?
Yes.
Yes,
actually.
this whole thing's time.
I am
Yeah,
shocked.
So the fight between Echo and Jinx heavily alludes to Echo's powers, like heavily.
Yeah, because he like kind of predicts that whole fight, which is a little weird.
He
Like,
uses
I
an experience
don't
that he's
know his
already
powers.
gone through to adjust himself. Like,
Okay.
it's really good how they call back to it, but don't actually say it like that. To me, that was like a genius moment within the show. Other than, I'm not a big fan of the music, but
I wasn't a fan of the music or the
See,
art
yeah,
style.
that's me going on about the aesthetic again. It's like the music and shit around Jinx and her fights. Not a fan. The character, yes. Why couldn't she get Vi's soundtrack? Vi's soundtrack fucking slaps.
Yeah, definitely.
But I really like Jace because, he's supposed to be this he's the good-natured boy who starts seeing the evils of higher society. Like, he just wants to help people, but he needs the power to do it. He finally gets the power to do it, and he finds out helping people is actually very hard. You can't just do what you want.
Yeah, the world is
I
fucked. People are going to try and declare war on you and shit.
And I like the dynamic between him, Victor, and Heimerdinger. Like, Jace was really fascinating. I didn't think I was going to like him because I can't stand him in League. I can't stand him in the actual game just because he's not fun to play as.
He's okay to play as. I can't stand him as a lore character because he's kind of a dick. And like his counterpart Victor is actually, ironically, a complete robot. Is a way more sympathetic person than Jace ever is.
Hold on, what now?
Yeah.
We'll get to that.
We'll get to that in a minute. But there's a moment where
I want to say this to my chat. So League of Legends itself kind of spoils Arcane. So
but it doesn't because Victor doesn't turn into a robot.
We will be talking about potential spoilers. We don't know because Arcane might say we're not going that route.
Yeah, they're definitely
we will be talking about potential spoilers.
Yeah, they're definitely not going that way for Victor though, because they turned him into this weird golem creature who's like magical. He's not a robot. He's literally not a robot.
I think they're probably not going to be specifically robot, but when you look at his transformation, like it's very metallic looking.
It didn't look metallic at all. It looked more it looked actually more like rock. Like he looks more like Malphite than he does Victor.
Well, there's a lot of
to me, I got
shrine
like
to
a
it,
Reaper vibe off it. It's like it's biomechanical.
which is
Yeah, I
what
was getting
Victor
rocks,
is
not
about in
metal.
game.
I was
Yeah, I was
getting
gonna
rocks
say-
as well.
Like it looked
To
like
me,
he was
there are
turning
a lot
into a
of-
golem.
To me, a lot of those things that are sticking out of him look like output.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's like those
That's
brass copper rings that look like earphone jacks.
Yeah, they look like jacks for machinery. So that's why I was like, yeah, it kind of does look like a machine. Um, I like the design of it, but I can understand what you're saying, where it's like it's less mechanical than Victor is known for within game.
mhm.
But you know, how many people play Victor in game?
But the thing is, the problem is that, like, and this is once again, this is a comics argument, but Victor in the game lore is actually really sympathetic and like really like understandable, despite what he wants to do. He basically wants to turn the world into robots because he believes that humanity is flawed, but he still acknowledges like things about humanity. And Jace being his counterpart, he actually respects Jace for who he is and like what he does, despite Jace looking at him as like a one-dimensional villain. And like I said, there's a lot more you could do there than what they did in the show. And once again, I understand it's an adaptation argument, but still, it's like when one's superior, it's kind of hard not to draw comparisons. And there are people who are talking about making Arcane the canon lore, and it's like, no, please don't.
Please don't. I'd rather not have something garbage.
I prefer my fun Jinx. Like I love Jinx in the show, but I prefer my fun Jinx. I don't want to be sad every time I play Jinx.
Yeah. Like, and going back to Jace, Jace in the show, I don't think. Are you supposed to like him? Are you supposed to think he's a douchebag? Are you supposed to think he's a flip flopper? Like, what's the show trying to tell us about Jace?
In
Well,
regards
that he
to
has good
liking,
intentions, but ultimately he's getting wrapped up into politics while being wrapped around a politician's finger and then being T-posed on by her mother.
pretty much.
Mommy Noxus is the best character in the show.
Stop.
So.
I don't think the show wants you to hate him. I think it has moments where you want him to hate, where you want to hate him. But I don't think its intention is for you to hate Jace. They show initially he has nothing but good intentions for people, and they show how he gets caught up in the whole politics of it all. You know, they show freaking. I want to call her Mel. they show Mel start manipulating him, and Mel was actually interesting too. But I'll get to her later. And they show like how frustrated he is because his friend is dying, and he doesn't have the patience. And there's a lot of interesting things you could say about his character that I think the show wanted you to question. They didn't want you. I don't think they wanted you to hate him. But I also don't think they wanted you to think everything he did was benevolent, that he was a guy with good intentions and he got caught up in politics.
Yeah, like the decision to close the bridge and the obvious shit show that it starts. It's like that's clearly presented to us as a thing he should not have done.
Yeah.
But we see how he got there. It's like he gets into the political arena and he has people whispering in his ear, and we're shown that he's a strong, driven dude, but he has no defense to that shit. Not a single thing. So when the fucking Warhawk from overseas comes over, it's like, these people are going to come from you. You have to defend yourself. It's like, people are going to die. It's like, are you going to do something about it? And so it's like playing on what he considers his own strengths to twist him into doing shit he wouldn't otherwise do. Like that, I think, is when the show is at its strongest.
Yeah.
At least in his plotline.
Yeah, literally.
And then you get that scene. Like my favorite scene with him and Victor is when they're looking at one of Jinx's bombs, and one of them who's been out there, been in the political arena, and actually been twisted on this shit, but also seen the realities that Victor hasn't. And he's like, it's not that simple. It's like, war is coming. We have to defend ourselves. It's like, shit gets real out there. And then Victor, who's just been quietly tucked in the lab this whole time, is just disarming a bomb, putting his own life in the line with no hesitation. Like, there is always a fucking choice. Like, that scene is just, ooh, I like that. I like it a lot.
By the way, there's some awesome quotes in this show. My goodness gracious, Victor's line of in trying to do great, we failed to do good. My goodness, that hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, like pretty much like Soko's like I like Soko. Soko's another really good character in it, and like pretty much everything that Soko says is pretty great. Yeah, like I said, Jace is just a bit of a strange one. But Ninja, are you here? Or are you AFK?
No, I'm here.
Okay.
And I know we're kind of talking about the characters.
Well, because I
but
kind of wanted to bring it to a certain character, and I feel like this will be a big point of contention.
before you do that, I want to talk about what's kind of, and this might just be a me thing, but part of my issues with all of the characters across the board, or at least kind of following their actions and their choices and things, is I feel like the pacing of the show actively works against the characters and against my investment in them.
Oh, I
Because everything seems to happen so fast.
I completely
Like
agree.
Chase's flip from being the guy with good intentions to being a corrupt politician is like seconds. It's insane.
Well, hold on. I was also going to bring up how, like, the pacing of this show is garbage.
Yeah,
like,
the pacing's a little weird. They're episode 4 or 5.
we are
I forget exactly
tackling
which one
with
it is.
somebody having a sex scene between somebody like having a fight and somebody like trying to discover like the how to unlock fucking magic again. And it's just like can we not spend one more fucking minute with these characters so that we can actually understand this? It's like when we discover that Victor's dying, and it's like, how long? Cut! Back to the fighting, and it's just like, could you just sit still?
Do you think an extra 3 episodes to round it out to an even 12 and just kind of let these things sit for a bit longer would have helped?
Like this show should have been longer.
Let things breathe. When Ninja and I were watching the show, I made a comparison to the Snyder Cut. The Snyder Cut let things breathe for too long. One of the good examples being the scene where we find out Luther escaped from prison. It's like, a good minute and a half, whereas the Joss Whedon, it's only like 20 seconds, because that's all it needed to be. In this instance, we're seeing 20 seconds when the scene should be a minute. We need to let things like breathe so the audience can actually like process what's going on in front of them. Like, and thoughts
on that, Shady?
So here's my question: Who binged it?
I binged the first 6, and then after the last episode you were on, the rest came out, and I binged those as well.
Did anybody watch it naturally, like 3 episodes and 3 episodes and 3 episodes?
Ninja and I did this.
Okay.
I did the actual full binge. I knocked out we watched the first 3 together, and then I watched the last 6 completely by myself.
So Ninja and I watched it in the bouts of 3, all within like days of each other, but still.
Because I heavily disagree, but I think part of it is because I watched them when they came out. To me, the pacing feels perfect. That scene where you're talking about with the sex scene and the fighting and whatnot, I don't think that's a pacing problem. I think that's a metaphor. I do hate that scene, but I think it's a metaphorical problem.
Yeah, that's not what I would point to for the pacing either. That's just like a content issue. But
I guess it's just the problem. The problem still kind of stands. Like we're being introduced to all this information. It's why I pointed more into the Victor. Like, how much time do I have left? And then they cut. It's like, no, we needed to like actually sit there. Like, don't go back to the fight. Like, let this breathe.
I think that's
I can only say I disagree, because every moment where they brought things up, I felt it. I felt it in the moment, and like I said, maybe it was because I watched 3 episodes and had a week to digest everything. But like, I digested it. You know, we had this talk before, like outside of the stream, where I was like, well, hey, maybe the week-long thing is a good thing because it gives you time to sit and think about shows rather than taking in all the information at once. But I don't want to use that as a cop-out, because not everybody's going to have that capability to do that.
And I feel like it really wouldn't be a thing too, because once the show's completely out, it's completely out. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying.
There's no way to like watch it. Like, there's no way to actually like sit there and like, oh, I'm gonna watch this one episode like thing. It's like, no, like if it's available, you're gonna watch it.
I mean, you could do that, but
you
that's
could,
a
but
personal
like,
choice.
I was gonna say,
weirdos like Wyatt, there'd be like nobody really would do that.
See, now you're tempting me.
I was gonna say I'm the weirdo, because I'm just like, yeah, like just watch it in bouts. It's clearly how
Yeah,
that's
but like
supposed
it's
to
like
go.
the same thing as like a movie. It's like, would you watch part one of the first movie of a trilogy and be like, yeah, I'm good for a day? It's like, no.
It's a massive
Depends.
depends. With Dune, it's like, yeah, I probably would watch like part 2 immediately, but that's because the story didn't end, it just stopped. Whereas watching Lord of the Rings, like Fellowship to then Two Towers, I'm like, yeah, I could probably wait till tomorrow to watch Two Towers because Fellowship had an ending. Like it, like like
But
you don't need to just immediately just go right into the next 3-hour movie. You can
Yeah, but a lot of people don't want to do that though because they want to like know answers to the questions. That's what I'm trying to say. This is like a humanity problem. A lot of people want to know what happens next when they have access to what happens next.
so then, would you Would you say it's more the show's fault or people's
Well, here's the
fault?
thing. It's kind of the show's fault because they have to be able to anticipate people binging it because that's something that is possible once the show is completely out. You know what I mean? You understand what I'm saying? It's like they won't have the choice of like telling people, "Oh yeah, this is our 3-act structure." It's like, no, the 9 episodes are out. People are going to watch those 9 episodes, regardless of what the author intended.
I'm trying to remember what Bill Burr said about like binging, because he had like a really strong opinion relating it to F is for Family, and he was talking. I think it was an effort relating to time watching, which I don't know if that's the case, then that's not really relevant.
Well, like I said, I just simply feel the pacing is perfect. Though I do think that is partially because I didn't binge it, but at the same time, I can't tell you if I would feel different if I did binge it. So I don't really have much of an argument for it or much of a defense for it.
I was Ninja.
For me, it just comes down to the letting things breathe. And when the animation and the facial animation is one of the strongest tools in the show's arsenal, having those moments just sit for a little bit longer, it can do so much more for this show than it could for a lot of animated shows. Like, if you look at the average production line anime, if you hold on one of those faces for an extra 2 seconds after an emotional scene, you're not often going to get much because it's going to be a still shot. Whereas in this show, where they do put so much effort into those expressions
Like you
and like
see,
little facial movements,
and like
that's I
this
think going to
this
get so much more punch out of them.
this once again comes back to just the great animation of the show itself. It's like you see, like you can tell that these are actually faces because you see like individual muscles move and shit like that during animations, and it's fucking phenomenal. Like it's just great. Like I will never fucking dodge the show for like being bad animation.
I don't know, man. That soup scene.
Enough with your soup, man. Enough with your fucking soup.
Now for your
Imagine we go like a full fucking 5 to 6 hours blasting how good the show is, and then at the very end it's like, yeah, but the soup though, shit.
No,
fuck
soup
it.
those. Fuck the show. It's
watch.
horrible. 0 out of 10.
3
Go
out
fuck
yeah
yourself.
3 out of
Play
10.
Smite.
Yeah, League is dead.
But you were trying to.
I was gonna say Ninja. You pointed that there might be a better example than the one I was talking about. Would you like to?
Well, they're kind of peppered throughout the show, really. It's just a lot of things will happen, and then we'll cut away and we'll go to another character rather than staying with any one storyline for a decent amount of time. And so it makes it very hard to tell like how much time has passed or what's really going on. It's like we don't get to stay with anyone. None of the scenes are allowed to breathe. It just feels like the pacing is very quick. You know, kind of like a lot of fight scenes get crap for having those real choppy, quick edits.
Yeah, which
The
means
whole pacing of the show kind of feels like that to me.
Yeah, there's like I said, there's one scene in particular, like where it's going back and forth between like Jason the Plutosphere, Victor and the Thing, and Caitlyn investigating Jinx and Silco, and I think this is when Vi was introduced yet, but like it jumps between them really quickly in like a short 10-minute span, and it's like you kind of feel it when it does that.
And I'm
Like-
I'm okay with shows having like a frantic pacing, but it feels like it's one note pacing where it's always that fast. It never slows down.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Well,
and it's like it really could have benefited from that.
I can say with most stories, this is why you shouldn't focus on more than one character. This Arcane has 2 protagonists, Vi and Jace. And you could argue Jinx. I wouldn't argue Jinx. I think she's a deuteragonist. But this is why you try to avoid those. And I'm one of the people who says that Arcane is one of the few shows that did it right. They did the proper focus on everything. But when you do something like this, some people will complain that somebody's not getting enough focus. I always use Frozen as an example. It had 2 protagonists. Elsa should have been an antagonist because she did not get enough development in that movie. Whereas Anna had a bunch of development, even though Elsa and Anna had Anna had more screen time as well. I still think I still disagree. That's the most polite way I could say it. I still disagree. I think the pacing is pretty much perfect. I paid attention the whole way through and I was invested the whole way through into what's going on. And I knew what was going on the whole time, and I felt every scene except for that sex scene. Because 1, it's a sex scene, and I'm a prude. And 2, because I think they were trying to say something metaphorical, and it got lost. Like,
yeah, definitely. It didn't make sense what they were trying to do. Yeah,
I've seen that before, where they'll show 2 scenes at the exact same time and be like, "Oh, this is a metaphorical representation of the other scene," and I'm like, "How is Victor's blood going into this thing? Maybe they were making a baby, and I just didn't realize."
It's possible
because they were basically saying Victor's blood merging with the core is metaphorical to them having sex. I'm like, where's the metaphor there? Like, I guess they were becoming one. I guess that's it. You know,
I was going to say, like, regardless, I think I would have cut that out, like, because it's just not even on the whole, like, it's just a sex scene.
It looks pretty, but
it looks pretty, but it has nothing to do with what's going on. It's like, hey, quit it. It's like, I don't know what you would replace it with, however.
What I thought they were trying to say was, while Jace is doing the hanky panky, his freaking best friend is dying, so he's lost priorities. That's what I thought they were trying to say. But then Victor
Jace
was
is
still
in
alive.
the hospital instantly with him.
Yeah,
it's like,
and Jace was instantly in the hospital. So
yeah, he's like, wait, does he not care because he's getting hanky panky, or what's going on? Like, what are you trying to say? But he clearly cares, bros before hoes, because that's what he did. He left that bitch in the bed by herself.
I was actually going to ask. It does so throughout the the length of the show. Did what's the lady's name? Not Caitlin.
Mel?
The one he's Mel.
Oh.
Was she? So she was manipulating him, and then did she develop feelings, or was like?
Yeah,
I'm trying.
Clearly,
I have an explanation for that, but I have to change the battery in my camera.
Okay.
All right.
Battery on your camera. What? Okay.
This is why I just use if I'm gonna show my face, I just use a webcam because it's like, oh, I can use the power from my computer. I'm trying to think with everything. Overall plot of the show, I would actually say is where would you put it, Ninja? Like, I'm almost like I'm hesitant because if I really need to like sit down and almost do my normal like repetition over, like, because my first viewing, this is all based on like one viewing for me, and I do my best.
That's fine. You should only need one viewing. I mean,
for certain things, yeah, but I do my best work when I've seen things like multiple times. That's why I can analyze like something like Star Wars or Lord of the Rings so well, because I have almost every single detail memorized.
I feel like we're just gonna kind of walk in this same circle of like we're just gonna agree to disagree, but it's like the fact that he doesn't have a counter argument to these things that we're bringing up means that it's a valid point. If it wasn't, he would be able to refute that with things that are in the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like,
are we possibly walking in circles here?
It's kind of feeling like that, because like I think like one of the things that I noticed consuming these in sort of the, I guess, intended little 3 arc, bursts. It's like, it almost felt like if they had stretched it out a little bit, like the first 3 episodes almost could have been its own season, and they would have had more time to do the world building. They would have had more time to flesh out the characters. Like, it just felt like everything was so rushed.
Mm-hmm.
And I think maybe that's my problem, because that's why it's hard for me to get invested in anything that's going on.
To go when we were kind of talking about a bit of like plot armor and damage and that kind of stuff in the bar fight, and like I think it's the last episode, person who gets like decked so hard they bend the bar dead. Like that person died like multiple times.
Well, Shady brings up a good point. It's like these like creatures aren't completely human, or inhuman as we understand them. So,
and even
But
so,
that's
some of
never
them
really
have different
indicated by the show.
consistencies with each other. Because, like I said, Silco could breathe the toxic air, but others couldn't. I mean, they probably could have hinted at something like that. I think that's more along the lines of what
I feel like they should have said something instead of just like
the man injects
line.
himself with shimmer every day, and we can see from like the deformation of the side of his face, he's built a little bit different.
Right.
And it's only when we see him in the room full of poison gas that we see how. But that was like something established beforehand. Whereas the durability of the general populace, if they are more durable or powerful or strong than we would just assume them to be as regular ass people, that's something that should be established beforehand.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I don't want to interrupt what y'all are talking about, because what's on my mind was the whole Mel comment.
Oh, which one about Mel?
Somebody asked the question, like, was Mel Mel doing with Jace?
I asked, like, was she manipulating him and then fell for him, or is like, because it seems like she actually genuinely was like, because she was bothered when he wasn't in the bed, so it's like, so she actually like, it's turning into, it's either turning or it was both this whole time. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Shady, you had something for that?
I was gonna say I don't know if I would use the term manipulating, even though it is a correct term. It's just that she saw potential in him, because she saw he had ideas and she wanted Piltover to keep improving, and she wanted to be behind the improvement. Then she had 6 years pass, and Jace is constantly doing this. Let's be real here. Jace has a lot of power and a lot of intelligence. That's really sexy. So she's had a lot of time to watch this grow, and I think she was just trying to help him develop. I think it's partially
she was
partially
politically grooming him.
Partial manipulation, partial helping him get in the game, because she genuinely does believe in him. And yes, she did fall for him. Like I think she definitely did fall for him, like, easily. I mean, they make that pretty clear by the end that she actually does have.
Well, yeah. I thought the her sleeping with him originally. I originally thought that was just like a move in the sense of she's trying to get even more like benefit from what's happening, as opposed to no, I'm just gonna sleep with him because I wasn't sure where the motivation was at that point. Whereas I was like, later as the show went on, I was like, all right, I think she does actually have feelings for him. It's just, where did it begin, essentially?
It began off screen. So many things in this show happen off screen or in gaps because we don't see it. Like, you don't see Vi get arrested. That's a pretty big pivotal moment for her character.
You could argue Marcus dragging her away is her getting arrested.
No.
You see her get knocked unconscious, and
you see her literally get chloroformed
by a cop.
Yeah, by a cop who specifically says he's the one who put her in that jail.
Later, after the fact.
Because the next episode, you're wondering what happened to Vi. Because the next episode, Vi is gone the whole episode, and she's the protagonist. She's like, what happened to this girl? And then it ends with her punching the wall and meeting up with Caitlyn. And if you know League of Legends, you're like, oh my goodness, Vi and Caitlyn are finally meeting. But if you don't, they time that tension with this character who's been gone is finally revealed what happened to her. That's why they don't reveal it beforehand, because it's made to make the next moment suspenseful. It builds up the suspense of when we finally see her again.
Well, to that, actually, Ninja, you had a point about the prison.
Yeah, how it's really convenient that our key witness in Caitlyn's investigation gets arrested, and just so happens to get beat the day he goes into jail by Vi, who basically isn't a prisoner of record because
Just so
Marcus is
happens.
literally hiding her. And we don't see that interaction because it's held off for the cheap sort of payoff at the end of the episode that is, oh, look, it's Vi.
I don't like that being called cheap. I think that's manipulative diction.
It's manipulative
because-
in the show.
Yes, but everything in a show is manipulative. But
That's a bad thing.
That's cause and effect.
Manipulation isn't necessarily a bad thing.
He was one of the main guys who Vi was fighting when Vander freaking died. She recognized him.
Again,
He was
we
one of
don't
the main
see
people.
that.
Yes,
You
we
don't
do.
see any of that.
He was there. He's the first person Vi decked when she put on Vander's
No, no, no.
gloves.
You see that. You don't
Yes.
see her interacting with him in the prison.
Yeah, you don't, because they flash back to it when they reveal where Vi is. Like if
So
they showed
all of that
before-
happened off screen.
No, it didn't. They
And you're
flashed
literally
back to
filling
it.
in gaps.
They literally show Vi walk up to him.
No,
grab
they
the
show
tray, and
somebody.
races.
They show somebody. They do not show Vi.
Yes, it's Vi.
Well, hang on. They show Vi like seconds later. Like it was a build up for that. I guess you can call that cheap if you want to, but it's not off
happening
screen.
off screen.
Yeah, that's
what I'm
happening
saying.
on screen.
Like they show the event happen, and even if it did happen off screen, like I think that would just be poor presentation. But again, it's so that Vi's reveal has impact. If Vi is just shown in the prison, it's going to have no impact if they show her beforehand. And
There's
it's not
other ways
it's
you
not
can do that,
relevant
though.
at all to the plot that they show that beforehand. When it's revealed, it still affects the plot in the same way as if it affects the plot better, because now Vi's revelation is more tense.
Yeah, it also comes off as a massive convenience.
How is it convenient? It's cause and effect. He was one of the main guys behind Silco's thing. Silco's people were guarding that cargo. He got arrested, and it happened. It took 6 years for this to happen.
I mean, I would argue that if Vi like really was in this like horrible situation of like getting beaten every day and also basically faced no due process, also was just there's no record of her. There's no way she'd even leave the cell. She'd be like they'd be feeding her in her. She'd be confined to like solitary confinement, like because I would assume Marcus would want absolutely no way of this like making it back to him. Like because it's called covering your goddamn tracks. You don't just simply throw them into a lock and eat the key. No, you make sure no one can get to them. So you either kill them or you throw them in solitary confinement and feed them basically when they're about to starve, just to keep them barely alive.
The thing was, Marcus didn't plan appropriately for Caitlyn specifically, because the rest of the enforcers were under Marcus's influence. Like they listened to him. Some of them got paid with him. Caitlyn specifically, she wasn't part of the enforcers. She was a rich girl who just wanted to see the world, so they were just doing her a favor. And she constantly broke the rules she wasn't supposed to break. Like other enforcers didn't do that. And again, it took 6 years for this to happen. So Marcus's plan worked for 6 years, and then it just happened. And Kate even did this when she wasn't an enforcer. Like she had just got fired from being an enforcer.
That brings up another good point. How is she able to do any of this?
Because Jace wanted her to be his head of security. He didn't.
And what happened when he offered her that job?
She told him to fuck off.
He didn't officially hire her.
She told him to fuck off.
He didn't officially hire her, but the word got out about it. And
how do you know that?
Yeah, that's actually something that was brought up. Yeah,
I'm trying to finish my point.
Yeah, let him finish.
And when it got out that Caitlyn was doing work for Jace, even though she wasn't hired, the sheriff investigated it, and Jace backed her up. She shouldn't have gotten away with that. The sheriff went to Jace and said, Caitlyn did this under your orders. And he said, no, it's fine. We got everything under control. Jace helped her. Jace knew she was doing something she wasn't supposed to.
I think using the term that the word got out is being awful charitable to the show, because that's never shown in the show.
Okay, fine. Ignore that part. Ignore that part completely. Say word didn't get out. But Kate had the enforcer outfit, and we know the paperwork with enforcers is scrambled because the sheriff is doing all this stuff where people are ignoring paperwork. Caitlin had just got fired. Maybe somebody was supposed to check, but they didn't. Maybe the checking way doesn't work.
Let me run this by you, right? She goes to the guard at the prison. We see the one guard at the desk, and she says, what's a counselor Talus or whatever? I'm working for him. First of all, Jace had just been brought up to that position. That position literally didn't exist before today.
Literally something an Anubis girl just brought up, actually.
So there's no reason that this guard would be like, oh yeah, I know who that is, and because you're working for them, this is okay. He'd have to be like, hold on, counselor who? Who the fuck are you talking about? I know all of the counselors because they've basically been the same for a long ass time.
Yeah,
that's why they're all corrupt.
They'd have to verify.
So he'd be like, there is no counselor Talus. Who are you talking about?
That's a bit of a headcanon because everyone
knows.
No,
it's not.
Because
he literally just got the job, and they had to create a seat that didn't exist.
And
they added a new seat to the council. That was his words.
Because everyone knew who Jace was as an inventor. They didn't know him as a counselor, but they knew him as an inventor.
That means
still have to double check.
Yeah, I was gonna say if these cops are doing their job,
have to. Okay, we're gonna play the yelling game. Yes, you do have to double check, but we don't know how efficient this guard is. He literally beats up prisoners whenever he feels like it. We don't know what this guard does.
All right, everybody, let's take a chill pill. Let's bring it down a little bit.
I'm trying to explain this. We don't know what this guard does. We don't know how he behaves in this situation. So it's a bit of headcanon that we have to say, oh, he's going to double check this, or oh, he doesn't. We do know he beats up prisoners, and we do know he hides documents, and we do know the guards don't double check their documents because they get paid.
Hang on, would you say that bit of headcanon is you writing for the writers?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. On everybody's end, it's a bit of headcanon.
Yeah, but the thing is, don't you consider that a flaw of writing because the writers aren't making that clear?
Not necessarily, because I can find details to say, well, the guards don't check the paperwork. This guy beats up prisoners. All this stuff happens that could allude to him not double checking Caitlin's specific thing. Some headcanon, yes. Some headcanon is a bit of a stretch if it's not supported by the show.
I feel like every bit of headcanon is stretching, by definition.
Sometimes the show alludes to it.
Yeah, but once it's alluding to it, but it's not specifically saying it in any clear way. It could say that you can imply certain things about it, but with headcanon, it just makes it seem like you're filling in the blanks for something that the show isn't doing. And that's where the problem with me and Ninja are saying.
Not for something the show isn't doing, for something the show isn't making concrete. Now, yes, I think it is headcanon for me to sit here and say, well, he simply didn't check, but it's a believable headcanon. And I think it's more believable to say that he simply didn't check because you see all these factors where the guards don't check this stuff than it is to say, well, he would have gone up the ranks and checked with somebody, especially since later the sheriff did check. It just wasn't through him, though. It was through freaking Silco. Honestly, I think the guards of the prison just don't care. They just do stuff. If somebody from the outside comes in, they just do stuff.
That's a pretty revolving door policy then, worse than Arkham Asylum in that case. Well,
I mean, the thing is though, like he was saying, the place is corrupt, so it's not outside of the realm of possibility, especially with the way that Marcus conducts his business because he is directly tied to Silco.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a concrete explanation. There are a bit of holes with how this guy didn't check behind Caitlin. But you can't just say it flat out doesn't make sense when there are possible explanations to it. It's not necessarily a plot hole. Well, I guess a plot hole still is an accurate description. But there are headcanons, and people are choosing to use the headcanon that works with their side of the argument rather than looking at all the headcanons. I agree that it is potentially possible that this guy should have checked. But when I look at
And
everything
especially when they have the
involving this
means
prison
to.
and how they beat up people, how they don't check other stuff, I can more readily accept the headcanon that he just didn't check behind Caitlyn because they don't care. The guards come in and tell them to do something and they just do it.
I'm trying to think of like what. So headcanon to me is like, I don't want to say I outright reject all headcanon, because like that's just the more you write for the movie or for the show or even for
but
the
I think
video
that
game.
Shady's using it in a way that like implies implication of show. So it's not
Yeah,
officially
it's-
like what he
it's
thinks it's happening.
Yeah, it's
It is
trying
like
to
it
use
is a narrative.
evidence.
It is a narrative through line that is in. So I feel like the wording is wrong, but I do agree where Shady's coming from.
Yeah, that could just be a wording thing, because the most. Sorry, I completely just lost my train of thought. Continue.
What I'm trying to say, the only reason I described headcanon like that is because somebody was saying headcanon flat out doesn't count. And I'm like, well, some headcanon, you should be willing to accept some headcanon. But what I'm trying to say is that sometimes you find a plot hole in a show. Sometimes you do. And you have to ask yourself, is that plot hole possible with what we've been given? Or is the writing just being lazy?
Well,
And
that's not my
what we've
concern.
been given, that plot hole is possible with it. It is possible for
Sure.
that to not be a plot hole.
Hold
Okay,
on a second.
I'm
Yeah, hang on,
not.
Shady. Like, hang on.
Hold on.
I am not disputing that. Okay, I'm not saying that what happened isn't possible. What I'm saying is it is a plot hole that the entire plot hinges upon, because that allows the whole rest of the story to proceed. That's why it's such an egregious flaw.
I was about to say, like, I accidentally cut off Slur. What were you going to say? Because
I wasn't saying
feel-
anything. I was
Oh,
just
I
kind
saw-
of letting this right out.
Oh, sorry. I saw your circle
So-
light up, and I was like, "Oh shit!" I interrupted him.
Well, hang on.
So
Well, Slur,
would you-
what do you think about this whole discussion about the prison thing?
Well, I feel we've somehow doubled back to the nitpick versus flaw thing, where we're arguing over degrees rather than definitions. It's like, how bad does a thing have to be before we say it can't be headcanoned away? Because, yeah, a show is never going to explain 100% of absolutely everything that happens. There's always going to be a level of, it's like, okay, come on, based on what the show has shown you, you can assume that X, Y, and Z have happened. Now, with the prison guards and how everything lines up on that end, there's a lot of filling in the gaps. And I think this comes back to the pacing thing and the plot in general, where they've trimmed a lot of fat so that they could put a lot of effort into the show. But some things I think have gotten lost in the sauce.
Mm-hmm.
There's
And
also
those
the
like little
concept-
details are those are the things that get cut when they can actually be beneficial when they're in there, because they avoid this kind of shit.
There's also the concept of give and take. So if let's say the writers thought of this, like they were like, oh, we should probably put in a scene where he like double checks and like Jace covers her and whatnot. And then they finish the episode and they're like, oh, we ran out of time. Okay, well, that's a scene that can be implied from the rest of it. Now, that's not even headcanon. That's just a huge assumption of faith, if you go that route, that the writers actually thought of this. But it is something to take into account, because there are some things I'm willing to say that can be left out, and I still get the point. Like, that is something that I'm like, maybe it would have made it better if it was put in, but it can be left out and I still get the point. I still get the point that Caitlyn, it took Caitlyn 6 years to get to this point where she's investigating here. And that Vi finally meets someone from the enforcers who isn't just willing to beat her up and actually work with her. Like, that point to me is still made. It might have taken a moment of convenience, but considering all the inconveniences it took to get to that point, if I'm willing to call it a contrivance, I'm willing to overlook it. Because I don't like saying it's a convenient plot point that is inherent on the plot, because it took so much inconvenience to get to that specific point.
Mm-hmm.
Vi had to be in prison for 6 years. Caitlyn had to be doing these investigations and constantly coming in contact with the sheriff to tell her not to. Caitlyn had to take her own initiative and go to the prison. And all right, yeah, I'm starting to ramble.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this, Shady. So at the beginning of this, you said the show is a perfect 10 out of 10. Do you believe in a Death of a Thousand Cuts? Because you said that nitpicking can be like small things or whatever, but if stuff keeps coming up, like it can't, like, I mean, if it's a bunch of nitpicks, but do you agree that a bunch of nitpicks can lead to a bigger point?
Yes. In this
Okay.
case, I don't see evidence of that.
There's more.
As I say, there's a little bit more, but if you're unwilling to be moved from your position, like, I think I don't know
I'm always
exactly.
willing to be moved from my position, but I'm not being convinced. Like there are certain subtleties in our arguments that aren't lining up. Because, like I said, like even if I'm willing to admit that Caitlyn's whole thing is a plot hole, even if I'm willing to admit that, to me it is something that can be a plot hole, but still serves the story for better than for worse.
Okay.
A plot hole is detrimental no matter what. Because it's a hole in the story.
Yeah, I don't think I could make an example of a good plot hole. Like, plot hole by its very definition is an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it would just be plot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It is that. If you don't have a plot hole, it is just the continuous line of plot.
To be consistent.
Yeah, which this show is very much not.
Well, and maybe to put it in the terms that Shady is using, maybe when I say that I'm having issues with like how rapidly the pacing or things happening off screen, maybe he is okay with how much the writing is relying on that sort of acceptance of implied headcanon, whereas I'm not okay with how much the show is asking me to do that. You know, because to me, a show that has really well-crafted characters, that has really strong world building, you don't need to rely on headcanon to understand what's going on or to fill in that many gaps. Maybe a little bit here and there, but not to this degree, not this often. Like,
Yeah,
it's constant.
Yeah, it can be said, like, a good example, like, we don't need to see, like, characters eating 24/7. Like, we don't need to see them go to the bathroom. We can imply that or even sleep. We can imply that, like, unless it's been stated, like with Batman, like, they say, like, oh, you haven't slept in 3 days. Like, it has to be, like, told to us because of, like, the passage of time. Like, some things you can just slide under the table and just be like, that, like, we can assume they're getting the right amount of whatever. But things that can't be implied are, like, with massive time gaps, like, the gap between episode 4 and 5. There's, like, 3 years between both movies. It's implied through the opening crawl that entire time Luke and the Rebels have been fighting the Empire, so that we can.
Talking about Star Wars.
Yeah, I was very confused for a second.
You kind of.
Sorry,
like,
sorry, I'm jumping from topic.
That was like there, yeah, but you got to let us know.
Sorry,
there is a time jump in this episode 3 to 4. So
yes, sorry, I realized, like, shit. I should have said A New Hope versus an Empire. Sorry. We're implied through the title crawl that Luke and the Rebels have been fighting the Empire, and so and it's talked about their secret base on Hoth, and so when we see the Star Destroyer launch the probe droid onto Hoth, we're able to get right back with our characters. Like, we're able to, like, because there has been a time skip. It's been like 3 years in Star Wars.
Real quick, with the Caitlyn thing, my audience brings up that Caitlyn did have official documents. So unless there was something suspicious about the documents, they wouldn't have a reason to check.
Where would she have gotten those? She handed everything back to Jace. When he offered her the job and she said, no, go fuck yourself. She handed everything
research.
back
Research, can you pull that exact scene up where she goes to...
As a matter of fact, I've literally been showing just the show now because I stopped playing League.
Yeah,
Because
go ahead and
at
pull.
this point, she had been fired from the enforcers, so she wouldn't have any access to those resources. She had been cut off from her parents, so she wouldn't have any access to those. And she basically told Jace to go fuck himself, so she wouldn't have access to anything he tried to give her.
She wasn't cut off from her parents, but I still don't want to give her that.
She was cut off from the
Well,
force.
they were the ones that intentionally got her fired from the enforcers.
Okay,
Like,
so
they weren't
I,
actively helping her.
I
I agree
got
with
the
you that
page
she
right
wouldn't
here.
have resources from her parents necessarily. I'm being nitpicky with the
Yeah,
way you said it.
And that's fair. That's fair. But yeah, they
So-
weren't actively helping her with her investigation.
So I have so she has a what appears to be a release order for concerning inmate 516, and it's got the stamp of Talos on it. Talos.
My
Like
audience
Talos,
is saying
as in
that,
like fucking Elder Scrolls. Jesus Christ.
my audience is saying that Jace did leave those documents in case she changed her mind.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Hold
Wait, was it
on.
her documents or the badge? Because remember, she still has her badge toward the end. She
Yeah,
was,
that
it was
I don't know where
something
she
in
got
case
that
she
from.
changes her mind.
Well,
'Cause
she never turned in her badge, so
Well, the badge would still be meaningless.
Yeah, she didn't turn her gun in her badge. What kind of fucking
she just
horrible
pulled
police
out the
force service
badge
is this?
so the sheriff wouldn't shoot her because she was trying to cross the bridge. That's the only reason
Yeah.
she had that badge with her. But she never turned in any of her stuff.
Well, it was kind of implied that most of her investigation was done on like her own time, like it wasn't official, enforcer.
Yeah,
business.
but she still it insinuated that it was like she comes to the prison as an enforcer,
Yes,
dressed
she
up like
does.
an enforcer.
right,
And
I
according to my audience, she did have Jace's papers with her in her room, so she could have gotten it from there.
Hold on, I'm literally brought that scene right back up because I believe she handed it right back, and he did not set it down or anything. Like he left.
I
with
recall
the
him
paper.
leaving it in her room, but that's what my audience is saying, and I'm like, oh, that's a good point to bring up if it's true.
It's the investigation.
No, that's something that. Nah, I'm not gonna say that.
What? Go ahead, say it.
No, I was going to
don't
say
wanna
no.
say it
No,
because-
anytime somebody says,
Now
"Oh,
you
I
gotta
shouldn't
say it. Like,
'cause- yeah, immediately
Jeez.
I will press as hard as humanly possible. Like, nope, now you gotta say it. I don't.
See, the
I don't
problem
let that
is when I say no, I put my foot down.
Fair enough.
So,
Are you wait? Are your feet up? What the?
people will be surprised when my feet are up.
Fair enough.
Then when my feet come down, they're like, "Whoa, I didn't know this side of you existed."
So is that character just constantly floating? Is what you're saying?
How do you think
he's
I'm
he's
so
on a
tall?
step. He's on a step stool.
Step ladder.
So she hands him back the note. He brings up how she's been fired as a cop. This is the best I could do. I don't need charity counselor, yours or my parents. And he tries to appeal, and then she tells him to fuck off. He's holding the documents. No. There's no way she got her hands on any of that.
Audience, they say you're wrong. Well, there is way, but that would be what I think it was Ninja was talking about off-screen stuff.
She
Well, yeah,
wouldn't
it's
have
like
been-
I'm not against the idea of her getting this stuff. Like,
Oh yeah, we need
that's
to
all
see how it
fine.
happens.
We need to see how it happens because this stuff is important. Like, it's literally her plan. It's her investigation.
Well, here's my counter to that. Is there anything that wasn't important that was shown? Because you have to show the most important stuff, and they have a
note
limited amount of time.
Paperwork has to be very precise. As somebody who literally breaks down forms that ambulances have to fill out so I can reimburse them on their gas.
Okay, hang on. You can't apply this to real world. One, because obviously this is a fantasy zone, and
Fair
two,
enough.
this place is horribly corrupt. Like, even if it is even minor states like homie wanting to get like Noxian ale, which is illegal in Piltover, that still is a form of corruption because they are doing something illegal. So it is established that literally every aspect of this place is corrupted, even if it's in the slightest degree.
But my point is that everything on screen needs to be relevant. And if there are moments that are taken out that you're saying that should have been shown, that implies it should replace something else because they only have a limited amount of time they can show.
No,
I would argue that going back to my original thing when I said if extending the show with the exact same plot line, ending at the exact same point, would have been better if it was allowed to stretch out an extra couple episodes so that we could put in those things that were trimmed for time.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I could have easily seen this as being like a 12 or a 15 episode season.
I could have seen every
do you
3
agree- hang
episodes
on.
being their own season.
Yeah, Shady, do you agree with that? The show should have had a little bit more.
Well, like I said, I
episodes?
think the pacing is perfect. Like even with the the document example, like the implications are there for stuff. You just have to apply a little bit of headcanon. And I think everything I'm shown is relevant. So I'm like, okay, I understand why they didn't put this specific part in, even though it might have helped. The 3 extra episodes, I think you're just trying to add fluff, really.
I wouldn't say it's fluff. I would say to let
Let
saying
things
it's fluff is
breathe and-
really.
I
That's
don't need
disingenuous
it
as shit.
to make the connections because the connections are already there.
But they're not.
But it's
That's what we're
about
pointing
need.
out.
It's like I don't need the connections, and I don't need those emotional scenes to have more breathing room. I got the point, and I got the impact.
No, I got the breathing room. You guys are saying the breathing room wasn't there. I'm saying I got it. Like I felt the impact of the emotional moments that I needed to feel.
Do
There
you
are
think this
times where
show?
characters are sighing and I feel it.
Do you think the show could have benefited from Jace and Vi and Jinx all having individual episodes instead of all their stories being interspliced at the same time?
No,
Not at all.
no. They're
I
first of
wouldn't make that
all,
change
first
either.
of all, one thing that has to be considered is this is a League of Legends show. So
What relevance does
how
it
many
have to be?
how many characters are in League?
Well, there's only 9 characters. There's only potentially 6 characters, 9 implied in the entire show.
There's only-
And remember,
there's
we had
only
talked about
6,
this before.
so-
Is that one of the characters in the game isn't actually named in the show? Only if you look at the credits or the subtitles.
And I would also argue like whether or not like its relation to the game is irrelevant because this should appeal to people that are outside of it.
Exactly.
No, primarily it should appeal to the people in the game. Yes, it should appeal to people outside of it. Yes. But primarily this
Lord of the
is a
Rings-
League of, they advertise it as a League of Legends show.
Yeah, but
So primarily that should be who they I've said this before about anything that comes from a previously established fan base. Primarily you should be appealing to them. Yes, you should think about people outside it. You should definitely do that. That's important. But primarily you should be looking at the people who you are bringing in because the fame that your thing has is from that thing.
I don't know if I 100%
There
agree
needs
with
to
that.
be a good mix because,
Yeah.
like, even as much as I hate the man, Linkara did say like he does bring up a good point of like every comic is somebody's first comic, so there does need to be a tiny bit of wiggle room to introduce like things like to bring people up to speed with what's going on. It's like, hey, that's Spider-Man, like
And
he's
I
part
will
of the
admit
Avengers.
But
that
who's your primary audience you're bringing in?
Well, the thing is,
Fans of Spider-Man.
Well, hang on. The problem is the primary audience for League of Legends don't even give a shit about the lore, though. That's the weird thing. Like only weird people like me who actually like look into like the history between Noxus, Ionia, and all that shit like that. Like the people who would actually care about like little things about these. So I don't
Yeah,
know
it's
if this is specifically for because if this was for people of the game, they would have just included as many characters as they possibly could.
No,
Yeah,
that
they
would
would've
be
had- they
sloppily pandering. That would be
Well-
sloppily pandering.
But the thing is, you
But-
could easily fill like you could fill the entire cast with characters from the game. Like you wouldn't even need to have to make up characters.
To serve
you
a
agree?
specific plot, I don't think that would work too well. I mean,
But the thing is, they've already taken liberties with characters' story. They could literally change every single character's backstory so they could all technically fit in this thing. And between Piltover and Zon, there is about fucking 40 characters.
mm,
Well, and arguably the best character in the show wasn't a character from the game anyway.
Yeah.
who's now retroactively
There's
being
more to
shoved
go
into
on
the
here.
into the game.
there's more to go on here. There's a huge argument to be had here. I don't want to get too far into it though, because it's slightly tangentiable. But my brain is saying that, every League of Legends character we got, like every character that's actually a consistent character in the show, how much screen time do they have?
Average
Like an actual
A
number?
decent portion, right? Like if you see a character from the game,
Well,
like,
I
they
mean,
get a decent
Singed
amount of
gets
screen
none.
time.
Like,
Singed, yep, that's a good counter example.
And there was the implication of Twitch, and Twitch gets literally none either.
Twitch. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness! I
do you remember the rat?
put
Yeah,
together
do you
that
remember
was
the
Twitch.
rat? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I do.
But the rat that they experimented on, somebody was like, "Oh, that's Twitch." It's like, "Oh, fuck."
Okay,
that
so
could be it.
I want to say this. I think there's a full argument to be had here, but I don't think I've thought about it through to
Fair
properly
enough.
do it. If I try to have
Yeah.
this argument now, I will just make the side I'm pushing for look bad, and you guys will definitely win. So I will concede this argument.
That's fair. That's fair. We can move on from that. What else?
Oh,
Remember we were talking about characters?
I actually will. I forgot about this when we were talking about Jinx. I literally just had it on screen. The fact that she immediately understood Jace's research and was able to sort of like almost replicate Hex Tech is ridiculous.
Okay, this is a pretty big point.
Who?
Okay,
Who
so Shady,
immediately
let me rephrase this for you, man. So Jace and Victor are established to be two of the smartest minds in the entire world, basically, right?
Mm-hmm. Well,
go ahead. No,
they're experts in Hex Tech.
Okay, so they're experts in Hex Tech. Okay, good. So this actually helped my point. They're considered experts in Hex Tech, something that's brand new technology that nobody else can understand. Not even basically Heimerdinger, who is 307 years old and is alleged head scientist.
And pretty damn smart.
No, Heimerdinger could understand it. He just didn't. They even said that Heimerdinger recognized it. He just doesn't go near it. They constantly bring in Heimerdinger as an advisor whenever they're having problems with Hex Tech. When they first had problems, they're like, we could show Heimerdinger.
Yeah, but recognizing a bomb and building one are two very different things.
When the show first started, he said, Heimerdinger, could you stabilize it? And Heimerdinger's like, why would I? And then later, when they're working with the Hex cores, Heimerdinger, they bring in Heimerdinger thinking he could solve it. And also, they talk to Singed, who, even though he's not a Hex Tech expert, has some input about Hex Tech.
Okay, but the implication here is that Jinx is on par with the smartest minds in Piltover. And in Zon, whatever, fucking, I don't know.
What's the problem there?
Is there really anything to establish that she is like on par with them?
At the 6 years she spends working for Silco, she's developing weapons.
Yeah.
Like no. So hold on. The analogy I used when I was bringing this up to both Ninja and Max was you basically took a car mechanic that basically like a guy who chops down cars in a back alley, and suddenly he puts together a Tesla from scratch. That's with just the instructions on, not even the instructions on how to build it, but on the user manual when the car's already been built.
Here's the thing. So Jinx is established to be somewhat of a tinkerer when she's growing up. Then when episode 4 comes around, it's established that she's an extreme threat in Zon. Like, she's somebody you don't want to mess with. And they allude to her fighting, but then they show her tinkering with bombs and stuff. So they show that she is still a tinkerer, and that's part of it. Then when, what's his name? Victor is messing with her. First of all, Jace is messing with the grenade, and he's like, I tried to take it apart, and it almost killed me. Whoever's making it knows what they're doing. Victor tries to take it apart, and he says, this is made from junk, but it's very good. That's not what he said. He said something else.
Yeah, he says
it's inspiring.
Its construction is crude, but the engineering is inspired.
Yeah, so she's only got junk to work with, but it's shown throughout that she is genius level. You could say you could maybe raise an eyebrow that she's on the same level as Jace and Victor, but she's never been in an environment like them where she's been allowed to thrive like them. She's always had to work with junk.
I bypassed the compressor.
Well, no, it's not just bypassing the compressor. She's shown that this. Did you hear what Shady just said about the grenade and how Victor was looking at the grenade? Are you saying that?
She's a great engineer, but she still has to get notes on rune magic and then apply that rune magic to a gun that she built.
So when it came to the grenade, it wasn't just.
It wasn't.
I guess that is. So I was going to say it wasn't just engineer; it's also chemical stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He
and
Anubis,
that's a
Anubis
separate-
girl
that's
Anubis
yeah.
girl just brought up a good point on bombs, not on hex tech. It's entirely
Yeah.
separate.
It's
That's
it's
why
literally a separate.
That's why I
science.
made the
Well, I'm
chop
not
shop
saying-
versus Tesla argument.
I'm not saying like they're the same. I'm saying she dabbles in various amounts of science. It's not just engineering. She also knows chemistry. When it comes to the hex tech science, Victor also understood Jace's notes, though he was working with Jace. I will give you that. But
Yeah, he was working directly with the notes. Like I said, like Victor building the Tesla actually makes more sense because Victor is close in electric cars, and then he's working with Elon directly, so he would know how to do
but
it.
the
Whereas
thing
Jinx is, like we said, is like a chop shop person, but she figured it out.
Yeah, she's
but
good
she
at like
didn't,
ripping
she
cars
didn't just
apart.
look at it and figure it out. She had their notes, their specific notes. So
Oh,
that's
yeah, she did steal it, didn't
that's
she?
I can-
similar to her working with them because
Yeah, she
they've
did.
written down how it works and how to do all these different things.
If
Yeah,
I
they did-
if
she
I
did
steal
steal-
the
she-
notes from the Manhattan Project, that doesn't mean I can make a nuke.
Yeah, because you don't have the genius
Well, hang
level
on,
of
and
it.
she also doesn't make a nuke. She just technically uses it as a power source.
Yeah. Well, she's good at making explosions, so she does make a nuke. She just
Okay,
doesn't
yeah,
use
well, like,
the
I was- I was
hex
go- I
tech
was-
to make
I was
a nuke.
going-
She,
I was going for the metaphorical here, but you're not wrong.
She uses hex tech to power her explosion. Hex
Basically,
tech's just a power source. That's all it is. Well, except for the teleporting thing. But she doesn't make the teleporting thing.
So to
She
bring
just-
it back to your analogy, why it would be that the mechanic actually had a Tesla engine and then built a car around it.
Yeah, a far superior battery that nobody else knew how to make or utilize, and she had the notes on how to make it and utilize, and she backwards engineered it and figured out how to.
And they just turned it
I
into a war.
still
just-
feel like it's stretching her abilities. Like it's really giving her a lot of like she's skilled in so many different areas. It's starting to enter that Mary Sue territory where it's like, is there anything she's not fucking amazing at?
mentally.
Thing.
She's not that
Sanity,
great mentally.
no.
Holding on to family members.
Yeah. Not team killing, the fucktard. Oh,
I was going to say, like, I guess. Wow.
Oh, fuck.
Uh,
Yeah, friendly
Uh,
fire.
the
probably
scene-
weakest
the
fucking
scene
thing.
that I'm literally have on
Jinx
screen
gets
right
fired.
now, I guess in terms of like close combat abilities, she's not that great because I was literally just had on screen the when she's fighting the dummy and she still didn't beat Vi's score.
She's not the
So-
best, but she's still a significant threat, which is actually something I raised an eyebrow to, but that's more so because of McCormick's argument.
yeah.
She like when she's fighting the fireflies with Vi, like when she's with Vi, her spider sense activates. I don't know where that comes from. I genuinely don't know where that comes
She-
from.
the
I-
voice
saw
in
the-
my
I
head
get
told
that
me
She
it's
saw the map.
supposed to be super
That's
fast.
a point. That's a point to the Mary Sue argument.
She saw the map essentially. That's what she. It's like like somebody
She saw the
somebody-
map and she ulted like right in the direction where the guy was jungling. Yeah, she got him.
freaking Vi pinged her.
She's like, fire here. It's like, oh fuck, god damn it. the gangs being called the lanes was actually kind of like it made me scoff when I first saw it. I was like, ugh. Like I liked it, but then I hated it.
just put that together in my head just now.
Really? We got that
If
together
I- if
like
I'm
minute
being-
one.
If I'm being honest, like I don't genuinely understand her physical attributes. Like, yeah, she would have. I guess she did grow up in the Undercity, which is what happened with Vi. So she would naturally get better at physical stuff. But like,
It
you
just
could
plays-
make an argument that it's
Well,
counterintuitive to her
well-
whole early arc about being an inventor and not being physical. But at the
Well,
same
yeah,
time,
just
you could
being
also say
strong in other
because
ways,
she's
and now
not
she's
powder
strong in both.
anymore, she
Well,
went
I mean-
that route anyway.
Well, I mean, it was heavily implied that during the thing where she tried to outbox Vi in that like gym or whatever. She didn't do as well as Vi did.
Yeah,
She just pulls out her gun and shoots it because she's a better shot than she is a fighter.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
why-
but she's still really good at fighting. So
Yeah, she's like
Um,
probably
Yeah, she
not
got the
as good as
second highest score.
Mhm.
So not
From
the
a-
best, but like
but then again,
Still
that
really
was
good.
Vi at 16.
Yeah,
or
that's why it's
whatever age
16,
she
not
was.
like
So
fucking like
she
pumped iron.
she's
not
obviously worse
she's
than
not
Vi
Chris.
now.
She's not Chris Redfield.
Wait, is she
But
supposed
she's
to be
worse than Vi back
16 in the
then.
beginning? I straight up thought she was 12.
I don't know how old she is. She's supposed to be a teenager in the beginning.
Yeah, like
or preteen.
What is the time jump? Do they even actually acknowledge
They
it?
6
don't.
years.
No, they
6
don't.
years?
No, they do
I'm
not
pretty sure
say.
they acknowledge it as 6 years.
I will
when
bring up-
Heimerdinger says it.
Bring it
I
up.
will bring
Like,
it
the
up.
whole-
I will
so
right
episode
fucking
4,
now.
if they even say anything, because I mean, I feel like Jason them would have said something about, oh, it's been since.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Jace.
Heimerdinger expositions it when he's talking to Jace.
I will
Okay.
bring it up literally like this. It's
I'm pretty sure he says
right
these
now.
past 6 years because that number is stuck in my head as 6 years.
Yeah, and this whole stream we've kind of just been going with 6 years by default, and I haven't been questioning it.
Mhm.
So
I
Turns out, it
like,
was
no,
4
yeah, that
years.
sounds about right.
well, I've actually just been saying, well, like, I guess I've been kind of going with it, but I have in my head just been going like, no, we don't know that. I guess I just should have.
Well, like I
should have
said,
been
all
more
we gotta
vocal
do
about
is,
that.
all we get, like I said,
It's
all we gotta do is just verify it.
it's going. Like I just, our city was about to turn 200 years old. He's talking to the person. Shaping up to be an amazing progress day. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Shout out to Victor's laser, his E in the game.
How's everybody doing?
All right.
Well,
Pretty good.
I'm all right. I got a cup of coffee. I need to eat something.
Oh, don't remind me that I'm hungry.
Yeah, DoorDash, man.
I've forgotten all about it. I was
DoorDash
talking about
is a
Arcane.
streamer's best friend, man. Come on.
I was gonna say I've got leftover Taco Bell in the fridge. I could just eat that.
I live
more
across
time.
the
No
street
more
from
food.
a lot of different places. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah, no-
ordering DoorDash.
Yeah, no more food talk. What else? Silco, I feel like we can say a lot. There is one little thing that Ninja brought up, and yeah, it did bother me too. Silco's plan for the nation of Zon kind of came out of nowhere.
Like, just out of
when?
nowhere, or was it like his
It
fundamental
was-
thing? I thought
It was
like
the very, so it's like I think it is like the final episode or the episode before or episode 8.
Mm.
But like it's when Jason Victor, it's when Jason Silco meet up for the first time.
He mentions the nation of Zon in episode 3.
Does he?
He and Vander wanted a nation of Zon separate from Piltover, but
It's through
Silco
different
was willing
means.
to go to places, through different means,
Yeah.
and that's
true.
why he.
Alright, that's fair.
It's just
that's
they
why
haven't-
Vander tried to drown Silco.
I guess it
Well,
just kind of comes.
ahead, what?
So by the way, I just finished the thing. No, nowhere in at least in this beginning, does it mention like how much time has passed.
all right. Well, all we really know is that it has to be long enough for the hex gates to be built and to be operational long enough for people to be used to them.
Yeah, they're pretty
So,
big too.
minimum
So,
of a few years.
I was
Yeah.
going to say like at
And
most like
obviously-
4.
and I was about to say, and obviously we see Jinx and Vi grow up. So
Okay, so hold on. Are the hex gates teleportation or are they essentially slingshots? Because I thought
That's
they
all-
were slingshots.
I mean, if they're going off the operation of what Jace saw Jace saw the rune sorcerer teleport his mother
Right.
and him, like going off of like the similar magic, I'd assume it's teleportation, but there's no implication to be that it's a slingshot.
The line makes me really think it is.
Because it
What's
shoots
the
a
line?
line. It shoots a light out to the next gate, like wherever it's coming out of.
Mm-hmm. But I mean,
So-
there's a light that goes, like I'm saying, like this could be like a comics thing, but in game when you press B, there is a light between you and the fucking fountain.
Well, I do wonder like what's the difference between like the recalling and the hex gates. I would honestly say the hex gates are more just an approximatization.
yeah,
like,
but
of
the,
just-
but the thing is, the recalling is a direct teleportation.
Right.
Do you disagree, Shady?
I think it is teleportation. I just think I don't think you have enough details within
I was
the
gonna
show
say, I don't
to
think-
make
but the
a
thing
case
is, yeah,
either
I don't-
way.
Like I
Yeah,
said,
we haven't
it's-
even seen one
we
of
don't-
them.
No,
we
yeah,
don't
my
see-
yeah, my
we
evidence
don't
is
see
thin.
them.
Like I was just pointing more at the visuals. Like the line makes me indicate that that movement and momentum has happened. So it's like, is it a
I
slingshot
mean,
or is it a teleportation?
it's functionally
It's-
they're the same though. Like,
Yeah,
it
they
doesn't
are
matter.
the same. One of them just requires a lot more physics than the other because the teleportation it's
Yeah, but then we're dealing with
instantaneous.
fucking magic, so
Right.
like, it's like, and all like you want to fucking put physics to magic, I guess. But like, yeah,
physics
it's,
happens
it's
regardless. If a magic shield blocks a bullet.
The only other form of teleportation we see in the show is when Jace is saved, and Jace's whole life work is based around that. And he even uses the same runes that the Shady, is that Rise? It might be Rise because that is his ultimate. But yeah, no. The only other thing we see of similar technique is the teleportation of the wizard.
Was the wizard a main character?
Huh?
I thought he was a summoner.
I thought he was Rise.
He looks like what the summoners used to look like in the old lore, so I thought he was that, but I'm not sure summoners even exist anymore in League. So,
yeah. But but the thing is, Rise also has his ultimate is a teleportation. He could teleport anybody to a location.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The only difference is like if they wanted to make it a dead giveaway, they would have put a giant scroll on his back.
So getting back to Silco, like I love him as a villain. I think they did a great job making him both an intimidating villain, but one that can be defeated. Like,
yeah, because he's just a
there
guy.
were a lot of moments where I felt like he was just this invincible dude, and then he got toppled, and I was like, yeah, he is just a guy. Like, and again, I was constantly thinking, oh, maybe he's this character in League when he wasn't. I don't know what they'll do with it in season 2, but they never really went anywhere with his eye thing. So
yeah,
I'm a
actually,
little
what the
concerned
fuck was
about
that about even? Because we don't actually see anybody else with a similar thing,
And we
even though
don't
we see other people.
We
who have to take
also
Shimmer.
we also
My
don't
camera's
see
broken?
how we also don't see how the how he got it.
Well, the eye doesn't blink either, which is really weird.
It makes me think it's mechanical or something.
Yeah, so like I was always assuming it was like eye drops.
Well, I thought it was like mutated or something because of his
Yeah,
exposure
like
to Shimmer and the mines and all
Well, as
that
I
stuff,
say-
and so he uses Shimmer to treat it.
Maybe. Like I said, it's just not established at all.
Shimmer. So Shimmer in lore, is it as much of a drug as it is in the show,
I
or
don't
is that
even
how you
know if
recover
Shimmer-
mana?
I'm not even sure if Shimmer's a thing in the game.
Do
Like,
you
it's-
have people in the game who are like big, purple, and dieseled?
There is one guy, but it's not implied that Shimmer is the reason why he's big and purple. And when I say big and purple, because you see purple and Shimmer where they have like purple lines on their eyes. This guy is purple. And
just like Thanos.
Yes. You think I want you to think. Do you remember the Justice Friends from fucking the Dexter cartoon?
Yeah.
He's literally Kronk. He's a big purple idiot, and that's his thing.
It's an obscure reference, but I'll allow it.
But you know it. That's the thing.
Yeah.
but you have heard of me.
But
yeah,
you have heard of me.
There is another character that uses. Well, actually, I'm not sure how Warwick changed because he also does use like thing, but I don't think that's Shimmer.
So are we going to talk about?
Well, we could talk about the character Warwick. We don't have to talk about the implication. We could talk about.
Well, I want to talk about the implications.
I was also gonna say like we don't need to worry about like spoilers or the implications.
Yeah, we kind of are. We kind of fucking crossed.
Yeah,
that
the
bridge.
cat's been out of the bag ever since
We
minute
literally
one.
said how do you feel about the fucking ending, Shady?
The ending of the entire thing.
The very final frames we get. It's like,
I mean, I don't have problems with it. Why?
I fucking hate it. It's way too hard of a fucking cliffhanger. I'm not a fan of that.
You don't like cliffhangers? Oh,
no, I don't know. It's
Hold
cliffhangers are one thing, but like, how the fuck are they gonna get out of that situation? Is like,
hold on. So
if any of those people survive, I'm gonna want a really good explanation, but I don't have a problem with it right now.
I kind of have a problem now because it's like the season 2 is coming.
Mel was hinted to have done something.
Yeah, it was hinted that she has like back runes or some shit, and it's like
that's why I thought Mel was like a character, and I thought she was Rel because Rel is also black and her name sounds similar.
Yeah.
But apparently, no, they have completely different lores.
Yeah, and apparently the lore implications is that she's the same as like Leona, the fucking sun goddess. So it's like, it's like, what are we doing? What's going on here? Like, I don't know. It's weird.
So Mel's probably gonna save herself in Jace because
Victor's in the room too. She has to save Victor.
Oh yeah, Victor.
Or Victor's
near Jace, so she's probably gonna save him out of convenience.
Maybe this is how Victor becomes a robot.
Yeah,
We
actually,
don't
that could
like-
be a thing. We could actually see Victor get fucked up, and then that's how he becomes.
Also,
Florida.
Victor is more advanced, so like he might
Right.
be like he'll have
Of
the
everybody,
Caitlyn
he might be
actual
the
reason
most-
of surviving.
He would be the most one. That's like, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
That's fair.
Yeah,
we
So
get rid of
I
that
mentioned
mineral
earlier
skin.
that Soko was my favorite of the show. Thought he
Nice.
was really strong. Can we address the very uncomfortable relationship between Soko and Jinx?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
that needs
it
to
is.
come
Oh
up.
yeah,
Yes.
your girlfriend brought up some really good points.
So
That is not a father-daughter relationship. Like
Well,
the show kept
I-
saying it, but fuck off. That is not what that
the
was.
thing is,
Well, it's a
with quirky
manipulate or
personalities,
manipulate
I can
relationship.
see it. For normal people, absolutely not. They're way too close to each other. But the problem is, Cheeks'
My
psychotic
issue
nature.
is the words that the show is using. Like, you know, oh, she's like his daughter. Like, okay, I get that. Makes total sense. But the body language and what we're being shown does not match
She
up with
sits
that at all.
directly on his lap whenever helping him with Shimmer stuff.
She is the one of
she
the only
straddles
characters in
him.
the show that
Yeah.
touches him and touches him like in very like erotic ways.
Yeah.
Like it's very uncomfortable. And it's like the fact that they continuously describe that as father-daughter is a little weird. Like especially when you add in that he manipulates her and he kind of grooms her from Powder to being Jinx. Like there's a whole lot of things to unpack there, but it's very like you're supposed to be like, oh, maybe he really does care for her and that's so sweet, but it's like, ew.
He
Yeah,
clearly
I
has like
don't
his
think
own
any-
emotional baggage he's projecting onto her because when he finds her, it's like she's just lost and been abandoned and betrayed by her sibling, and he's just finished that exact arc because he's looking at dead Vander. So
Sure.
he's obviously in a bit of a
Allegedly.
moment right there. He takes her in, and his whole thing, the whole reason he's effective as a villain is because he's very good at getting people to do what he wants. It's like he's good at manipulating, he's good at intimidating. It's like those are the two biggest tools in his arsenal. And
Sure.
so when we see him manipulate Jinx, it's very clearly fucking wrong. It's villainous. He's evil.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, for that to be called a father-daughter relationship is fucking twisted, but I also think that's kind of the point. And I
Mhm.
think the fact that it's uncomfortable to watch
Is the point.
is maybe a little bit over the line in terms of what the audience would accept. Because yeah, their relationship is supposed to be dark and fucked up and messy and psychologically damaging. That's what's pushing Jinx over the edge. You know, fucking the angel and the devil on the shoulder kind of deal.
Mhm.
But showing that body language to get that across, I think might have been ill-advised.
Mhm. Yeah.
I mean, I know it wasn't as egregious as the soup, but I feel like it was.
I agree that it really didn't seem daughter father esque. It seemed more sensual, but at the same time, I was like, well, Jinx is not like everything Jinx didn't feel right to me. So I put that in the Jinx is an off person pile. And just chalked it
That's
up to
fair.
that.
And while I would normally give you that because you're absolutely right, the only thing is like we don't really see her interact with anyone else that way. At least not to that same degree.
She doesn't like anyone else except Vi.
I mean, she kind of is possessive of Vi.
Right, but
As
not
weird as
like
that one was.
that. Like not like I said, and mainly it's the body language. Like it's the way that her and Soko interact. Like even when there's that scene where she's like stabbing him with the little injector thing, like it's you know, even when she's not happy with him, it's still positioned or portrayed in a very like intimate way, which is creepy. And like you said, maybe that's the point, but it just felt like kind of mixing the message or like it's like what are you wanting me to get out of this show or what are you trying to say here, because it's like they kept saying the words father daughter but then showing scenes like that and it's like you're saying this but you're showing this and it's like I'm not sure which way you want me to go.
The I would say she never really had she didn't like anybody else but Vi, but even with Vi, she never really had a chance to interact with her after she became Jinx. And even if she did, she wouldn't have been Jinx anymore. She would have been Powder. Like they have an interaction where they hug each other, like sisters do. Then
Sure.
Vi is immediately taken away from her, and Jinx never gets close to Vi again until the very end, where she knocks her out and ties her in a chair. And at that point, she's still debating on how she feels about both of them.
Well, no, they had
And
didn't they hug when they met on top of the little water towery thing or
yeah,
whatever that
they
was?
hugged like sisters. Like I
Yeah.
said, when Jinx is with Vi, it's more Powder coming out. So they hug like normal sisters, and she cries and lets all this out and hugs her some more. But immediately after that, like Vi gets taken away. So they never Jinx, the personality that is Jinx, doesn't care about anybody but Silco. And even if she did care about Vi, she never had a chance to show that as Jinx. Because when Vi comes on the scene, it's immediately Powder. And then Caitlyn runs up, Jinx comes out, and then they have to fight. It's no more huggy stuff.
Mhm.
So she never.
Well,
I would say
even-
she didn't feel any way about anybody like that except Silco. And even if she did, she never got an opportunity to show it to anybody.
Well, right. I guess for me, it's just if we're going to establish like a pattern, like she's like this with everybody, we would have to see more than one instance.
Yeah,
Or, like,
unfortunately,
her,
that would work against the Silco Jinx thing they had
Right.
going on, where it's like it's just being you. We can't
Yeah,
rely on
exactly.
anyone else.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's hard to pin it down at this point, and maybe they'll go more into that, season 2. I don't know, but it's like I'm just trying to go off of what I'm being shown because, like I said, I didn't have any sort of, information on these characters coming into this.
Mhm.
So I'm just going off of what the show's presenting to me, and that's where I'm just like, I don't. It felt odd, to kind of make that extra step when they didn't need to. And Silco was such a strong character. I really liked him, but it's just like those specific interactions felt like some of the weaker moments with him. Some of my favorite scenes with him were honestly the ones where Jinx wasn't even around, like the
That-
one where he's in the little girl's bedroom. That
Yeah.
was phenomenal.
That
Loved
might
every
act-
second of that.
That might actually be the point, because we learn later that Silco does genuinely care about Jinx. So that might be it might be as much on Silco as it is on Jinx. Why they're showing that, because like you said, nobody else touches Silco, but he lets Jinx do it. He lets Jinx be closer to him than anyone else, and we're shown at the end that he would give up his dream to keep Jinx in his life. So
I don't
that
know
might
if I
also be
buy
part
that
of it.
though. Like,
Well,
I
on
think that
that
was like
note-
his final line, but it's just I don't believe that.
Well,
What about
see,
when he's
this
with
is the
Vander and he's
thing.
he's with Vander's statue and he's talking about how hard it is to give up Jinx for his dream, despite the fact that he would lose nothing but problems because Jinx causes him nothing but problems.
I can definitely agree that he would be conflicted on it, but basically he's being handed everything that he ever wanted.
Yeah, but he's
And
hesitating, so it's showing he does
He is
care about.
hesitating. Yeah, he does care, but I don't know if I buy that he would ultimately come to the decision of not turning her in.
He's been defending Jinx this whole time, despite all the problems she's been giving him.
Yeah, he's been defending Jinx from his number 2, who is shown to be insanely loyal.
Yes, but like the whole thing about him is he is like hell bent on Zon. Like this is his goal. This is his number one thing.
Mhm.
So it's like basically it's a character who has two number one things. Like he's got a number one dream of establishing Zon, and then he's got a number one dream of being caring about Jinx, and those two things cannot coexist.
Well,
You
that's
You
true.
could say that about any kind of parental figure. Despite him being
true,
a
but
very fucked up, weird parental figure, he still is a parental figure.
That's true, but I think that was the point, that he can't have Jinx and his dream, and he's conflicted. Like when you see, like we talked about before, he's so similar to Jinx because Vander betrayed him, and he said in the show he believes in loyalty. Like that's the big thing with him, is he firmly believes in loyalty. So if you're genuinely close to him, he doesn't believe in betrayal. which is a weird thing for a villain to say, especially one of his caliber.
Well,
I mean,
and
there
it's
are
also a little
lawful
bit
evil
mixed
people.
because it's like he believes in loyalty, but he also killed his own brother.
Well, he did
So-
it after his brother tried to kill him.
Kill him, yeah. I was about to say, like,
And
to
he
be
said
fair, Vander did pull the fucking trigger on that one first. Like,
and
you
he said,
can't argue that Vander was second on that one.
like they became enemies before he tried to kill. So it wasn't like betrayal. It was it's you versus me and me versus you, and we're going to try to take each other out.
Right.
By the time he does that, I don't know if there's anyone in the show he genuinely betrays.
Yeah, I don't think there is actually. Because like even our favorite scene with the girl daughter and the thing, he's doing that against Marcus because Marcus fucked up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
he's
I agree.
intimidating him back into line.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
like, dude, he's like, it's how easy things will fall apart. It's like, ooh, dude, that scene's so good.
So yeah, getting back to the point, I think the whole touchy-feely thing is as much for Silco as it is for Jinx, just showing that he has let her in too close, too close, and it's going to help reinforce later when he's struggling with keeping his dream, but giving up her.
I think there's like a whole fucking essay someone could write about how he genuinely does fucking care about Jinx. He genuinely has let her in, but he is still manipulating her. And those two aren't mutually exclusive. And
Mhm.
the fucked upness of that, I think, is actually the strongest point about their relationship in the show. It's like that scene, for all like the fucked up body language and how I think it maybe conveys something they weren't intending, or it's distracting, maybe. The fact that it is so weirdly fucking intimate in a way that's uncomfortable. But just the fact that he has let his guard down to the point where she has a pointed object at his fucking eyeball. And with his words, he's saying all this fucking groomer shit like, oh, you're perfect just the way you are. I need you. It's like all of this shit to kind of wrap her mind back to where he wants it, even though physically he's left himself completely vulnerable. And that's just adding to the manipulation.
The fact that he lied to her about Vi shows he's still manipulating her.
Well, this is something I brought up earlier. Did he?
Yeah,
Because
did he?
he thought that she was dead.
No, when
Yeah.
she came back, yeah, she brings this up. She says, you lied to me about my sister. And he's like, no, I thought she was dead. Yeah, then she came back and you didn't tell me. So he's still manipulating her.
I guess you're right.
Yeah. So how long was Vi back without him telling her?
I think maybe a day,
Unclear.
but the point
Sorry.
was he tried to take her out before Jinx found out. Like specifically, he didn't send Jinx on that mission. Jinx actually got curious. Is like, why is everyone gone? And the barkeep was like, they're going to hunt some girl. He's like, without me? Like, 'cause Jinx is his main person that he goes to.
Yes,
Jinx-
that's
and
right.
Jinx-
He deliberately like cuts her out, and she
Which is
knows
a-
that something's being kept from her.
And like, and she's also got issues with shit being kept out from her because, well, last time it didn't go so well.
Issues?
What?
Is it what? Trust issues? No way.
No, being left. Well, I think that's abandonment issues actually.
Yeah.
Jinx
So-
has
Jesus,
a
how
lot
did
On
of
a
anybody
side-
in that gang go anywhere without Jinx, without her feeling fucking abandoned and going off on one?
On a side note, like I just got to the scene where Imagine Dragons is literally just
Yeah,
like characters.
let's bring this up for a minute.
Fuck.
Imagine Dragons being canonically in fucking Arcane is a little weird.
Wait, what?
I don't know. What that
do you
is.
remember? So there's a scene where they're playing, like it's like
Where they're
Vi,
playing the theme,
and she's
essentially.
like, oh, and sad and stuff like that, and blah blah blah. But there's a moment where a band starts playing. That band is Imagine Dragons, and they're
Oh.
playing the enemy.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
They're
playing.
literally
They're playing the
playing the
theme.
intro
Okay,
song.
Yeah.
And it's like the characters in the show are listening
Are-
to the intro song as
Yeah,
it's
'cause
being
it's
played.
at a fucking
All
bar.
the bands. Why Imagine Dragons?
Well, because Imagine Dragons are big fans of League, and they also like made a music video for Warriors for fucking League of Legends.
League is just an excuse to fucking make music videos.
Yeah,
It's-
like League.
Well-
Like League has 3 different bands that are canon in the fucking lore. So
The problem
It's
is
weird.
if you use one of those bands, all those bands are champions. So
Yeah.
they would have to
But
showcase those
but
champions.
but in this particular case, they legit brought like fucking Imagine Dragons in.
No, that's what I was saying. That's probably why they brought like these people in rather than using their
I
actual
know, but,
bands.
like,
It
because-
just
part-
felt really cringy.
It felt weird, and honestly, that should have been at the end of the series as opposed to like in the middle. Like, imagine that montage of shit, like actually playing the theme as the fucking nuke is flying to Piltover.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah,
don't
see
like
what
how
I'm
they
saying?
did a lot of the music anyway, but yeah, I
Yeah.
can see your point with that.
Well, because
Um,
it's an anime thing, playing the fucking intro in the last episode. It's literally an
Just trying
anime.
to
yeah, that's
climactic
probably
fight.
Yeah.
It does feel weird that it comes in the middle of the series. Like,
Yeah.
that's something I immediately thought. I was like, they're doing this now. Like, the whole point is like this is representative of the
Yeah.
show. Like, it's the best foot forward. So you probably want to save that to the end.
Mhm.
And it would have made sense considering what was happening at the end to play a song where they're saying everybody wants to be my enemy.
Yeah, I know. It's strange. It should have been at the end, not in the middle where it's just Vi walking around being sad. It's like, yeah, everybody already kind of doesn't like you, dude.
Sorry, and it's making me so not only fucking the Magic Dragons thing, the durability thing comes back up where it's like, yeah, I understand what's her face is like kind of drugged up, but that doesn't stop the damage from actually happening. Like
Jinx?
no,
Savika or whatever her name
Savika,
is.
yeah,
Savika?
she just
Saviko and Vi's fight.
So
That
the first one is a little weird. I do still like the second one.
the second
it's
one.
weird
I
to
the
me-
bar.
Both of
Go
them
ahead.
are give me weird feelings because, like, the first one, I was like, I feel like they should be on par, just skill wise, because they're both rough and tough people. But Saviko has a clear advantage. So how did Vi win that fight? But you could, if they're both on the same skill, maybe that's something that could be overlooked. The second one though.
dead in the first punch. I'm sorry. No, when she bends the fucking bar, dead. I'm sorry. Your spine
There's
is
no
shattered.
reason Savika should have survived that encounter.
Like I'm like that's why I
Unless,
keep
like,
talking about
unless-
durability. It's like
Yeah, unless the shimmer is like infusing in their bodies.
Well, but
Which
even
Isn't just
if-
her arm powered by it though?
Well,
Because
no,
it's injecting into her. No, her
it-
her eye
it
turns
injects-
purple.
Yeah,
like
it injects inside of her, and it is implied that what is the shit called? Shimmer. Shimmer is implied to like have long-lasting effects, as we've seen from other characters.
yeah, and it's
Yeah, but
it's
I
more
mean,
of a
like,
drug.
If you're drugged out of your mind, you may ignore the pain,
That's
but
still
that
happening.
damage is still being done to you. Your
Yeah, if
arm
I-
is
the
still
thing,
breaking.
but it's not just coke. It's not fucking Scarface. Like she's getting superpowers from it.
Well, here's
Yeah,
the
this
problem,
is the stuff
though.
that turned Vander into the Hulk.
Here's
Well,
the problem.
no,
though.
it's a
Vi
less
used those
concentrated
same
dose now.
gauntlets to deck the people in Silco's lab, who also
True.
were on
yeah,
Shimmer.
we're all
fuck
jacked
yeah.
up on that. stuff.
Yeah, they were all at one punch. So yeah, no,
Um,
fuck it.
No,
The
yeah,
shimmer's
that's
gonna
why.
help.
No, yeah, that's
Yeah,
why
alright,
I
fair.
always had a problem with the like that punch that bends the bar, like spine shattered.
Fair enough. I don't have.
Yeah,
I don't have.
I can't even try.
I
to
like you said, I
justify
like
one.
that fight, but I don't have anything. I don't have a fucking point
It's
against
like
that. That's
it's
true.
like how I like the Vi and Jace fighting the drug thing, but I understand how Jace shouldn't be there.
Yeah, I don't know if I said this before, but oh yeah, I
Turns him
did.
into a
I-
child
I,
murderer.
I was gonna say
we
the
haven't
Vi
talked
and
about
Jace fight.
that.
I was gonna say the Vi and Jace fight was like the only real League of Legends moment to me, but yeah, I definitely said that before. But yeah, can't justify that even with the headcanon that whoa these guys might be
So-
tougher because no she
Yeah,
should be
Speaking
dead.
of the Jason Vi fight, right? He kills that child accidentally. Would you say that it's a contrivance, or that it doesn't make sense that that child happened to be the son of one of his, what would you call them, underbosses?
the chem barons, I think, is the term.
I
Yeah,
don't see
It
a
was a
reason for
little
him
weird
to
that the
be
way the
or
kid
not
was
be
dressed.
other that like there are reasons he could not be, but there are also reasons he could be. So I wouldn't
Why
necessarily.
would
call
an
it a contrivance.
underboss have her son working in a basically with all the slave labor?
Because
But
Silco
was he
demanded
working
it.
there or was he overseeing? Because he was dressed.
No,
much
he was
nicer
he was
than
wa-
the Slay Kids.
No, he wasn't. He
No,
was wearing
he's
like an
not.
apron, and I can
Yeah, he was
I can
wearing-
pull up the episode. Like he,
Yeah,
But did he
pull it-
not have
hold
like
up.
a cravat thing on?
no.
No.
Maybe this is just how I remember it, and it's completely.
I'm
fucking
pull-
wrong, 'cause I
hold
thought he was
on.
better dressed.
Well,
No,
in
he
the
was-
in the
didn't look
episode where you actually
wearing
see him get
rags.
shot and die, they basically make him look just like any of the other kids. You know,
Yeah, he
could
looks
have been
exactly
any
like
one
the
of them.
other.
But then
slum kids.
later, you get that scene where Silco and like the underboss and all that show up, and she's like mourning the loss of her child, and it's all like, yeah, we're all sad that he had to die, and it's like, but why would he even be here? Like we're very
Yeah.
clearly
Yeah, you
shown
could
that all
have you
these
could have aged him
people-
up. You could have aged him up and made him management or something. Like that would have made more sense.
Yeah, he can either be just another orphan child, or he can be the fucking son of a gang boss. He can't
Or-
be both.
You
I know, I was
can't
about to
have it
say,
both
like,
ways.
and once again with the Jace thing, it could easily be fixed where it's like he was being punished for blah 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 blah, so I made him work here for a couple days. I didn't expect this to happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like a
that would have
single
been
line,
fine.
a
Yeah.
single line could have fixed this. And like, how do you? I gotta talk about it. Shady, how do you feel about Angry Joe?
Well,
Wait,
I wanted to talk about that part right quick before we move on.
Yeah.
I don't feel it's a contrivance, but I don't think it was needed. That boy could have just been a boy, and the lady still would have been angry that Silco wasn't maintaining control.
Yeah, they
No.
could have easily changed it to be like he was like a son to me.
But they
Okay.
did it for a
Yeah, that's what I'm
specific
saying.
Well, she didn't even
like
need
his
to
son.
mourn over anyone. Silco was already losing control, and she could have just been on the scene and been like, "Yep, I agree with the weird speaking guy."
Well, but
that
you
Silco
said it
losing control.
yourself, like, everything that's
speaking
being shown is being shown for a reason.
No, I asked you guys, was there an example? If there wasn't one, because as far as I know, there isn't one. But that could qualify as something that didn't need to be shown.
Okay, so I
Because it
have
felt like they were trying to amplify up the reason why, like, Silco
Yeah.
and them are striking back.
Yeah,
and
like
they're
I feel
upset.
like the simple fact that he murdered a child is pretty fucking powerful.
Like, yeah,
And like, yeah, they didn't need to like give it like an extra thing because remember, Jace was fucked up for a minute after that, dude.
Yeah, doesn't he
Like,
vomit?
he doesn't vomit. He vomits on the bridge, but like he's staring at that kid for like upwards of like fucking like minimal like 10 minutes, like upwards to a couple hours because like they're cleaning up the mess of the fight or whatever while he's still staring at the kid.
So let me.
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely has a significant reaction to
Yeah, he's fucked up from it, and he realizes how fucked up it is. So like the whole point of like the thing is like it kind of doesn't make sense. It's just there for the extra impact, and it's like, all right.
So here you go.
Pretty
Also,
Here's
that
the-
speech that Vi gives is fucking golden. I love that.
I
shit.
mean,
It's like, you've
I'm-
always been part of this shit.
So
You're just
look at
staring
the-
in the face now.
I'm
So-
perfectly fine with there being a kid there, but I agree when you say it didn't need to be her son. Like,
Yeah.
there-
it just felt weird to me when I was watching it. I was like,
was
why
insanely
would her
contrived.
son be here? Like, she's basically like right underneath Silco in terms of the Zron hierarchy. It's like, why would her son be working alongside all these kids who are basically slave laborers?
It's why I said like, all right, he's either a nobody or he's management. Like, because if he's
Like I said, he wouldn't even have to be management. Just to put the line I said, he's just a fucking. He's like
yeah,
he's a kid.
Yeah,
the
he
yeah,
got in
he's
trouble
like-
for
yeah,
something,
he got in
yeah.
trouble.
he
Yeah,
fucking-
I
he
agree with
fucking
that as
took too
well.
much chems or whatever.
I
Yeah.
forgot you.
That's-
I
that's
forgot
an
you
easy
said that.
fix,
Yeah,
right?
I agree. I
he
forgot
got
you said
caught
that.
stealing and was serving punishment or something. I don't
Exactly.
know, but anything to justify why her son, like, to give her some kind of personal stake in this. And it's like,
Mhm.
that really didn't need to be there.
Mhm.
And already,
Especially
like I said,
since
it
the
does,
payoff is just that Silco goes, you were thinking of betraying me. I would have killed your son for this. But it's kind of already happened. And
Yeah,
he just
it
kinda
didn't
leaves
really
that there.
change the status quo for them because they were already at each other's throats anyway.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it was pointless to make him her
Hmm.
son. It didn't do anything.
That's it.
Is in tight.
One out
Thank
of
you.
10.
Ugh.
Bad writing.
But you were talking about Angry Joe.
yeah, Angry Joe brought up a weird point because he said the show is a 10 out of 10 easy, and it's like, okay. But he said this is this team's first ever attempt at writing anything, and it's like when he said that, it's like, dude, it really fucking shows because there's a lot of shit that could easily be taken care of with like one or two lines. And it's like,
Yeah, I hate to say power
Like
the
there's
throwaway.
like here's my thing. Like even as hard as I am on this show, like there are some genuinely really good ideas in here. There are moments of really really strong dialogue, and there is some really good character work in here.
Mhm.
But there's also a lot of errors, and I do think it's like Max said earlier. It kind of falls under that death of a thousand cuts. Like there are some moments that are just straight up like big plot holes for me, but the majority of it, it's a little bit here and a little bit there, but it adds up over the course of the 9-hour runtime.
Personally,
I
I
mean,
myself would go ahead, Shady.
I was gonna say I'm willing to point out things that I think are faults. I think our big contention in this chat has constantly been, I don't see them as devastating as you guys do.
Yeah,
Well-
but that's not the point. We're saying they're not as devastating. The problem is when they're all put together, it is devastating.
That's what
And-
I'm saying. Even
and also-
all put together, I don't see them as devastating as you guys do.
Well, I mean, even so, even if it's like all minor, that ceases to be at 10 because it's got flaws.
Yeah.
Like that brings
Avatar
it-
has flaws.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
but
a
it's not
10.
a
Yeah,
10.
and it's not
fact,
a 10.
You don't
In
call
fact-
Avatar a 10?
No,
I
a lot of
don't
people
call
say it's a
Avatar a 10.
4.
There's a lot of rare
I
things
think it's
that are 10s.
very fucking good.
I've
but I
called
don't think it's a
like
10.
Avatar, DuckTales, and this show a 10. Those are the only three I can think of.
I have called, of all things, a 10. I've called Empire Strikes Back, and I think that might actually be it. And I don't even think that's even like a good enough like actual 10. If at most it's like an 8 or a 9.
Yeah. I honestly don't think I've ever seen like a perfect movie.
If
Yeah,
you've
because the
never
perfect-
seen a perfect one, then how can there be a perfect one?
Because
Okay, I was
it-
actually missing for this conversation when we had it earlier about what actually qualifies as a 10 out of 10. And for me, it's not about it does everything perfectly and gets the highest possible score and everything. For me, it's just about being flawless. It's like there's nothing I can point to as dragging it down. So
Nobody's a
if
good
you-
example.
and this is just
actually.
like pure objective. You can have a movie that's boring as shit and still be like technically perfect.
Yeah, the
Like, this is
chair
kind of a
the chair in a
whole
room
fucking thing.
is the chair in the room is the constant hypothetical that things like either EFAP or just I myself bring up. It may technically be this boring ass movie, but like objectively, it does not have a flaw. Even if it's just literally all it's doing is just sitting in the room and nothing's
It's weird. We're
happening.
talking about Hassan Piker, but all right.
Don't talk
Oh,
about
no.
Hassan while he's out of the room. God.
You just start seeing my brain just caving in.
But
I don't know. I can't think of anything that is objectively a 10 out of 10 and not entertaining.
Well, hold on. I was going to say, would Lord of the Rings be as close as we could get to a 10 out of 10?
Well, I was going to keep it in the realm of like animated serialized shows, and I would point to like, okay, there's this show called Space Battleship Yamato 2199. It's a sci-fi
I've heard
thing.
of that. Yeah.
Our planet is dying. We have to go on a space journey to another place, get a thing, and make it back. That's the basic plot. It's kept simple, and all of the drama and the complexity is just on how you do it. The problems they encounter along the way, how they overcome them, how they outthink them, how they don't, how they fail, how the ship gets damaged, and how they have to deal with that going forward. It's very simple, but it is fucking great. It's like my favorite animated thing of all time. And I still haven't sat these assholes down to fucking watch it.
Is that anime with
But-
the weird half mech, half starfighter ships? Because I think Eli's told me about this.
that's Robotech?
There's no mechs in Space
Yeah,
Battleship.
that-
They're all
but-
battleships. Yeah, as you might be able to tell from the fucking title.
Well, no, that's why I was saying. That's why I was asking because it was like he was showing
The
me
answer's no.
something. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds like Robotech.
If you're talking about mechs, it might be Gurren Lagann, which myself and
No,
at
it's
least
just these-
Ninja have recommended.
It's
before.
just these
Oh, I've definitely
starfighters that
recommended it.
partially
I'll
turn
fucking
Yeah.
throw
into.
fucking everything at that show.
It's just these starfighters that partially turn into mechs, and it's like, oh, it
Yeah,
turns
that's
out, no, it was
Robotech.
not-
They look like jets.
Pass.
Kinda.
I'll need to look at it.
No.
Yeah.
But
Anyway.
But anyway, the
my-
thing that makes that show so great for me is that it's like 25 episodes long. Again, what you were saying about Arcane is how I describe that show. Things like the pacing is just perfect. Everything sits on every point exactly as long as it needs to, and not a second longer. And we just go through from character to character. All of their decisions make sense. all of the interactions they have with other characters. You understand where everybody's coming from. And when Arcane hits for me, it hits in those exact same ways. Like there are so many exchanges between characters. And when the show is at its strongest is when you have two characters arguing and you understand both of their perspectives.
Yeah.
It's like the thing this show does best.
Or even like fucking vulnerable moments, like when fucking Vi, like as much as everybody wants to be like, oh, lesbos, it's like people like the Vi and Caitlyn on the bed thing, where like Vi is just
The
like
bed
finally
scene,
had
yeah.
a chance to like wrap her head around everything that she's been seeing and how fucked up everything is in her perspective because she's been gone for so long.
I was gonna
It's a
bring
really
up
nice scene.
I was gonna bring up the shower scene actually, because that's one of the most vulnerable. Like when Caitlyn's just trying to like process everything that has happened, pretty much within the last 24 hours.
It's also metaphorical because she's
Because she's what? Sorry, you roboted like a motherfucker. What?
She's washing the blood off.
Oh yeah, she's washing the blood off. Hello?
Shady?
Shady died.
No, Shady, please. No, come back to us.
It's hard because we're
He's
kind of
back.
going out of order.
No,
a
he's
little
still
bit,
here.
We're going insanely out of order.
But I was trying to think of like the next big issue I had. I know one of them was
Hello?
you back, Shady? Maybe.
Shady?
hello.
Hey.
Hello.
there we
I'm
go.
sorry. You fucking went full Victor on us and just fucking roboted and left.
Everything on my computer just was like, nope. It
your
all
stream-
shut down at once.
Is your stream still up?
No, it went down, but it's back up now.
Okay.
But yeah, what we were talking about something I was just about to.
I know,
respond
you
to it.
literally were
Wyatt
saying
had brought up the
something.
shower scene. For
Oh, the
Caitlyn.
shower
yeah,
scene. Right,
okay.
right. The shower scene is metaphorical because Caitlyn had just been to like the slums, to this really dirty, icky place. Physically and emotionally, she's been there and back. So she's washing herself over. A lot of shower scenes are usually metaphors for that, like somebody washing themselves over and taking a breath after what they've just experienced.
Well, it also showed that she was super vulnerable because you're never more vulnerable than when you're in the bathroom naked.
That's more
Oh,
what
yeah.
that's
Jinx
that's
shows
more
up
what I
and
was
ambushes
that's
her.
more what I was going off of. Like, oh,
And
you
I
talking
have
about
to
vulnerability.
say, like, legit, some of my favorite fucking moments in animation is Jinx actually there the entire time before we see her open her eyes? Because that shit's legit fucking creepy.
No, that's
Like,
terrifying.
Oh my god, these
She's
people
been-
make me terrified of Jinx.
The
My
Jinx was
goodness
fucking
gracious.
scary, dude. Like,
she had like
holy
full on fucking
shit.
teleportation powers. Half the time it didn't make sense. Like I was like, what the fuck are her abilities? Like I genuinely don't know.
She's supposed the shimmer gives her. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna make a joke. She has a teleport. She teleported to a friendly minion and she was there.
The thing is that, and this is partial, like they're not giving you all the info on purpose. It's kind of to make her mysterious. I somewhat know her abilities because I play the game. In the game, she has the ability to move extremely quickly when her adrenaline is pumping. So
Yeah, but
that's why
But she was literally she was fucking Sam Fisher stealth mode there though.
Yeah, I might make an edit. The fuck it, I have to stop myself shit posting.
I kind of want to see that. I kind of want to see that scene. Actually,
I want to.
Because is she
it?
actually there
Oh,
in
it's
the
the end of
background
this
the entire
one.
time?
Let me see. I wanted to make an edit so bad where it's just like as it shows Jinx, like the eye, it makes the cloaker sound. That's more terrifying than
Shady,
the actual
have you ever
show.
played a game called Payday?
no,
Have you ever played Left 4 Dead?
no.
Really? Oh, well, shit. Well, Payday is a game where you play as four heisters and you basically rob banks and shit. There's you fight a bunch of SWAT teams, but there's like these special SWAT guys called. Well, there's a bunch of different ones, but one in particular is called a cloaker. And what he does is he like runs up on you and knocks you down and starts beating you down. The noise he make, like, so like you hear like
When
the
he's-
noise of like a camera pop up, and then like a really high pitched whine comes at you as he's like jumping towards you. It's
Yeah,
like,
and
anybody who's played Payday, that's like one of the most horrifying noises you could fucking hear in the game.
oh yeah,
he can like basically instantly kill you.
there's a especially since like he can literally just spawn out of anywhere.
Well, he doesn't spawn. He like hides under cars and shit like
yeah.
that. So like, yeah, he doesn't like spawn out of nowhere, but like he will come at you from spots you don't.
All right, hold on. This is bullshit. Like you could see in the mirror, like she's not there. Even with the steam actually comes across a pretty clear image.
So they forgot to render the reflection, or
they forgot to put her in there.
I want to see him. I want to actually.
I was gonna say I can.
No, I'm pulling it up on my actual fucking account. I want to actually see it. New episodes. What the fuck?
It's probably telling you just it in general.
I technically haven't watched the first 3 episodes on my account. So
yeah.
That's probably what it is. What episode was it? Was it episode?
It's 8. Like the last 5 minutes.
Oil and water. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's right.
It makes the when it looks at the reflection, the room's a lot brighter. But then when you see like behind her, the room is just suddenly darker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're playing this. They're playing the violin music. Vi is for violin. She turns off the shower.
Vi is for violin.
You don't know. There is
that
violinist. It
didn't hit me till
I
started playing the scene, and I heard the violin. I was like, oh. Okay, so I'm seeing the mirror, seeing the reflection,
seeing the steam,
hands out. There's the monkey,
and then it just suddenly it reflects back, and it's like,
she's there, dude.
No, not in the reflection. I'm talking about like if you want to talk about like how you can see her like as the steam's fading away. Yes.
No, you can actually see her when the steam's fading away in the reflection. You see her shoulder.
I was about to say I see her what looks like a shoulder.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you can see where the shoulder outline. Are you talking
about right here?
Okay. She's all right. Yeah, hang on. She's looking at the writing. If you look at the technically left side of the screen, you can actually see that shoulder, and then when it swaps the camera, it's now on the opposite side because it's the reverse reflection. Like you could see the shoulder and like a hint of blue, but once the steam slowly fades out, you can actually see her.
You might need to
zoom and enhance.
Because I'm talking about what I'm talking about is
so
if you look at what I'm sharing, like
let me look what you're sharing.
I'll pull the copyright filter down.
The reason I wanted to do that is so I can actually get like a high definition, so I can actually see it.
So look at this. Look at the stream for a moment.
Okay, so can you full screen this or no?
This is full screen. This is just.
We're seeing all the OBS shit. So
that's fine. I can't. Well, I'm not gonna fucking make the entire screen big because
it's fine.
Well, like I said, if you look, so back it up a little bit when like the music starts to get eerie.
I have it muted, so I can't take. The audio
Well,
cue.
then watch the left side of the screen. You can actually see it right there. You can see that little line right there. Now watch the right side.
No, yeah, I get it. You can start to see her here.
Yeah,
I was arguing.
You can see her in the reflection. Go back.
I'm looking. I'm not seeing her.
Can you see it? Am I going crazy?
I don't see it. Like I thought I saw something, but I don't see it. But also, like to me, it's clear that the fog of war. I laughed at my own joke before I said it. It's clear that the fog of war is obscuring her enough that that's not a clear image.
Yeah, she didn't pull wards. That's what do you want?
But
this is what happens.
That's not how mirrors work.
Like it's not the worst example.
Right.
It's another sort of because she does the same thing. Like, I think it's at the table scene or maybe right before.
Oh no, you're talking about when Silco
is across the room.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say when Silco is just at the statue of Vander and
she's
just
just
behind
that too. She's literally like right behind. But
no, you can see her.
Not until the camera pans. Like that's the thing. It's like she's literally behind the statue the entire time. Is the implication? Like she was there for his whole monologue. But it's like, how would he not be aware of her presence? Like she's not really hiding all that effectively. But she's just because she's kind of the Harley Quinn character. She's crazy and unstable. She can just be where she needs to be when she needs to be.
Yeah, I refuse to put Master of Stealth in Jinx's wheelhouse because that makes no fucking sense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, that's the Mary Sue thing. She's literally good at everything she wants to do.
No, That's being good at everything is not a Mary Sue thing. That's a byproduct of being a Mary Sue. Being a Mary Sue is when the plot bends specifically to you, usually because
Would you
the
not
writer
state that
is
about Jinx?
injecting an idea. No, because she gets blown freaking up and has to suffer, and
survives.
she loses all her family due to her own actions. Like the plot doesn't revolve around her. Like,
No, but
if
the
the plot
world
revolved
bends
around
to
her,
her.
Vander would still be alive. Her
Hold on.
friends would still be alive.
The world bends
Hang
to
on.
her in the sense that she is a lone terrorist, right? Essentially, that as far as Piltover is concerned, she's a lone terrorist, and yet she is so powerful and so dangerous and so good at everything that she does that they are willing to give Zaun independence to make her go away. Do you realize how insane that is?
That's just a good villain. That's not a Mary Sue. That's just a good villain.
No, I don't believe that she's that much of a threat to Piltover.
Yeah, Jace even admits like we could easily stomp Zaun if we wanted to.
No, the reason they want Jinx is because they need to make an example. Like they want all of Zaun. They don't want Jinx. They want Silco, but they can't deal with Silco if they put him in jail. They still need somebody because.
Well, they don't.
Why?
They can't deal with Silco. They want Silco there because they need something as like
I mean literally
mediator.
deal. They can't make a deal with Silco. Like they can't deal with him. That's
they
what
literally
I mean.
are.
They literally are.
They
literally
can't
are making
make
a deal with him.
Deal with Silco if he's not there.
Oh,
that's
what
I'm saying. When I say they can't deal with him, they can't make a deal with him if he's not there. So they need somebody, and Jinx is the face of the terrorist attacks. So they need somebody to make people feel safe and to make the council feel safe and to punish someone. So they choose Jinx. It's not specifically that Jinx is so dangerous they want to put her away for the new nation. It's that they need someone. They can't have Silco, and the next face behind that is Jinx. I don't think they have any more faces behind that.
Even Silco makes the statement, like, he's giving me everything I want. He's not even haggling.
Yeah, he didn't even
Jace
haggle.
is bad at haggling. They established
that's uncharacteristic. Like he's basically saying the whole deal is out of.
They said that at the beginning that Jace walked into Echo's shop and just bought everything and didn't even haggle. Like that was a kind of a callback.
No, we're talking about how like he didn't even haggle, as in like from Silco's perspective, like that was way too fucking easy.
Yeah. It's showing his desperation. He even says like, "You've tipped your hand, boy. Like you show me how desperate you are."
How is that out of character for Jace?
I'm not saying it's out of character for Jace. We're talking about Silco.
Well, so it's out of character for Silco.
No, I'm saying it's more just the plot bending around Jinx.
I don't understand how. The reason I'm saying out of character is because that's what I heard you say earlier. You said it was out of character, so I'm like, no, that happened
like
earlier.
It was an uncharacteristic deal. Like the deal caught Silco off guard because of how charitable it was in his direction.
Yeah, because Jace is a horrible politician in this regard. He just saw war, and he doesn't have the stomach for it. And he's actually making a decision behind the other counselors' backs. Well, I shouldn't say behind their backs. He's the leader without their consultation.
Actually,
he's making this choice on his own, and they actually get furious at him when he first does it. It is an out of, like, it's not something a leader should be doing. Jace's naivete is getting the best of him because he's sick of war. Like, that's not the world bending to Jinx. That's something that character would do in that situation.
I guess I just don't buy that Jinx and her actions have pushed him that hard.
They haven't. Silco's has, but he needs to put someone away, and he only has two faces. Jace needs to put someone away, but he only has two faces. He has Silco, the head. He can't put Silco away because he has to make a deal with him. So he goes for the next best thing, the face of the terrorism, which is Jinx. Jinx is the only other name they have other than Silco.
I don't know. I guess it just everything that they're blaming Silco for, or they're saying was because of Silco, was Jinx. Like Silco himself had very little involvement in it. Like a lot of the shit she was doing on her
Yeah,
own. Remember all
in fact,
so,
he gets mad at her because like
yeah, like the dog is off the leash. You know, it's they make several statements that she's kind of acting on her own. So it is her. It isn't Silco.
I mean, yes, but how is that the world bending to her? She's going to do something. It has an effect.
She's
She
the
does
threat.
it.
Like she's the antagonist, not Silco. Like
No,
she's the
Silco
one
is
that's
definitely
dangerous.
she's doing it to please Silco. I believe she will become the antagonist in season 2. But she's doing it to please Silco. If Silco told her to stop doing this stuff, she would stop.
would she?
If he alluded to her that stopping was better, the reason she shot the people on the blimp, that was a freak accident that was shown to not happen too many times. She just thought she saw Vi. So Silco was like, take time because you're doing stuff you shouldn't be doing. This pushes Jinx over, and that's when she decides to go on her own and steal the thing. Silco decides to reprimand her for killing all these people, causing all this destruction. She's way crossed the line he never wanted her to cross. And she reveals that it brought him something he never could have gotten if she hadn't crossed that line. So she's doing all this to please Silco. Everything she's doing even when she blows up the bridge, again, she's causing so much destruction that it's causing trouble for other people, including Silco. But then she reveals she did it to grab the stone. It's shown that she's doing it for Silco. If it showed that Silco truly did not approve of the stuff she was doing, truly, like not just getting momentarily angry or frustrated, she would not do it. Silco is the driving force behind, I don't want to say all the problems.
But
the
she
problems,
doesn't
the main
get
conflict.
the stone for Silco. Like Silco has no interest in the stone. He doesn't know how to use it.
Yeah, he does. Once he got it, he was like, "Oh wow, this is amazing," and he tells Jinx, make a weapon out of it.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
but still, it's basically her thing. Like Silco doesn't use the stone. He doesn't have any desire to keep it or use it for himself.
Yes, he does. He's the one telling Jinx to use it, to figure out how to make it into a weapon. He tells her he keeps pressuring her. We need you to make that weapon. You're the only one who can do it. Jinx doesn't want to do it. She actually, because it brings back memories of how she killed her family. And she's like, I can't do it. And he says, you're the only one who can. We need you to do this. Silco is the driving force behind all of Jinx's actions. Even if sometimes he disapproves of her on the surface actions, she's constantly trying to please him. And his wants and desires are pushing that. Need a cricket sound effect.
Well,
yeah,
I think this, like, we might just be going in circles, unfortunately. I was going to bring up Jace becoming head of the council is absolutely fucking ridiculous. I guess it just shows that Piltover, with its council, doesn't have a line of succession, but it certainly wouldn't go to the new guy. Especially with showing how slimy the other politicians are, they'd be instantly trying to go for the seat themselves.
That's another one of those moments where it's like, it could have had more explanation, but I can see it happening. Especially since Mel is completely on Jace's side, and she's shown that she knows the game better than the others.
I would say we needed to see it. It's not that's not an optional one.
I disagree.
Yeah, Heimdinger actually lays out exactly why they vote for him as their leader. Because in their pursuit of progress, they've given in to convenience and profit, and he's the one making all of their money.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. He established that he has major deals with all of them. Like every single one of them is in his pocket, and he can shut down all their stuff if he wants. Jace has already a lot of power already. Hello.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just contemplating it, and it's just normally somebody comes in with something, and it's just like we've never had this bit where it's like actually everyone is silent now.
But no, it's like we laid out that him being elected to the council is not ridiculous. You
No, him
actually
being
see how and why it happens.
him being elected to the council, that's fine. It's just like none of the other counselors want to make that move for it. Like not even a
Well,
tenth.
you laid out the other councillors they're corrupt and lazy and money hungry. Heimdinger calls all of them out on this when he's trying to dissuade them from advancing Hextech any further. The problem he ran into is that he was right, that they do value convenience and comfort over the safe procedure into progress, like he's so passionate about, and so they fucking fired him.
That's a good quote. The problem he
Well,
runs
his
into
biggest
is
problem
that
is that
he was right.
Yeah, I mean, he was. I got him fired.
I will
It was a
say
good
I
quote.
did.
You executed it well.
I will say I did like the in that scene where like there's all this shit going on and you just like what's your goddamn plan essentially. Like I kind of did enjoy that scene, but that's kind of
I
because
love that scene.
That's mainly because
I
I
thought
it's only because I love scenes where like characters call each other out, because it's like, oh, you keep saying we have all these problems, but what's your fucking plan? It's why one of my favorite like optional dialogues in Red Dead 2 is you can confront Dutch and be like, you don't have a plan, do you? Like,
thought
even
I
though
was like Heimer was going to be the all knowing, completely right guy who the show was going to side with, and I was utterly shocked when Jace suggested he step down, and I agreed with Jace. I was like, how did I get to this point? This show did this to me. How did it do that? Because it's like Heimer's not a bad guy, and he's not a stupid guy either, but he has his faults. Like,
yeah, he's not flawless. Like he's wise, he's cautious, he genuinely is passionate about the things he believes in, which is progress and the advancement of thought and society and all of that shit. But when it comes down to it, it's like, yes, you have all of our best interests at heart, and so you're warning us that this is potentially dangerous. But if you're not bringing another option to the table, all you're doing is holding us back.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a fucking good point. In fact, the whole thing about Hextech reminds me so much about the nuclear power debate now. Because you have all like these politicians who remember nuclear war, they remember meltdowns, they remember fucking accidents that cost mass amounts of life. And now we're all like, okay, yeah, those are valid things to be worried about. So what do we do instead? Do we just keep doing what we're doing? Now we're in a catch-22. You can't do that.
So our friend Jake brought up something. I'm assuming it's in relation to the Jinx Mary Sue thing, but I don't know how to relate it because I've never seen Twilight. Bella Swan is tossed around until the last book, still a Mary Sue. I don't know anything about Twilight, so I don't see the connection. Only because
go ahead.
Well, it's because I've never seen Twilight and I refuse to. I'm like I'm good.
I've never seen Twilight, but I know enough about it. Bella is the character whom everyone is desiring,
lusting over.
She is classic Mary Sue material.
Not just lusting. She's also like a MacGuffin at times.
She's a blank slate. She's literally an author insert.
Mm-hmm.
Like her only real character trait is that she's plain and she's clumsy. That's it.
Slur, you and me, where we did the whole thing in Dragon's Den about Mary Sue's. What's your input on the Jinx thing?
For Jinx, okay, I come at this a little bit sideways because for me, a Mary Sue almost has to be a protagonist because the story really has to be about them. And I think Arcane has too much going on for it to really stick. I do think that there are times when she's a little bit OP, but she's also not the only one I would apply that to, so singling her out as Mary Sue feels a bit much. But yeah,
I think maybe
the
the reason
off-screen no jutsu, the overpowered toughness, she's great at pretty much anything she really wants to do. It's not consistent with the fact that when we see her and when we see the beginning of her journey, you're not good at everything. But the things you are good at, if you follow that, you can do great things. It's like that's a fucking good start for a character.
Yeah,
And when you see her
it's
transfer that into being really good at making bombs and being able to wrap her head around hex tech and make the bad building day 9000,
it's an
like,
almost an
good shit
understanding.
and pays off that start. But then you have going into the arcade and almost meeting Vi's score and being an excellent combatant and being able to sneak into buildings and track people down and all of this other shit as well. I feel like she could have used some kind of counterpart, another
Like,
character she works with, to cover those bases.
yeah, laying traps down that would
Like
take
Echo.
like that laying traps down that would take like God knows how much time to like have the like a plan built. Like with the fire, it's like, all right, so that wouldn't take as much planning, but it would take at the very least a bit, where it's like understanding where the guards are, the layout of the little building you're gonna set on fire, which would be the best place to set the bombs.
Oh, well, like
Well,
saying,
not
I feel
to
like if
get-
she's, well, she's looking for a good foil, this would be a good way to insert extra episodes. Have Jinx fight Echo.
For more than one fight, more than
Yeah, I was
two.
gonna
I
say
mean,
she
Literally
did, but-
more than 2 minutes. Like actually have them like go back and forth. Like actually have
Listen,
them be a menace.
listen. If you can't make the most of a single minute, you don't deserve a single extra second.
That's
I
no,
just wanted to
no,
prove that
no,
I watch League of
no.
Legends stuff.
No, well, because I watch Game of Thrones stuff, and you can always benefit from more time.
yes, exactly.
I-
Season
Yeah, like-
season 8 is the perfect
reason-
example of that, because it's like this would have greatly
Quiet,
benefited.
shut up!
Yeah, let's let Ninja say it.
I think the reason that it's bothering me, and I keep bringing it up about Jinx being like Mary Sue-ish, is because these OP moments that Slur is bringing up. I think he called it right. I would agree that maybe she doesn't meet all of the criteria to be a Mary Sue, but the fact that so much of the plot revolves around her and revolves around her having these OP abilities, I think that's why it sticks out more than some of the other characters to me. And that's why, to me, she's like, of this show, she's the one I would point to as being the most broken.
Yeah, her teleportation being a big example. Like not just from the instances that we already gave with the bathroom and with the statue, because keep in mind what all that character has to go through to get to that spot. So assuming like that mansion has security, she has to get past all them, and has to possibly get past anyone else that's in the house, like servants, then has to like do the painting, all while making zero noise while Caitlyn is in the shower. Yes, I understand she's distracted. But you'd still hear, if you still hear a noise that would possibly yank you out of it.
Yeah, but shower's loud as fuck, dude. Like, like, think about it like acoustically. Somebody could walk into your room and not even notice it. The main thing I would point to her stealth being a major problem is actually when she first steals the fucking marble.
After she blew up the building.
Yeah, but then she steals it from like directly under the fucking stage, doesn't she? That's the implication.
No, I thought that was
They
the
had more
second
than one.
crystal. I thought that
They
was
had more
yeah.
than one.
Yeah, she
but
stuffed a whole bunch of them in her pocket.
Yeah, but I thought she stole the one from the fucking stage, though.
She stole one. I don't think it was from the stage. She might have though.
Hold
I would have
on,
to rewatch that.
hold on, I'll pull it up. This
So I
is
think
why.
it's the end of.
Wait, I thought she robbed the lab, and that's where
Yeah,
she got all the shit.
she robbed the lab, and they had at least two because Victor had the arm one, and Jace had
wasn't the
the
progress-
gauntlet one.
Wasn't the progress day thing like stolen? Or wait, no, that was, I don't know. I have to rewatch that.
I
give
know
me a
she
second.
specifically did go to the lab because it was vandalized, and I just assumed she got the stone from there because they had more than one stone.
Give me a second. I'm literally pulling it up right now.
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure the thing on the progress day was vandalism, but I could be misremembering that.
But the thing is, like, somebody who can do like just amazing stuff within the story isn't necessarily a Mary Sue. A Paragon is an example. And I think Jinx's whole perfectionist, or I don't even want to say perfection. I'd rather call it OP-ness. Jinx's whole OP-ness helps with the whole situation, because the situation is that Jinx is so good that Silco doesn't want to get rid of her. He doesn't know he's actually getting closer to her. I think where this actually loses benefit from is the time skip. This is actually something the time skip makes a little bit worse because we don't get to see all the things Jinx has done for Silco and how she's built up this repertoire. But I don't think it goes. I mean, there's a part of me that doesn't like it because it doesn't make sense to her League of Legends character. So it's like my comics, Jinx, an ADC should not be good at close combat. But ignoring that,
you got enough life steals to fucking survive a lot.
Ignoring that though, like it's still, to me, it still works within the story because of the role Jinx's character is playing. She's supposed to be this weapon, this very dangerous weapon that is advantageous for Zon, but if she gets just a little bit out of control, can really hurt.
It goes tits up real fast.
Yeah. So that's why I'm really like, even I don't call her perfect. I think she has easily identifiable flaws, but even if she was, I just think her overall positive traits help to serve the purpose of the story, which is that she is a dangerous weapon, a loose cannon, if you will. Yeah, that's right. I play League of Legends.
Gotta get that street cred in there.
I didn't get to show off my skills. My computer broke. So I didn't get to push.
You can run League on a potato, man. Come on. You're a fucking super duper YouTuber guy. You need to fucking
I'm pretty sure it's more of my internet than I need to upgrade my internet than it is my computer.
Yeah, that actually can be a fucking major factor, to be honest.
I was gonna say
that's also just Discord. Discord fucking
Discord
eats up space. If you're trying to do anything and Discord at the same time, something's gonna fuck up.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're lucky to have like the setup where it's like the stream machine, like it's just barely. I don't want to say just barely able to keep this up. It does it at a decent pace, all while screen sharing because that's how we get this the format with the boxes.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to touch on Vander, including the major theory involving.
Okay, so before we continue on this one, do you guys remember the end scene where it's showing like every character where they are before the nuke goes off?
Mm-hmm.
You mean Victor? You said Vander.
Yeah. No, we're talking about Vander. Because there's something kind of important here. No, I'm asking you a question. You're not fucking answering me. Do you remember where it's showing everybody doing their things, right? Fucking Heimerdinger's hanging out.
I remember this. Yes.
Yeah, you remember it, motherfucker. That's why we've been like biting our tongue to talk about it.
I'm waiting for you to finish your sentence. I'm like, all right.
Well, no, I'm asking a question.
Finish the question.
Do you remember when everybody's hanging out towards the end of the episode? Like Heimerdinger doing all that shit, everybody doing all that. Everybody's in a position like where they are. Do you remember Singed, the doctor that helped Victor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you remember what he looks up at when he's like in his final scene?
I thought he was looking.
I thought he looked at the salamander thing he has in the tank because
he's looking at a very hairy forearm. So.
Fuck. So.
Huh?
So, Hulk Vander, we think he might be coming back.
Well, it's not Hulk Vander, it's Werewolf Vander. There's a character in League of Legends called Warwick, and essentially what he is this insanely powerful, but like off the rails insane, like hex tech, or not hex tech, it's called hex tech in the game, but like he's basically a chemical werewolf, and he goes around killing fucking all the chem baron. He goes around killing the chem baron, basically the gangs of thing, because he hates the gangs. So the way that Vander is portrayed in the show is similar to how Warwick looks at shit. And the implication in the end thing, because you see the hairy arm, is that Singed, who also created Warwick, is creating Vander into Warwick. So this is the first thing where they are straight up changing a character in the game to a character for the show.
Well,
can I just ask real quick, is Vander a character in the game?
Not yet.
Okay.
No, we've never seen a character called Vander.
Yeah, he's not. We don't see it. The thing is, go ahead, JD.
The thing is, so the interesting thing is, Werwick in his lore in the game is a mystery. All Werwick in the game remembers is the crying of a little girl screaming his name. He doesn't even know what his name was, but just a little girl screaming at him. And he wakes up as Werwick, and he's been experimented on, and he hunts down the people of Zaun. So when Vander came out, a lot of people were like theorizing that he was Werwick because he's taking care of two little girls and he gets chemmed out. And then at the end,
Warwick takes shit out with his hands.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
And then at the end, they show the hairy arm. Everybody's pretty much like, well, that's conclusion. And if you haven't seen the teaser for season 2, which is out right now, they play Werwick's music in it.
Mm-hmm.
And also, there's YouTubers who have done this. They've compared like a lot of hints that Vander is Werwick. For example, his nickname is the Hound of Zaun.
Oh, really? I never remember that. Dude,
well,
he's Warwick. He's Warwick. I don't give a fuck what anybody says.
Yeah, no, that's
he's Warwick.
Okay.
Straight up.
Jesus.
I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So, which I'm excited because Warwick is one of the very first like League of Legends characters. Like, here's the thing: Jace, Vi, all of them, they're all like newer than like older characters. Like, they're not like. They haven't been around since OG. Warwick has been, and so is Singed, actually, kind of. Because Singed and Warwick were... Like, the original lore was Warwick was an alchemist, and he worked with Singed. But the new rework is that Singed potentially made Warwick. So
interesting that they didn't use their OG characters, actually.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Well, Heimerdinger, but Heimerdinger doesn't really get much to do in the show, like, combat-wise.
Yeah, we don't actually see him throw hands, which would be funny.
The funny thing about Heimer is like he comes onto the show and Jason's like, I found a way to control magic through science. And he's like, no. And everybody who plays the game is like, who is this?
And it's like, yeah, okay, so for the games, Heimerdinger uses rockets, grenades, turrets, all sorts of insane shit to fuck you up. And like it's the little Shiba Inu version. It's there's like Heimerdinger from the show versus Heimerdinger from the game, and it's the giant fucking jacked Shiba Inu.
But the thing is,
magic is bad. It hurts people.
He's literally called. He's literally called a mage in the game, so that's why it's like, oh, and he literally uses magic with science in the game.
Yeah,
so it was so weird when Jason's like, I figured this out. He's like, no, you can't do that. I was like,
yeah, like they kind of gave. That's the thing. They kind of gave Jace like Heimerdinger's old thing when like Heimerdinger's like right there, and it's like, all right. So in a way, they kind of cucked out one of their older characters to make way for the newer character.
Unless that's his arc for season 2, he sees the light of violence and fucking.
He sees the lights of violence and creates turrets and fucking rockets and all sorts of insane shit. Yeah.
The whole thing with Heimer,
I'm sure that
protect the tree people.
I'm sure that'll
the
be
whole thing with
interesting
Heimer
for
is that
season 2.
all his flaws that he had in season 1, he realizes when he sees Echo's society in season 2. And so Echo's going to be in season 2 at the end of season 1, excuse me. And so I predict in season 2, like Echo's going to just have a huge influence on him with also, there's definitely going to be a war since Jinx did the thing.
Oh yeah, she fucking bad building day.
Yeah, she kind of started something. The cat's literally flying through the fucking window, not out of the back through the window.
And just the fact that he has a place where he's out of the council, where he is mainly just overseeing things and being like a figurehead, being turfed out and being thrown into the world to actually go out on just boots on the ground, try and actually do shit to help. Yeah, I think he's gonna roid up the arsenal of the Fireflies or some shit.
What's weird about Heimer is that they booted him from being the head of the council and being on the council. He's still a dean, but he acts like he has nothing to do. So he goes to Zaun.
Yeah, hold on. Isn't he still a professor? Does he have lectures that he's just not doing anymore?
Yeah, I was about to say, it seems like they completely, it's like, no, you're retired, but you're not allowed to do anything, old man. Go lay down. It's like, oh, all right, I guess.
His students are sitting in the lecture hall like, what the fuck is he?
No, it's fair.
No,
they
they
did just say
no respect.
they did just say early retirement. They didn't necessarily say just from being on the council, but I feel like and the council does have the power to kick someone out of the academy, as we saw with Jace. So I think that's a stretch, but
All right, but taking him off the council makes sense because he was getting in the way of their money. But to kick him out of his fucking professorship just feels vindictive.
You don't get to teach anymore, you ass.
They also kicked him out of.
It's like,
They
also,
retired.
you're not allowed to teach. Fuck you.
They also
Get out.
retired his fucking lease on his apartment. It's pretty fucked. Like they kind of really fucked.
Also,
yeah,
the
he was
clo-
gonna leave. He was
also-
gonna flat out leave Piltover until he saw Echo. Like,
Yeah, he was like, "Fuck this! I'm gonna go."
the
fuck some
they were
Fox
gonna take the clothes off his back too. They were just gonna be like, no, those clothes are like you get retired from your clothes too. Like you get just this rag. Here you go.
we deviate. I wanted to talk about Vander because ignoring the whole Werwick thing, like Vander is such a good the stereotypical dad character. Like I love just how they did him, how they did his character, how he's definitely got fight in him, but with two daughters, he doesn't want to take them down that path, and he saw what happened to their parents. I think the other two are still technically his sons as well, because I think I thought they were just Vi and Jinx's friends, but I think all four of them live down there.
Yeah, I think he kind of just took them all in because they were all just fucking street urchins with nowhere to go.
Yeah. So Vander had a pretty he had a good solid through line for the most part until he died. Like that
Maybe allegedly.
The way he died, it's
until
he gets
confirmed,
and
no,
he
he
chooses
died.
between revenge and saving his daughter, and he chooses to
until
save
he
his
got
daughter.
stabbed and blown up and possibly
Dr. Mundo.
dead.
I thought he was
going
gonna
to
be
say-
Dr. Mundo. That was the weird thing.
Well, that's the
But,
funny thing.
I
You guys,
just really-
you guys
I
are
think
theory
he's-
crafting when I'm just like I don't engage in that shit in the
I
slightest.
know,
I'm like,
but it's not really theory crafted because it's all in the show technically. Like even Mommy Noxus was like, your brother died. He crossed the wrong man. This man has a lot of resources. It's like, oh, is she talking
It
about
was Heimerdinger.
Swain? No,
He's Heimerdinger?
Heimerdinger's
that's-
the Grand General of fucking Noxus.
no,
Alright.
yeah, that's what happens when you get a retirement from the council. They gave you enough resources to run a country.
I mean, yeah, he could have teleported there. You don't know. You don't know that. It's my headcanon.
That image is just hilarious. Just like going to war with Noxus, who's their leader, just Heimerdinger. Like maybe he's got like the alien skin on him or something.
Where he's got
No,
no,
it's Heim-
brain, his cannon fucking look.
No, it's Heimerdinger, but he's just wearing like a mini SS uniform.
You say that, but there's actually a character named Vigard who actually has a Nazi uniform.
Oh, fuck's sake, I hate this. Fucking...
He's an
the
evil
same
mage.
race as Heimer.
It's like when somebody was like, if you say a thing that's an SCP, I'm going to hit you, and I just said the first thing off of my head, like a crystal that just grows when you eat it, and then I got hit. It's like I don't know anything. It's like how is that even a thing?
Yeah. So I really like Vander. I think he did played a great counterpart to both Silco and Vi, like just bouncing off of them. I think he's more of the Paragon-y figure rather than anyone else in the show.
Yeah, he's pretty great. It got fucking real as fuck in episode 3, where it's like, oh yeah, by the way, you thought this was like a nice little kiddie show about a shonen or whatever? Nah, fucking murder. It's like blood everywhere. People are getting
child death.
ripped apart. Like holy shit, dude, this escalated quickly.
It is so interesting to me how they would have came out the victors of that scenario if Jinx just didn't do anything.
Yeah,
Like that's
the thing.
fascinating to me. Like
I feel kind of like, yeah.
they like Silco had this grand master plan and they actually thwarted it. They were actually gonna escape, and then Jinx intervened. Like that just pleases my brain for some reason.
Yeah, kind of fucking. I like that. Like, there's a lot of cool things with like animation. I really like the repeating like explosion. So like they show the explosion from the perspective of the kids. They show the perspective of Silco. They show the perspective of Marcus. They show the perspective of Jinx. Like you see all of these different way angles of like what Jinx did. So like you see in 1 second how much she fucked everything up. It's pretty cool. And yeah, it was really fucking like fucked up. She like I was like, oh, she just killed a bunch of children. Cool.
Anybody had anything to say about Mel?
Her mom
Kind of hot.
Her mom made me so uncomfortable.
Her mom fucking
Prude.
did the
Her mom
opposite from
has
me.
some major issues.
Yeah,
Like-
there is one pretty fucked up thing. And like I was just like, because I went into the room to let my dogs out and make a cup of coffee. But yeah, I was rewatching that, and yeah, it does come out of fucking nowhere. So the issue, Shady, is that Mel's mom knows about the hex tech weapons, even though like a scene before they were just discussing it.
I would have to re-see
Yeah,
it because
it's
the hex tech cores are just a power source.
She
so
says hex tech weapons in the scene. So there's a scene where she comes back. She's like, "Oh, what's up, daughter? You know, fucking fuck your city of progress." And then like,
looks at the
literally
nearest twink.
next- Well, yeah, she looks at the next twink. She's like, "You head my thighs now." And then she goes, "By the way, Jace is making weapons." And she's like, "What? How do you?" But her next line should have been, "How do you know about that?" Because that could have been like played into like how she's got like secret society and shit like that. But nah, it's like it's weird.
I'd
It's like,
have to
I really
watch
like
it.
I really like Mommy Noxus, but yeah, that is a
No,
glaring
stop.
issue.
No horny.
I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop. You fucking sip over Zarya all the time. I'm gonna sip over the fucking actual queen.
I don't like her. She makes me uncomfortable.
That's why.
She just has a
That's why I
lot of
joking.
knowledge that she shouldn't have.
That's why I jokingly just went prude.
Well, you're being the same way. You fuck. What are you talking about?
No, I was more
How
just
dare
keeping
you
it.
get between me and my honorable death.
No, he's talking about me because, like, clearly there's a scene that she makes me very uncomfortable in.
Yeah, I'm talking about the bathhouse scene, the one that
Yeah, she's
probably.
like, Jace, you're a pussy.
the-
Lol, look
I was
at
going to
this.
say, the meme where it's like that nicely drawn thing is like a girl bends over this guy who has a laptop, the laptop shoots into the sky. That's you during that scene.
Yeah. Yeah,
But,
well, no,
we-
that was me when
I-
she
I
first
said-
walked out. She's like, "Check it out, I'm from Noxus," and I was like,
I said, "What do you think of
"Yes."
Mel?" Everyone said, "Screw that. Let's talk about her mom."
Her mom's the shit. What are you talking about? Her mom is the
I know
best
exactly what
character
you're.
in the show.
No.
but
I can just,
but
I
Mel,
can,
though.
you could hear the pure horny energy actually.
It's not horny. There's just like respect. She's such a badass in like 2 scenes. Well, actually, she's not really that much of a badass because she's talking about, "Oh my god, the guy who killed your brother is an asshole. We need to deal with him right now, otherwise we're screwed."
But Mel though, like,
Yeah, Mel's
what do
pretty
we
good.
think of?
I'm
Mel's pretty
kind of
good.
weirded out by the fact that she's got like fucking goddamn back powers or whatever.
Yeah, whatever that
She's
is, it's
activating
gonna
her
be so
chakra
weird.
gates or some shit. What is that?
No, I found that annoying as well because it's just like why do we
Yeah,
keep
that's
just getting
literally-
introduced to a new
That's
thing?
literally-
Can we
that's literally a
please?
plot. That's literally going to be a plot device to save everybody in that room, or at least the fucking main characters. Because who gives a shit about Robot Man and Fat Man? He likes Noxian ale. She, like I said, she's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with her. I like the way that she
I like
plays everything Game of Thrones style. Like she fucks with the other counselors because that's literally her whole game.
I was
Like-
gonna say, like, I really like her character because I just like the whole politics,
Yeah, yeah,
the playing politics type of thing.
yeah.
And
Everybody
I like
from-
it when
everybody,
somebody
like-
is competent with it. Like, I hated Cersei because Cersei was a freaking idiot with politics. She just got lucky. I like Mel because she's earning like everything she gets in this show.
Yeah, I would actually. I wouldn't even compare her to. I wouldn't even compare her to Cersei. I would actually compare her to
What's Cersei?
Littlefinger and the Spider in the early seasons because that's what she's doing. She's running shit from behind the scenes. Like she literally tells Jace, "Hey, go talk to this guy. Go talk to this dude. Go talk to this lady. You need her for your weapons. You need him for your shipments and shit like that." Like she's laying the groundwork for Jace to take the points, but it's all for her like machinations, I guess.
Also, she
Lord.
surprised me with just how human she was, like falling in love with Jace and getting frustrated at her mom. Like that.
No, there was
shocked
one.
me.
Yeah,
there was one really- there was
I was
one
going to
really
say I
sweet
started.
scene.
I will
There was-
admit I started to warm up to her once she started actually falling for Jace. It was like, oh, this actually.
Well, there
like,
was-
there's more to this.
Well, yeah. I was gonna say
And
there was
then
one really neat scene where she he falls, like he lays in her lap and shit like that because he's just like he's so overwhelmed with everything and she's just like such a nice support.
What
And that was-
catches me
Go ahead.
what catches me is the part before that, because they do the hanky panky and turn themselves around, and then she wakes up and he's not there.
Sorry. It just makes me giggle every time. I can't help it.
You're a grown man, right?
No, I'm not. I've never.
She
That's your
legit
opinion.
is.
No, I was saying that to Shady because it was like
No.
hanky panky.
No,
They fuck.
I am not.
We're more fun. this
Physically,
way.
yes.
He
Mentally,
plays
no.
one on the internet, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. But
Allegedly.
so they do that, and then she wakes up and he's not there. She's legit angry at him as if he just used her, and she wanted to form a genuine relationship. And I'm like, oh wow, that's very human of her. And then she's pacing, and he says, "Oh, Victor's dying," and then she realizes,
She
that's
stops.
why he
Oh,
left.
yeah, fuck.
And I'm like,
yeah.
wow, this is a
Wow,
very
female
human
character who has reason. Who would have fucking thought?
Well,
No.
it's not
And-
because she's a female. It's because she was being political this whole time, and I thought even the sex scene was kind of just her manipulating him, being political. And then I saw two very human emotions back to back. I saw anger and I saw empathy back to back, and I was like, wow, this character, I did not give her enough credit.
I think I also liked with the development of between her and her mom, and by the end of it, her mom sees like the painting of like the ships, and
well, they have the. Well, they
and
have
then
the
she
red,
just painted all over it, like and
Well, because they had the red sails of like Noxus, because like that was like the defining color, like black and red. You
Yeah,
see the
and
red is
she-
the same color as like Mommy Noxus's cape.
yeah, and then she basically just like kind of threw a bunch of paint on it as almost to say like, no, fuck this.
Yeah, fuck everything I came from.
She takes off her ring too when she votes for peace. Her Noxus ring.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's some good stuff in this show. Too bad I think it's overridden by a lot of the bad.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I have a love-hate relationship with the show, because there's a lot of shit I really like.
I don't know if I want like you guys might be okay with like watching it for the just watching season 2, but I don't think I will. I think
Yeah,
I'm
that's
with
fine.
Anubis
I think,
girl. I think season 1 coverage was good enough. I don't think I want to cover anything
No,
else about this show.
Because Ninja said the same thing. It's fine. If you don't want to do
Yeah.
it, you don't want to do it. But I mean, I'm going to, because I want to see where it goes, because I want to see if they can fucking salvage it. Because
I'm obsessed with this show. So.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is a property that I'm really invested in. Plus, this is potential of like an actually good. Damn, Slur. Fuck. Sorry. This is a potentially. Slur, you good?
No.
Slur.
Poor guy.
All right, I think
All
I
right.
might have been able to stabilize it just a little bit, but if I start roboting, I'm gonna just fucking flip my lid.
He just put
What's
another
happening?
potato on top of the potato.
Sorry, yeah, for those not to know, Slur's been having an issue with the internet the past like 10 minutes, so he's been trying to work on that.
I did not know
Um,
that.
Okay, I'm getting like
Hello?
1 nanosecond little sound bites. I think my internet's just fucking packed it in.
I'm sorry, dude.
You might need to reset your router, pal.
But yeah, the basic deal is that like I really want this show to be good. I'm really hoping that they can fix some of the shit, because like I said, in my opinion, a lot of these are really small that could be fixed like really quickly. Slur?
It's weird how we can hear him, but he can't hear us. So we're just hearing him. So we're just hearing him go all SK
He's
right
just
now.
going hardcore on that keyboard. Yeah.
I won't mind if season 2 turns out to be good and you guys say so. Like I might give it another viewing, but I'm like
The problem is everyone right now, except for you guys, is saying that season 1 is good. So how will you ever know?
That's what I'm saying.
that actually is the problem because we'll be outnumbered 10-1.
Yeah, it's
There
So-
are two moments though, like I really wanted to talk about because they're my favorite moments in the show. The first one is the reuniting of Vi and Jinx.
Okay.
Because that whole episode, I was on the edge of my seat, and I thought they were gonna do the stereotypical, oh, Jinx never gets to talk to Vi, so that's why she hates her. Like it's just gonna be a complete misunderstanding the whole time. And so when she lights the beacon in the air, one of the actual times I actually like the music that's playing, I'm thinking, oh no, Vi's gonna miss it, and I'm literally on the edge of my
Yeah, I was
seat, like
actually-
just biting my nails.
Yeah, I was actually I was like, please don't miss it. You
And then Vi
promised.
shows up, and I'm like, I
Good
lost
shit.
all my man points right when that happened.
Nah,
when Vi showed up.
No, you lost all your boy points, but you gained man points.
Freaking! I was just so happy that they like I knew, knowing League of Legends, I know Jinx is gonna overcome Powder, but I just wanted it. I wanted them to talk about it. I was like,
Yeah.
if they're gonna hate each other, I want them to talk. I don't want this to be the stereotypical we never talked about it, so it's just a misunderstanding.
Well, like I said, even in the lore, though, like they're still pretty chill, despite Jinx kind of being a terrorist. I don't know how they're gonna walk back all the shit that's been done in the show, because like in the game, it's not. She's just kind of she's just kind of a trickster. She's not full Joker. She's just kind of having fun.
Oh, you're talking personality wise. I thought you were talking more redemption stuff, and I'm just like,
No.
Don't
Like in the
fucking do
game,
it.
she actually doesn't do a whole lot. She like bombs a couple of places here and there, but she actually doesn't really kill a lot of people. Or I don't even think she kills anybody.
I don't think they're gonna go the game route. Jinx.
Well,
in
yes,
the
they've
game
already
is,
gone way past the game route. Like, she's a fucking monster. Like,
Jinx in the game, she's obsessed with destruction, specifically explosions, and she just likes trolling Caitlyn and Vi.
Mhm.
So it's like I said,
and then
it's a more
Caitlyn-
innocent destruction,
chaos.
chaos.
Innocent destruction. It's quote unquote.
I meant to say
like-
chaos. I said destruction by accident.
Well, no, but like even then, it's like she's still blowing shit up. But like in the card game, like when you fucking because you have to play as Jinx in there, like she goes to go fuck with Vi, and Vi's like, god damn it. Well, this room could use renovation, and so Jinx gets happy and goes, yay, and then she blows up the fucking room. Like it's like I said, it's like a cartoonish version of like Joker, where it's like she doesn't actually do anything really that bad compared to what she's been doing in the show. So like I said, I don't know how they're gonna like work that back.
And the other scene I want to talk about is the final scene where they're at the dinner. First of all, let's just get this out of the way. Jinx throwing that flame made no sense, but whatever.
Which one?
She holds up a lighter, throws it across the table, and it lights up the whole table. That makes no sense.
What's a Zippo?
Huh?
Isn't it a Zippo? It's fucking Genji Zippo.
Is it?
Yeah,
Is it on the line?
Is it? I thought it was. I thought it was.
I
Genji
thought
Zippo.
it was just a lighter, and she just. I have to rewatch that scene because that's
no,
like the
it
one
was-
thing
it
where I'm like,
was-
that makes absolutely no sense.
Well, I don't know. This shows how how fucking crazy I was about to be. I legit just lit my Zippo. I was like, if I just chuck this, I'm like, why am I willing to set things on fire?
Yeah, don't do that. No, don't test that.
But
It's
that's
plausible,
one of-
but don't fucking risk your goddamn apartment doing it.
It's absolutely. I think this is my favorite scene in the entire show, where Jinx is like, oh, okay, where should I sit? And they show the chair as Powder or
show the
Jinx,
chairs,
and she
yeah.
says that's your choice. And this moment right here, like I watched it so many times because I was so in love with it. She puts the gun in Vi's hand and says, "Make her go away, and you can have Powder back." I was like, oh my goodness, that is a beautiful ultimatum for this character. The animation is what got me because her eyes are pleading to Vi, like, I want to be your sister again, but you gotta prove it to me.
I don't know if that's actually a weird thing that you bring up though, because now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if that would really be Powder back because of like how fucked up that is. Yeah,
I don't know if
this-
it was either.
Murder this
but,
person for me.
like that. It's not that I think it would work. It's that as from the mentality of Jinx, it makes so much sense that she would make that demand that I want to be your sister again, but I think you've replaced me. So if you kill this person, because this is Jinx talking, then I will revert. Like, to me, it was because you see Jinx's face, you see she's genuinely struggling, like she's pleading, like, I want to love you again, but I'm really scared to do so. Like that whole scene, her eyes are, well, until Caitlyn freaking grabs the gun, but for most of that scene, her eyes are like puppy dogs, just pleading to people because she doesn't know who to believe. But that's probably my favorite, like, just little moment, just when she puts that gun in, because I'm like, that's a beautiful ultimatum. I know Vi's not gonna take it. Vi's not gonna freaking kill Caitlyn, But I'm like, it just made too much sense to me that Jinx would ask something like that.
Yeah. Honestly, even though they kind of changed my boy, I do like some of the Victor scenes, like especially when it's like doing the flashback with Singe and like the whole thing with like the mutant. Like that shit's like was pretty like touching in a way, despite being like kind of disturbing. And like I said, it's weird because it ties to like two characters I play as together too, so it's like a personal thing. But yeah, like Singe hanging out with Victor.
Oh, I had a riot because I play with Kate and Jinx are two of my top 3 favorite characters. So I was like, yeah, I got 2 of them in. Unfortunately, Lux isn't in here. Nobody from Demacia is. So
Yeah, literally, yeah. So that's the thing, and like that is something I'm kind of disappointed about season 2, to be honest. I was really hoping that Arcane would have been a Piltover thing, and then season 2 would have been something else. It would have been Ionia. It would have been the Blessed Isles turning into the Shadow Isles. It would have been the war between Noxus and Demacia. Anything else, and they're just sticking with Piltover. Which, granted, the Hex Gates still kind of open shit up for that.
All right,
I see what you did there.
I will say
The Hex Gates open things up for them.
huh. So I'm going
But,
I'm going to give one. I will give one scene like the full credit of like I did like this when Victor's testing out the new leg, and he starts just walking and he starts like
Yeah,
it
a lot of
starts
people
building up
praise that scene, actually.
speed. I do like that scene because of more of its I will say more of its emotional weight. I'm not sure how I think about it on like an objective level.
I don't know. I think that's all it's really supposed to be. Like you see the guy, like objectively, you see him for the first time not being crippled and actually like
Yeah,
working with
and
it. It's kind of like as much as fucking everybody hates Avatar. The first time Jake actually gets a chance to use his legs for the first time in like what ever is he like was he paralyzed forever?
No, he was a
no.
soldier.
It was
He got
soldier, yeah.
paralyzed in
So
combat.
so yeah, it's the first time he's been using it since his injury, like, and he's like legit like freaking out and enjoying it because like, yeah, it's the first
Yeah,
time
he
he's ever
forgot
been
how
able
to
walk.
to the point he forgot how to stand.
Yeah, he forgot how to walk, and yeah, so it's really like I said, it's a cute scene. That's all it's supposed to be.
Uh-huh.
Like, there's nothing really like objective to fucking mind about that. That's all it's just got to be.
I'm trying to think
All
of
right.
so we've been talking about characters. Is there any like last little bits of like plot that we want to talk about?
I think that's pretty much. I think we covered most of the big things.
Mm-hmm.
Heimerdinger rendezvousing with Echo. I feel like Echo should have been revealed a little bit earlier, but like I said, this the whole thing of like I feel like it should have been longer, but it is what it is.
Echo is probably, I don't mean this as a complaint, but I will point it out. Echo is probably the character that's challenged the least in his ideals. That's something I constantly praise the show is that every character is challenged in their ideals. Echo's probably the one that's challenged the least, but he's also, of the main characters, the most side character. Because you got to give people, enough screen time, and you do have to prioritize. I like how they handled him, but I feel like there's going to be an incoming argument from somebody that they didn't handle him correctly.
Like I said, I just felt like he should have been revealed earlier. I don't think he really did anything bad. I should say anything out of character.
I think the only problem I ever had was I keep wanting to say fireflies, the firelights or whatever they're called. I'm trying to think of like with the time skip and from the first 3 to the second 3, could that have been done better and we get like a better explanation of the firelights?
I don't. What do you mean, like a better explanation?
Like to sort of just from a world building and for an audience perspective, how do we get these people back into the world considering time has passed?
What do you mean? Getting the firelights back into the world? That's what I'm trying to
No.
I think I know where he's going. So there's one episode, I don't remember which one it is, but it literally starts with like a sort of just montage of like images of the Firelight Gang.
Oh,
and it's got like rap music going, but it doesn't actually convey any new information. It feels very superfluous and it's just there for no reason. I would have liked to know more about the Firelights, like because when you hit that time skip after episode 3, they just kind of show up and they're fighting Silco, but that's all we know about them. Like we have no information on who they are, where they came from, what their motivations are, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And so it feels very like
so they just feel like another gang, really.
Yeah, it
and
doesn't give us a lot of information about them, or like why should we care about them at all?
Yeah, that's why for
like I said, that's why it should have been done earlier as opposed to that, so we actually got time.
Yeah, that's why I said like I don't know if I brought this up earlier in the stream, but in that episode 4, I looked at Ninja's avatar and went like, it feels like we're in the exact same situation of like not understanding like the world, because the world's churned into an entirely different place again.
The thing with the Firelights where they're playing that rap music and stuff, it was more of a transition because it's like, oh, you're in the Firelights territory now, because from the beginning to now, like you said, we don't know anything about the Firelights. And that was the end of season 6. Episode 6. The Firelights had took Vi and Caitlyn, and then the beginning of episode 7 is we're in Firelight's territory now. We're about to introduce these people and get into them. That was the point of that scene.
Well, right, but I would have liked some actual information as opposed to just like a weird little musical interlude that shows pictures of them, but doesn't actually tell you anything about them.
God, I have like no memory of that shit. I need to rewatch that.
It's a weird little sequence. Like I would have loved to see more of like the place. Like I don't even know what it's called. Where's the place with the tree? Is there a name for that?
It's still in Zon.
Still Zon.
The Firelight's base. That's what.
Yeah, it doesn't really have like a name, but I would have liked to see more of that, or like the other Firelights that weren't Echo. Like I would have liked to see more about them or learn something about them. But it's like you don't get much of that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you get that they're opposed to Silco. They're kind of a nuisance for Piltover-ish.
They're not a nuisance for Piltover. Piltover just shoots at them because Silco pays them to do it. Yeah. They just stop Silco.
Yeah, they just fuck with Silco.
Well, but clearly they're not on Piltover's side either. Like,
yeah, because they're from Zon. Piltover hates anyone from Zon.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not in the cops, it looks like they are terrorists against Piltover, but they're exclusively targeting Silco's shipments.
Yeah, but from a Piltoverian's perspective, they're all just fucking Zon fucking underlings, basically.
Yeah, I don't think Piltover would really make much of a distinction between the two.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. So they don't really care. But the everything about like what we see for the fire. God damn it! The Firelights, not the fire fucking flies.
Fireflies. They need the cure from Ellie, so they're gonna dissect her without consent.
Jesus. But the Firelights, like, yeah, everything we see about them, they're always like directly opposing Jinx and Silco's gang. Never really interacting directly with the Piltoverian government until Echo interacts with them, but that's literally those guys are under order from Marcus, who's under order from Silco.
And so, like, you're saying you wanted to get to know more about them. Like, that was a lot of that episode delve into that. Echo explaining that not everybody was.
No, but I wanted that earlier. I
wanted that earlier, and I wanted like that sequence, that specific introduction to that episode conveys zero information.
Yeah, because it's used as a transition. That's why it's short. And then the episode itself.
For what?
You're transitioning into the Firelight's territory, the Firelight's part of the story.
You don't do that for anything else in the entire show. We don't have a transition into the Zon storyline or into the like. Nobody else gets that treatment. So why is that there? What's different about the Firelight?
What's bad about it?
It feels you were talking about that. There's nothing you would cut or change. This is a sequence that was specifically put in there.
I asked you guys if there was anything, because if there was, it would help your case. I couldn't think of anything.
I much would okay. So the thing I would change immediately is establish like the grounds for the Firelights, so that it makes more sense when they come in instead of just time skip. Now they're just there, and it's just another Zon gang. Because because it's only for is it episode 8? Is it that immediately shows? No, not 8. 5 is when we see the everybody wants to. No, it's episode 6. It's like we've gone 2 whole episodes of like being hinted at them or just seeing them, and we still barely learn anything until like the last possible second one when we see their lair.
Yeah, because we're in the 3rd act of the show now. The 2nd act wasn't about the Firelights; they were just an entity, and they were a mystery. You were supposed to wonder about them. Introducing them earlier defeats that purpose. And especially since we're still getting to know everything Silco's been up to, everything Jace has been up to, everything Vi's been up to. Like at the end of the 2nd act, it's like, oh, the Firelights, that entity out there that's still unknown, has become a major factor. And then when the 3rd act starts, which is episode 7, there's a musical sequence that's like, hey, you're finally going to learn about this group. It's just an introduction. And then throughout the episode, you learn, oh, this group that's been giving these people problems these past couple episodes, this is who they are. This is what they're about. Like, I don't think you need prior introduction to care about this group at this point. They've been a mystery entity, and that's the point. That's the purpose of them. We don't know where they stand. And once they're introduced, they get you know plenty about them. You know that they're a group of people who don't agree with Silco, who want a better world for themselves and are willing to do a better way to get it. Like, all that is established. So I don't understand how introducing earlier helps that goal, or helps in any way, really.
Because it actually allows us to feel attachment to this world instead of just doing a time skip and feeling like, once again, we know almost nothing.
If that's what you felt, I can't change how you felt, but I think that's I don't think it's fair to say other people aren't attached because of that. Because once the world is shown and they show these people with their kids and these good-hearted people running around, they spend a decent amount of time, and they even come back to it with Heimer when they show that. Like, it's plenty fine to get invested at that point. You don't need the whole show to get invested. And Echo isn't like I said, he's the most treated like a side character. You're not supposed to get that invested into his character except for the bridge scene, because he's helping the main characters escape. And even then, Echo himself was introduced in the first 3 episodes, so you could say the show helped do its job
then. I also just watched that scene. Yeah, that weird intro to that episode is actually kind of strange how it's handled.
It's fucking weird.
A lot of people in my chat are pointing out that it's also it has a different effect when you do the 3 episode thing, because you come back from a week after a week of not watching it, and you see that it has a different impact.
They took a break between.
Yeah, we didn't just.
How long a break? Because I heard a couple days, which is not the same impact.
How long does it have to be?
Well, yeah.
Well, I'm saying
that feels artificial as fuck.
Absence makes the heart so fonder. That's been a long established thing. That the longer you have to wait for something, the different effect it has on you. And that's what my chat is saying, because the initial audience had to wait a longer time. It has a different effect. Whether or not you think that's good or bad or excusable, that's up to you. So
what you're saying is that basically now that all 9 episodes have been released, everybody who watches this show that didn't watch it that way is getting a lesser product.
Yeah, that's what
they are getting a different experience.
Yeah,
I binge watched Game of Thrones. I binge watched all of Game of Thrones, and I got a completely different experience than other people.
I don't know. I kind of disagree. That feels like really overly genuine. Like, you're giving the show a lot of credit there that I think it doesn't deserve.
When a show ends on a cliffhanger, the whole point of a cliffhanger is to get you enticed for the next episode. Okay. Do you think that they're expecting everyone to immediately be able to watch the next episode?
Yes, it's Netflix. They pretty much invented binge watching.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like what you're saying about like them releasing it in different what's the word I'm looking for? They're releasing it in spots of
Acts.
3.
They released
Yeah,
it in acts.
in 3 acts. Yeah, but like I said, the problem now is that like apparently nobody can really enjoy it the same way because now it is a full complete package. You know what I'm saying? That's what my whole deal is. So it's like you're saying, but the implication being, it's like you're now lessened. Like you now have like a chance to have a worse show because you watched the episodes that are available.
And I'm saying that it has an effect when that's how you plan it out. You guys are choosing to prioritize the people who can binge watch it, which if you think that's what the writer should do, then fine. But I'm saying it should be taken into account that they are acknowledging that it's going to be a 3-act show.
Well,
They are
my
taking into account when they make this stuff, and it has a different effect on people.
yeah, but my whole thing, it's like, yeah, but at the end of the day, you're going to have a release package regardless of how you release it. You're going to have a full season 1. So people who weren't like immediately on the fucking bandwagon won't be able to quote unquote enjoy it the same way that other people enjoy it.
Right. So you're saying they shouldn't prioritize the initial audience. You're saying they should prioritize the binge watchers.
Yeah, they should.
Or
Well,
at
they should
least
make
more
a.
so
They
cater
should.
to
They
them.
should. Well, they should make a fucking coherent story. Like
Yeah, it's a coherent
regardless of
story. It
how
doesn't
you-
matter. Yeah.
Regardless of how you watch it, you shouldn't have like different experiences or whatever. You should have enjoy a good whole story. You shouldn't have to take a break in between stories.
That's not the reality of show watching, though. Like people watch shows in different. I mean,
Well, I
you
mean,
can put
nowadays,
this.
but hang on, but nowadays everybody binge watches shit. You know what I mean? Like
So
fucking
you're
people
telling
knocked out-
them to cater to the binge watchers.
people knocked out Squid Games in fucking a day. You know what I mean? And still enjoyed that show.
Yeah, and
Yeah, you're
regardless,
Nobody
telling them to.
No, I'm not telling anybody to do anything. I'm telling you this is what people do.
You're saying that they should make their show based on binge watching.
No, what
No,
he's
I'm
saying is the
saying
show
they
should hold up regardless of how you watch
Yeah,
it.
it doesn't
Yeah.
matter how.
I was
it
going to
comes
say
out, it needs to be a full show. That's my
Okay.
whole deal.
yeah, to make a comparison, Ninja would have a better understanding of this. Ninja, does season 1 of Game of Thrones end the second Ned Stark's head is cut off? Because if I remember correctly, that's how an episode ends. This season still continues after that, right?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't
I'm-
remember.
I'm
I believe that there's still things that happen after his head gets cut off. If that's what you're saying, yes.
Yeah, I'm saying it's not. Well, the point being is like, because if it really was the end of season 1 was the head getting cut off, then
it's like I think I'm pretty sure it's the penultimate episode because there's still all the stuff with Arya and getting everybody into position for season 2.
Okay, yes. So that's kind of what this like cliffhangers kind of felt. We're stopping right at where Ned's head got cut off, and it's like nothing really got
Well,
resolved
no.
in a way.
What I'm saying is, okay, if you watch season 1 of Game of Thrones and you put a week of time between every single episode to mirror how it originally was released by HBO, or if you watch it all in a weekend, the story is the same.
Yeah,
The
story
plot is the
holds up.
same. You
The
know what I mean? Like,
experience isn't.
but the content is.
Yeah, the experience
I was
doesn't matter. It's the content.
Yeah, it's
Like, you
The
can-
content of that scene still does what it's supposed to do, whether or not you skipped a week of the freaking firelight scene. It still does within the story what it's supposed to do. You're just not experiencing it the same way because you immediately go to it, or you've had less time for it.
But it shouldn't matter.
Yeah, that's like the thing is, it shouldn't matter.
I should get the same. I
Then
should
I-
be able to experience the content as
To-
the content.
Then I
Like,
guess
I
we just disagree on this point
That's
because
Yeah, 'cause, like,
I'm,
the
I'm
point-
not seeing any other way to put it.
The point.
Another
the
way to
point-
go
so
ahead.
the whole point is that it should be in and itself a good coherent story regardless of how you watch it. If you read a book and you stop in between every page, the book should still hold up regardless of your experience. So what you're talking about, and this is perfectly fine what you're talking about because it's a subjective thing, but the whole point of like objectively grading stories is how they hold up as a whole. So what you're telling us with like you have to like take a break in between, that just makes it seem like you have to stop watching you still have to stop watching it to enjoy it. And it's like
Yeah, it
that
becomes
doesn't-
less.
that sounds counterintuitive to enjoying a story.
Yeah, it becomes less viewer preference and more like this is how the story is like meant to be viewed. And it's like that. I'm trying to think of the right words here.
It's just like I said, like
it's a
like,
bit of a
oh,
redundancy.
You would really enjoy this book if you every page you stopped and then ran around your house and stuff like that, so you could get the feeling of being exhausted. It's like, I mean, I guess, but like, shouldn't the story be good by itself?
Yeah, it's like how it's another good example, like relating to our point, is YMS did a review of There Will Be Carnage, the new Venom movie, and Max told me that he basically at one point keeps going on
so
like his theater
basically,
experience.
Are you familiar with Your Movie Sucks? He's a pretty big YouTube channel. He's pretty hilarious. But he did a review of Carnage, the newest Venom movie, the sequel to Venom. Half of his review is him talking about how shitty his movie theater was.
And to people like us, that's irrelevant.
Well, here's the thing. The way he watched this always, like I said, this is gonna sound weird too, like even from outside perspective. The way he watched this movie is that the movie was projected on all 3 walls of the movie. So you know how in a movie theater it's the main screen? There wasn't a main screen. There was literally, it was spread out over the 3 walls of the movie theater. And one of the screens was messed up, and like glitching out and lagging and like at lower frame rates than the rest of the movie. And like I said, half of his review is talking about that, and it's like, but he's not really talking about the movie. And when he finally talks about the movie, he says it's forgettable, nobody's going to remember it, it was boring. It's like, that doesn't feel like an actual review of the movie.
Yeah, if he wanted to,
I would make the argument that he was reviewing his experience rather than the movie.
Experience.
Yeah, which he did this.
Yeah, I watched the movie too. There's a lot of really good action scenes and stuff like that. There's some weird stuff here and there, like weird comedy bits, but like, it's like I said, it's kind of funny in like an ironic sense because it's like a romantic comedy between Eddie Brock and the Venom symbiote. But like everything with Carnage is like, like insanely awe-inspiring because of how like evil and fucked up he is.
To bring it back to what we were talking about specifically, I'm not advocating that the story should be made for binge watching or to be made, like, you should be able to consume it either way, like whichever one you prefer. You're the viewer.
Yeah,
so that should be up to you. Like if you just want to watch 1 episode a week, like even if they released it 3 episodes a time, theoretically you could still watch it that way, and that's fine. But to me, it's like the content should hold up regardless of how you decide to view it. If you want to do it 1 week at a time, you want to do it in the 3 episodes like it was released, or if you want to do it all in a day. Like, it should still be the same content either way.
And my
nothing else
counter
changes.
to that is, I think it does hold up, but I wanted to point out that it is a better experience when you're watching it in 3 acts.
Okay.
When there's a week-long pause, because the intro you come back into has an impact. I still think it does hold up, irregardless of that. But I think it's a point to make that when the show is coming out in 3 acts, sometimes the writers will acknowledge that with how they make the show.
Yeah, and I feel like that's
I wouldn't make that argument
like I would
knowing
actually
what we know about the writers.
I was actually going to say that's also really nearsighted of the writers, because it's like, oh, they planned on people to do that. What about the future people? Is there going to be a warning in between the every 3 episodes? Hey, stop and wait a week to watch this.
Yeah, it's almost it's almost a future proofing argument. And it's like, oh, like, it's like how Crysis was made like for computers like 10 years from when it was made. It's like, what about the computers of now? It's like,
regardless of like examples, like it's just it feels like a weird hindrance to like the thing to bring up.
Exactly.
But you're saying that's not your main point, though, so it's fair.
That's not my main point, and like I said, like I think you should prioritize catering to a certain audience, even though you should keep your other audiences in mind.
I would actually say you should cater to every audience possible. Like
trying to please everyone, you please no one. So yes, you should keep audiences in mind, but you should have a primary audience who you're trying to cater.
Not in your first thing, like your season 1, you're trying to get everybody in the door. If you want to, like the Game of Thrones season 1 versus a season 8 argument, it's like, yeah, like they weren't trying to please like everyone. They were trying to please Game of Thrones fans because it was season 8 of the goddamn show.
Who was Game of Thrones trying to bring in? Because League of Legends already has an audience.
Well, Game of Thrones already has an audience too.
Yeah, no, season 1. I was saying the books. So yeah, that's who they're trying to bring in.
Well, no, they didn't, because a lot of people who read the books didn't like the fucking show. Didn't like the show because it changed shit from the book.
I would say that was
season 1 was
general,
pretty close.
But here's the thing:
season 1 was pretty accurate.
Oh,
Yeah,
season one's
it
pretty
was-
accurate? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
season
well-
1 was pretty accurate to the books.
Yeah, it was around season 4 when things really started to get out of hand in terms of changes.
Okay.
So I'll agree with Shady on that one. The early season was definitely catered more towards the book fans. I mean, there were some small changes made, but for the most part, it was pretty spot on, and that's what drew a lot of people in.
Well, I was gonna
And-
say, but the thing is, I feel like going off of Game of Thrones' success isn't them catering to their fans; it's them telling a good story.
Exactly.
True, but I think what I'm kind of more focused on is he's giving the writers credit and saying like they intended it to be basically consumed this way. And I think if what Angry Joe said about these writers is true and that this is basically their first major writing project, I think that's being way too charitable. Like they didn't know that it was going to be this way. You know what I mean? For all we know, that was something that Netflix did and they had no say over it.
I can't guarantee that that's what they did. I'm just saying it should be acknowledged that it is a possibility. How
Maybe.
people consume things is acknowledged a lot of times when they're making it.
Hmm. Like I said,
I
could see-
think I would lean more into that if like when you opened up Arcane on Netflix, it broke it down into like Act 1, Act 2, Act 3.
Yeah, if
It
they
doesn't.
actually, if they were more honest about their 3-act structure, that would be entirely different.
I agree with
Like,
that. Actually,
just like
I think
how,
they should
just
have
like
did that.
a good example is Dune. Dune like opens with Dune Part 1. Like they're honest. Well, kind of.
Kind of.
Yeah, the title. That's
Not the
only.
best
That's only.
example. Yeah.
I was about to say.
Yeah,
I
it's
forgot.
like,
I
hang
forgot
on,
about how
let's-
the posters don't say that. It's the movie itself. That's the separation, unfortunately. Because if the posters had also said Dune Part 1, it's like, oh, you know exactly where this is heading. It's like, no, if you walked into Dune thinking we're going to see all of Dune, like you were solely mistaken.
Yeah.
No, I just think that that's the main difference between analyzing something objectively and subjectively. Because when you're talking about like the experience of how you watched it or how it made you feel, to me that's all subjective stuff. That's going to be different for everybody.
Mhm.
But the objective analysis is what is the content and how does it stack up on its own? Like, does it have writing issues? Does it have character issues? Does it have pacing issues? These are things that can be objectively measured and graded.
Yeah, it's why we throw
And-
the adaptation argument out the window almost every time.
Yeah, it's like I should be able to get this. Obviously, somebody who's familiar with the lore is going to get more out of this than I do just because they're going to recognize Easter eggs and things in the background. But I should still be able to watch this show from beginning to end and understand everything that's being presented to me
Mhm.
in a coherent way. And if I don't, then that's not a problem with the game or the lore. That's a problem with the show.
Yeah.
Or there are two sides to that experience.
What do you mean?
Sometimes you can present something well and somebody just won't get it.
Yeah, that can happen.
I was gonna say that's the Rick and Morty argument. A lot of
That's the
people just
YMS.
don't get
That's
it.
literally the YMS thing. We were just talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like YMS's whole review is that it's boring and nobody's going to remember it. But he was already on a bad experience.
Right.
I mean, I feel like we've been gone for a fucking good minute here. Does anybody else want to say anything else about the show? Besides Warwick and potentially Swain, who do you else think is going to be in the next season?
I think we're going to see a lot of Noxus and Demacia because those are the two main factions, and I think this was just a kind
But
of lean
remember-
in into
Yeah,
the.
but I was going to say, well, I guess we're going to see more of him, but the next season is going to be in Piltover and Swan, so.
Did they confirm that?
Well, from the season 2 teaser, yeah, like all the
mean,
characters we heard.
That
Unless they all
I-
decide to go to fucking Noxus or Demacia.
Firstly,
But if-
the question was what characters. So I think we're going to see a lot of characters from those
Yeah.
places because we're talking about war, and those are the war nations,
Mhm.
Demacia and Noxus. But while I do think that the teaser is heavily implying that we're going to stay in Piltover, I think even with the teaser, you could easily jump to different places because it's
Well,
time
even-
to open
yeah, I
up
was
the
about to
world
say-
with how
I
the
was about to
story's
say-
being told.
Well, I was about to say, and the hex gates kind of like literally open up the world because you can literally get to the other side of the fucking continent in like no time flat.
Yeah, like staying in Piltover and Zaun was a good season 1 move, so we can get to know these current locations. I would say season 2, it should be about time to open up the world because people are curious about it because they've been talking about Noxus. They've hinted about the Freljord.
They did?
Yeah, and the play that they watched.
Oh, I thought it was a Bilgewater thing.
It looked like a Frozen North. I
Are
know
you
they
talking
were
about
sailing.
Wait, are you
so
talking about the play? Or are you talking about the
violin?
Yeah, the violin. I thought that was more of Bilgewater shit. It looked like a bunch of fucking ships and like all of the animal. I mean, it could have been like everything. I have to rewatch it.
I thought they were sailing to the Frozen North, which would be the But my point is, they are hinting at other.
Yeah,
places.
they're pointing to the WrestleMania sign. So
Also, thanks for saying Bilgewater because for days I could not remember what that town was called.
So are you
Bilgewater's
feeling
great.
all right? Because they see you're the opposite of unmute, the one with the headphones instead of the microphone.
sorry.
Deafened.
Deafened, yeah, undeafened.
Right, am
If
I
he's
able
deafened,
to
he can't
actually
hear
get
you.
through?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can hear you.
I'm doing another trial where I've jumped back into the call over here instead of just like listening in on the stream, just so I know what the fuck is happening.
Right.
So
I know, like it's
if
just
got
this
any-
lasts more than
you
5
post-
seconds,
I
I'm
know, you
gonna
posted
stick
the-
to it.
Yeah, you posted the fucking Squidward meme. That was freaking hilarious.
Do you have anything to add from any of the previous subjects or?
With the whole what the viewing experience is, to me it's a whole meta thing that has very little to do with the quality of the product, so I just let that one wash over me. I wasn't really
Fair enough.
getting super into it.
All right.
But yeah, it's like the experience of going week to week with a show, especially a show where the episodes are like an hour long. That's good shit. It's the fucking staple of like water cooler TV. But for something like this, especially where a lot of people are going to be turned onto it through word of mouth, most people are going to be seeing all 9 episodes at once.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, it actually has very little bearing on how good the show is. Because whether you watch all 9 episodes at once or you watch them one at a time, a week apart, you're still going to see all the same story beats. You're still going to think all of the same things like, ooh, I wonder where this character's going to go with that, or I wonder if this character's going to do that, and all that sort of stuff. You won't stew in your theories as long, but you're still going to be putting them together.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah. Guys are
Uh,
excited for the next series. Guys who aren't excited for the next series. It's just the way it is.
I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
It's like,
me and you, Shady, are gonna be watching season 2, but Ninja and Wyatt seem to be deterred from it. They'll probably come on
if
if
they
it's
wanted
actually
to tap
good.
out because they just weren't into it. It's like,
Yeah,
that's just
it's
fair.
not that we just weren't into it.
I will
it
say
also
that
just wasn't
I'm
good.
still kind of the mindset that even though I think the show does have flaws and they're worth talking about, overall, I still rate the show pretty well.
And Wyatt, what you said like kind of doesn't really apply. Like it doesn't matter if the show's good or not. Like I acknowledge that the show has a lot of issues, but I still want to see season 2. We talked about this last night with fucking Spider-Man. It's like, yeah, the MCU has a lot of fucking issues, and so do the Spider-Man movies, but I still really want to watch that Spider-Man movie. Granted, it is fucking key jangling, but still.
Yes.
Like I said, if it just doesn't grab you, it just doesn't grab you. And like it's either that being a subjective or an objective thing. It's entirely fair. I'm not saying it's a bad thing against you.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. Like I said, we've been going for a couple hours now, so if you want to give it a good old call now, Shady, if you feel like fucking getting ready for what you got to deal with.
Oh, you guys are still going? I thought you were gonna end it. I was waiting for like an outro.
No,
No, I was just making sure
we
got
don't
everything, but
do
now-
outros here.
Yeah,
other
but like
than we'll
thing
see
is,
you
we
next
can.
week.
I was giving you a chance to do your outro for your stream too.
Oh no, it's fine. I'll probably leave before I do an outro, and I might even still stream for a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, Everybody, thanks for tuning into yet another Spawns podcast.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Shady, you want to plug your channel again, despite you being on last week or the other. I'm not like you were.
I am Shadydoorags. Look me up on YouTube and Twitter. Don't yell at me on Twitter though, because I'm sensitive.
He's lying. He loves it.
He loves it. I think he thrives on it because he knows he's right.
All right.
Yeah, that's it.
Links in the description, and we shall all see you next.